Chapter 701. They thought it was the real power of Yishur Tian just now. Who could have thought that Ye's genius at the moment is the power of the evil king of Kunlun? It's even more difficult to see the acme. It's as if you're going through a great shame. Looking at all the disciples and elders around him, the anger in his heart rushed to the top of his head. Damn it! He hesitated for a few seconds, or took out a piece of jade from his pocket, which is similar to the Chinese mobile phone, used for communication between clans. He did not dare to bet with the fate of the Blood League. Even he could not resist the power that Yi had just exerted. For now, the only thing he can be sure of is that he can't move his sword. Otherwise, he will die. He must look for allies. The existence of Yishur Tian is too rebellious. If you let him leave today, the next time is to kill the Blood Alliance. Anyway, Yishur Tian must die. A drop of blood essence permeates in the jade, shining. Find Yishur Tian. This son is in my Blood League. Kunlun Su signed 100 hunting sect, all people send strength to come. If Yi Jitian is released today, we will die next time. With that, he crushed the jade directly. What he can do is to wait for the clan to come to support him. Several clans close to the Blood League will surely dare to come at the first time after receiving the news. Finish all this, sword blood sink, eyes a cold, toward Yichin crazy and go. He directly sacrificed a spear in his hand. If the sword is controllable, he doesn't believe that the spear can be controlled. Yishur Tian, good. Very nice. I'd like to see what the hell you have. The long gun in his hand broke through the air. Above the sky, thunderclouds roll in an instant. In turn, countless thunder and lightning fell on the spear heavily. This strike triggered the violent thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning are like armor on the body of the sword. The sword is bloody and the eyes are shining bloodthirsty and crazy. In the past month, how many people have been killed by Yi Xiantian? Since the incident of Yibao Pavilion, Blood Alliance has become a joke of Kunlun Su. Who is willing to bear this shame? Anyway, Yishur Tian must die. Yichen looks at the long gun full of violent thunder and lightning, which is far from the prestige and power he can fight against now. Helpless, he can only 5 fingers open, broken Yang's sword, come on. The thunder and lightning of Yichen's life talisman burst out, and the 10,000 sword techniques were condensed. The sword shadow seemed to be dozens of zhang, which also turned into thunder and left after collision. The two forces collide. But this time, Yichen directly retreated 30 steps. The gap between them is too big. Blood Alliance is the lord of a clan. The strength far surpasses those elders, the other side's full strength, how to contend? The sword was bloody, and a successful smile appeared in the corner of his mouth. Yishur Tian, Kunlun is rumored, your strength is returning to the virtual state. Now it seems that your real strength is at most in the Holy Land. It's just so. You cheated the whole Kunlun void. But I will not. You have killed so many Blood Alliance disciples. Today, I will cut off your head and hang it outside the door for 3 days. Let all the strong men of Kunlun Su know that I killed Yishur Tian, the nightmare, with a bloody sword. The breath of sword blood sinks suddenly, and the meaning of spear breaks out. In an instant, the aura of heaven and earth gathered madly towards the spear. Countless thunder and lightning, air concussion. Gradually, the spear broke away from the bloody hand of the sword and quickly swept towards Yichen. The cold wind is howling and killing intention is coming. The spear, as if in a flash, turned into 10,000 feet. Sword blood sedimentation chi acts on the foot and is suspended in the air. His eyes were slightly narrowed, and a trace of excitement broke out in his heart. At the moment, Yichen looks at the long gun, and his head turns quickly. His elixir field's true chi almost has wants to resist this blow is very difficult. Really can't, he can only ask Master Duan Laren to do it. He also had 4 Taigu Shushur pills. As Duan Laren once said, Taigu Shushur Dan was extremely important to him. It can even make him substantive. Once it's real, it can be done for him in real life. Looking at the gun is getting closer and closer, Yichen no longer thinks about it. He just wants to communicate with Duan Laren, but Yu Guang notices a simple silver needle in the Samsara cemetery. This is the original in front of the Qingshuanfeng stone tablet, the time to understand Lin Qingshuan's medical ethics. The silver needle embodies the spirit and spirit. Lin Qingxian told him that the needle would be one of his most important means to protect his life. Although he did not elaborate, Yichen could feel the extraordinary silver needle. The next second, the silver needle appeared between his fingers. As soon as the silver needle came out, large black clouds surged over the sky. Cover the sky and block out the sun, as if the last day came. Even the thunder cloud on the top of the sword's bloody head felt something wrong and suddenly disappeared. Sword blood sink in the heart suddenly produce a kind of bad premonition. Natural vision, is there any change? He looked at the young man not far away and found that the other side had not used any weapons. Instead, he held a silver needle in his hand. Boy, do you still want to use silver needle against my blood spirit thunder gun? Look for death. You may as well tell me that you can't use up your blood to make 1,000 years ago. The key point is that I and this gun have blood to recognize the Lord, only I can control it. For 100 years, the blood spirit thunder gun has at least infected nearly 1,000 people's lives. And you are the smallest of them. Die. A roar, the light of gun lights suddenly accelerated, toward Yi Chen's chest stab. No one can stop it. But at the moment Yi Chen, looking at the spear more and more old and closer, no longer hesitated, although not used, but Lin Qingxian is so sure, absolutely not weak. Silver needle, let me see your power today. Yi Chen draws the silver needle of those two fingers. In an instant, the light was shining all over the place. Whoosh! The silver needle broke free of Yi Chen's arm and flew out. It seems to be towards the blood spirit thunder gun. Boom! Suddenly, the power of heaven and earth is used. Boundless energy, condense, the small silver needle actually expands on the spot. In the twinkling of an eye, it turned into a red 100 zhang spear. There was a crackle. Even let everyone in a trance found that the 100 zhang long gun to break everything in front of him. Ding! The red 100 zhang spear directly collided with the blood spirit thunder gun. Originally the strong blood spirit thunder gun in this moment on the contrary becomes incomparably small. After the Big Bang, the blood spirit thunder gun of sword blood sinks directly into powder. The power of a blow can't be stopped. This is far from over. A violent air wave suddenly surged, the dazzling fire flickered, and the earth trembled violently. The 100 zhang spear is bloody towards the sword again. Once it falls, it turns into blood mist directly. The rest of the strong members of the Blood League were completely frightened. Who could have thought that this attack was so terrible? The key is that it's a silver needle. Bloody sword, stiff smile. He was cold as if locked in death. Chapter 702. What power is this? This is not martial arts, this is a lost medical method. Lin Qingxian. Lin Qingxian in ancient times once broke out this blow. The sword's blood sank, his eyes suddenly shot at Yi Chen, and the voice of fear rang out, Yi Tian, who are you in the end? Why do you still know how to cure? Why? Seeing that 100 spears are about to fall, sword bloodbath has no chance to consider. If he wants to live, he must stop. No more thought, he hastily forced out a drop of blood essence. At the same time, the fingers quickly pinch. A simple red gate suddenly stands up in front of him. The red gate is simple and simple, with numerous Sanskrit inscriptions on it. This is the core of the Blood Alliance, and so is the tattoo on the neck of every Blood Alliance person. This is also the biggest method of sword ESR. He has no choice now. As soon as the red gate comes out, the sky vibrates. When the gate is closed, it seems that a red barrier has been formed around the sword. There was a sense of supreme authority. And the 100 zhang spear did not stop at all. The power of heaven and earth is within the 100 zhang spear, and the power of heaven and earth is used by ourselves. Changes in the way of medicine, everything is silent. As if across the long history of the supreme years, the world stabbed in two. Half for life, half for death. The big dark clouds like the end of the day were also broken, and a ray of light came over. Boom! Heaven and earth vibrate, mountains and rivers are silent. The red gate can't be stopped. It's broken. The only thing we can do is to minimize the power of the 100 Zhang spear. This moment, as if the collision of two planets, rippling out endless firelight. With Yi Chen and Jian Shueshan as the center, the land of hundreds of meters around seems to have been overturned. Once upon a time, the glorious palace of Blood Alliance was razed to the ground on the spot. The dust is flying and the gravel is splashing. 100 spears touched the sword and sank. They pierced directly. Poof! Sword blood sink spits out a mouthful of blood. The body is like a nail in the ruins. Death is useless. He wanted to speak, but the price of every word he said was to spit out blood. One side of Yi Chen is surprised. He did not think that Silver Needle should have such strength. It's too scary. As soon as he wanted to take a step forward, he felt the pain all over his body. Not only that, but also the aura of Dantian completely disappeared. The strong anti-bite meaning let him also spit out a mouthful of blood, is nearly collapsed. He found that the Silver Needle is powerful, but the effect is not what he can bear now. Yi Chen quickly took out some herbs and pills and chewed them. It still doesn't work. Helpless, he can only endure the pain, step by step toward the sword. Blood sink and go. The bloody body of the sword is too embarrassed. Though seriously injured, his face is still ferocious. Yi Shitian. I don't care what you're from. If you kill me and destroy the Blood Alliance, you will only make the countless forces in Kunlun Void want to kill you even more. Your existence, heaven and earth, Kunlun Void even more. The rules established by Kunlun for thousands of years have been destroyed by you. The power behind you and the clan will cause accidents to all the people around you. This is not alarmism. Yi Chen didn't pay attention to it. He laughed and held the broken Yang sword in his hand. Even if the whole body is uncomfortable, the sword's blood sink must die. At this moment, Yi Chen seems to be a sword out of the body. The light of the sword is flashing and the sword spirit is overflowing. A single look seems to destroy everything in the world. He looked at the corpses around him and laughed. Sword is bloody. Don't you want to know what I look like? In that case, I'll give you a chance today. Yi Chen's left hand grasps on the mask. The mask is taken off directly, revealing a handsome face. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The atmosphere completely solidified. The sword is so bloody that his eyes almost stare out. Yi Shitian is actually Yi Chen of China. He finally understood why Yi Shitian wanted to save Yi Tianjing. This is father and son, why not save? In fact, he suspected from the beginning that the details of the two men were too ingenious. But he will Yi Chen's strength and Yi Shitian a contrast, but it seems impossible. Suddenly, a long cold sword fell steadily on the bloody neck of the sword. It was Yi Chen. I gave you a chance, but you don't cherish it. Your Blood Alliance shouldn't have done anything. It's my parents. Today I'll cut off your head. The sword is bloody and his eyes shrink. He can feel that the sword has penetrated into his skin. If he gets closer, he will die. Yi Chen, if you are willing to let me go, you and I will guarantee that the well water will not offend the river water. What's more, I've already informed the rest of the clan to come. If you want to leave here, it's impossible without me. If you crush the Blood Alliance today, can you guarantee that the next time, when 100 schools attack you, you are entitled to live? As soon as Jian Shueshan wanted to continue talking, he heard the sound of footsteps. No accident, it's a nearby clan gate. There are not many people, there are only 50 strong. But now Yi Chen's body almost collapses. He does not have the power of the First World War. Seeing that Xuemeng and Jian Shueshan were so embarrassed and miserable that they took a breath of cold air. Sword ESR can feel Yi Chen's weakness. The strength of Silver Needle is estimated to be Yi Chen's strongest strength. With Yi Chen's present state, unable to bear anyone's load, this is the biggest opportunity. The new patriarch looked at the shocking scene and exclaimed, "This, how could it be so?" Jian Shueshan thought about everything, and quickly roared, "Lord Fang, hurry up. Kill the little beast. Come on. He has no strength to resist now." The newly arrived patriarch Fang and the strong man behind him reacted in an instant. Just as he wanted to start, countless footsteps sounded behind him. The sword is bloody and the heart is full of joy. Another 100 hunting orders are coming. Today, both Yi Chen and Yi Shitian are difficult to fly. Sword bloods sink regardless of the body's injury, spit out blood, but at the same time the gloomy smile way. Should I call you Yi Shitian or Yi Chen? Now you can experience despair. At the cost of my serious injury, even if my accomplishments are lost, I will win your father and son's life in the end. In the future, there will be more and more ancestral gates surrounding here. You have no chance. Can only fall here. Haha. Language down, 100 figures rushed in. Holding a long sword, the opportunity to kill is awe-inspiring. The momentum is magnificent. Surround everyone. Jian Shueshan and Lord Fang were stunned when they saw so many strong men. What clan is so efficient? Suddenly, Jian Shueshan saw the leader of the old man. It's actually a master of swordsmen. But Wan Qianzong is a little far away from here. How could he arrive so soon? He didn't think much about it. He swallowed a mouthful of blood and said seriously, "Lord Ling, you and your Wan Qianzong are interested in it. Unexpectedly, you come so quickly. With your help, Yi Shitian will surely die. Lord Fang, Lord Ling, if it's too late, it will change. Kill this little beast." Lord Fang nodded, just wanted to move, but found that he had a sword on his neck. It's a golden-robed elder of Wanjianzong. What the hell is this? At the time of Fang Zong and Jian Shueshan confused, the leader of Wanjianzong stepped out, came to Yi Chen's face, and knelt down directly. "Wanjianzong Lingyundu, meet your master." Then, the 100 strong men of Wanjianzong knelt down together. A startling roar rang through. "Shen Shirshi, see your master. Disciple, see master." An invisible evil spirit enveloped the audience. From the belief of Wanjianzong. Chapter 703. At this moment, the air seemed to solidify. The whole world was silent. The echo of the word, "Master," resounded through the world. For a long time. See 100 people kneel down together, a piece of black pressure. This picture is enough to startle the eyeball. This is Wanjianzong. Although Wanjianzong is not a big power in Kunlun, but in many sects, the top 50 is absolutely ranked. If Jianding is enough to ask about the 10,000 swordsmen. This is the existence, but now all kneel down. What the hell is this? The key point is that even Ling Yundu, the leader of Wanjianzong, is so. Ling Yun's sword is extremely powerful and arrogant. He usually talks to people with cold intention. Su is also known for his stubborn temper in Kunlun. Such a person should kneel down to the young man in front of him. Lord Fang and dozens of people behind him held their breath and even rubbed their eyes. Like a dream. The key, this all happened, is too illusory. Some even slide their swords on their arms. Tingling, extremely clear. It's true. Hiss. The crowd took a breath, and their eyes were still staring at the cold and proud youth. Young people are scarred, but they stand like green pines. That eye is like a cold star, once touched, it is killing. This is Yi Shitian, the one who frightens countless families in Kunlun. Sword is bloody and his face is ugly. Now he can't resist at all. I thought Wanjianzong came to suppress Yi Shitian. Now what the hell is he standing there? Master? How can a boy in his 20s be the master of Wanjianzong? No way. Jian Shueshan forcibly swallows a mouthful of blood, stares at Ling Yundu, who is half kneeling, and asks, "Master Ling, are you sure you are right? This is your master. He's old enough to be your grandson." Ling Yundu still lowered his head and said faintly, "The sword is bloody. If you talk nonsense again, I will kill you." With that, he looked at Yi Chen and said respectfully, "Master, what should I do now?" Yi Chen looked around the kneeling of 100 people, do not know what to do. Is this the way Chen Tianli left himself in Kunlun? Although Wangjianzong is not a top sect, it is enough to fight against everything at present. Did Chen Tianli deliberately arrange this piece of chess? He no longer thought about it and waved his arm gently, "Get up." In such a sentence, all the people of Wangjianzong stand up, just like javelin, with cold eyes. Master! Brush, brush, brush. Neat to the extreme. At the same time, a kind of invisible killing intention covers all people's hearts. It was only at this moment that Master Fong and Sword's blood sank that Yi killed naively the master of Wangjianzong. Otherwise, a clan can't make fun of this kind of thing. The point is, this is totally illogical. Is it that Yi Tian is not a youth at all, and his roots and bones are also disguised? His real identity is a great power of Wangjianzong? From ancient times to the present? The more they think about it, the more likely they are. Otherwise, Ye's killing heaven alone will not achieve this effect. It can also explain why the power of killing the sky and the leaves is low. There are so many magic weapons against heaven. Lord Fong felt the killing intention behind him, and knew that it was impossible to take Yi Tian in front of Wangjianzong. He could only bow his hands and smile and said, "Master Yi, I'm really sorry. I listened to the lie of Jian Xueshan, so I rashly took the action. Since all this is a misunderstanding, I will take my disciples and leave." He knew very well that if he didn't leave, there would be no chance. "Let's go." With a big wave of his hand, Lord Fong just wanted to turn around and leave, but he found 10 elders of Wangjianzong blocking the gate of Blood Alliance. 10 long swords are offered, direct at them. "I'm not going to give way at all." "Lord Ling, you are." Lord Fong looked at Ling Yundu and pretended to be surprised. Ling Yun degree cold hum, arrogant release, "Sorry, no master's order, no one can leave." Patriarch Fong was stunned, and his face sank. "Ling Yundu, are you a little too much? I have nothing to do with your master, and I have not even started. Do you want to keep me here forever?" Ling Yundu didn't pay attention to it, but looked at Yi Chen and said faintly, "Master, how do you deal with these people?" Yi Chen Mao's son Tiny Mai, the vision swept one eye everybody. Within sight, countless people retreat. Fear does not come from the strength of Yi Chen, but the identity behind Yi Chen. Even Ling Yundu should be called master. How can such people offend? "No hurry." Yi Chen's voice fell faintly, as if to all people on probation. Then, he walked towards the sword. Every step was like the steps of death. Soon, his steps stopped and looked down at the sword's blood sink. "You have been trapped in my father, don't you know what? Tell me everything you know, and I may give you a good way to die." Sword blood sedimentation is very clear, this war he defeated thoroughly. But as the leader of Blood Alliance, he will not yield. Suddenly, he burst out laughing madly. "I don't care whether you are Yi Chen or Yi Tian. I know your secret. I've always wanted to confirm the relationship between you and the Shuya family in Kunlun. Now I am very sure that you must have something to do with the Shuya family of Kunlun. You think it's over if you kill me? Dream. When you still have the blood of the Shuya family in Kunlun, it will not end well. The net of heaven is magnificent. In addition to my blood alliance, someone has found out your secret. Even the Shuya family of Kunlun has discovered it. You and Yi Tianzheng are doomed to be vagabonds in their lives, and never know when the nightmare will come. Yi Jingtian, since you want to know, I can tell you. When your grandfather left Kunlun Su, he took something he shouldn't have taken. This is the evil thing suppressed by the Shuya family of Kunlun, although no one can solve the secret inside. But no one is entitled to take it away. Now it seems that the secret of this evil thing must have been solved by you. Do you think about the consequences? There's Wangjianzong behind you, that's right. Your strength is mysterious, it's true. But you can resist those forces hidden in the dark. Hearing these crazy and loud words, Yi Chen's expression is dignified to the extreme. He is not sure whether the evil object in the mouth of sword blood is a reincarnation graveyard. But he is sure that the black stone of the tomb of reincarnation of the sack is from Ye's family. My grandfather didn't know why he took the treasure from the Xue family in Kunlun. The sword is on the side. If it's true, he and his father may be targeted by the forces in the dark. Chapter 704. There must be a reason why the other party did not appear or did something about it. Perhaps they are not sure, or their own performance is not in their eyes. Fortunately, when he broke out in Kunlun, he was in the identity of Yi Tian. The group did not know that Yi Tian was themselves. Otherwise, maybe the power that lurks in the deep has already started. At this moment, Yi Chen seems to feel that there is a chess game in front of him, and he is a chess piece. Every step of the trend will affect everything. Why did my grandfather leave Kunlun Su and lay out in China? Why do you have to give yourself the reincarnation cemetery? Perhaps only the Yi family has the answer. At the beginning, he stepped on Jiang Daoshan and met his grandfather's shadow. He didn't explain too many things clearly. Mr. Guo's words to help the old man to resist will be the same to you. That Guo Haiyun, Yi Chen met, but it's a pity that he disappeared before he had time to ask. All the clues to the reincarnation cemetery and the Yi family are in this Guo Haiyun. He still remembers that when the stone tablet fell to the earth, it was obtained by the Yi family, with an inscription, time, place, and his name, Yi Chen. However, this text has always been sealed, and the Yi family did not notice at that time. But grandfather was able to find out because he broke some kind of prohibition. Then set the overall situation. Relying on foreign things, Ye's ancestors practiced very fast and their blood was awakened. The Yi family once became the first family in Kunlun. However, when things were extremely powerful, they attracted countless powerful people to spy on them. Some betray the family for the benefit of Yi. Fall apart. Yi Jiaqiang risked his life to resist, but eventually went to decline. Ye's ancestors were killed mercilessly, and the foreign things were occupied by many clans and families in Kunlun. The huge stone was carved up and the stone tablet was taken away. Even the Yi family is still in name. Now only one member of the Yi family is struggling. However, they never thought that the most important thing of the foreign things was the black stone in the middle. Even if only the Yi family was left in Kunlun, it should not be underestimated. Dozens of years ago, the Xue family in Kunlun was very strong, but no one held fast to their faith except grandfather. The legend of the ancient times is no longer. They regard the things outside Ye's home as evil things, and Yi Chen's name, in their eyes, is a celestial evil spirit and a lonely star. Yi Chen has become a taboo of Yi family, and it is a rule that any Yi family's children can't have Chen word from now on. They always believe that the rise and fall of the Yi family is all due to this name. If that's true, I will not be accepted by the Yi family. He is not rare. What's more, since my grandfather took away the evil things, why didn't the Xue family of Kunlun pursue responsibility and take it back from China? Instead, it seems to acquiesce in everything. Do they wish the evil things to leave Ye's house? Even after his grandfather's accident, the Xue family in Kunlun took away his ashes. A lot of things are combined together, even contradictory. Yi Chen frowns. The only explanation is that there are two forces in the virtual Yi family of Kunlun. One is behind his grandfather, the other is an obstacle, which is also the main existence of his grandfather leaving the Xue family in Kunlun. No longer thinking about it, Yi Chen put his eyes on the bloody body of the sword and said, "What else do you know? Say it all together." Jian Shueshan knew that he couldn't live. He looked at Yi Chen and said, "I still have a secret, but you can only know it. You can come here." Yi Chen Mao's son Tiny Mai, have a kind of bad premonition, but still close a few minutes. Just when he was only a dozen centimeters away from the sword's ESR, his bloody hand directly grasped Yi Chen's foot. "Boy, even if I die, I will take you as the back." Ha. With the words falling, the bloody body of the sword seems to be turned into magma, and the feeling of blazing heat strikes. His body was expanding. "Blow yourself up." Ling Yundu's face changed greatly. The self-explosion of sword bloodbath is not what the master can bear. "Master, get out of the way." He just wanted to rush past, but saw Yi Chen stretched out his hand. eyes indifferent. Then the fingers pinched, a ray of light twined in the palm. His breath is like a fairy. Ling Yundu stopped without any action. He chose to believe in the master. Since the other side can become the disciple of Wando Jianzhen, he naturally has strength. At the moment, the sword is bloody and ferocious to the extreme. Haha, it's worthwhile for me to pull Yi Shi Tian, who is afraid of countless people in Kunlun, to hell. Blow it up. The words fall, the sword bloods sink, the whole body radiates the dazzling light, the accumulated energy suddenly releases. This energy is so rampant that it can't be countered by the king. In his eyes, the boy will die. At the moment when the energy is about to devour Yi Chen's voice falls into the sea of knowledge, where the sword's blood sedimentation is about to disappear. Sorry, your abacus may be wrong. I have a master named Lin Qingxian. His name is Lin Qingxian. He is a doctor who can communicate with God. He crosses the martial arts road. His voice, like thunder, exploded in the bloody sea of knowledge. The bloody eyes of the sword widened. Total horror. Just because of one name, Lin Qingxian. In ancient times, the myth of Lin Qingxian resounded through Kunlun Void. It wasn't martial arts at that time. It's the respect of medical ethics. When Lin Qingxian stepped on the ground, those who were strong in martial arts retreated one after another. How can this boy get the true story of Lin Qingxian? In his afterglow, see Yi Chen's palm clap down. Countless lights cover. His self-destructiveness is gone. As if bound by an ancient power. Is this the way of medicine? He should have thought of it long ago. The silver needle that seriously injured himself is the art of medicine. From the thought of the sword's bloodbath, an invisible force vibrated in his body. In panic, the body exploded and turned into a blood mist on the spot. Everything is quiet. Yi Chen's whole body is suffused with a golden light, without a drop of blood stained with Yi Chen's casual clothes. Everyone could not speak at all when they saw this scene. This is the way of medicine. Master has mastered the ancient medicine. Ling Yundu and the disciples of Wanjianzong are short of breath. The strength of master represents the strength of Wanjianzong. If you have more than one master, you will have 10,000 umbrellas. Even though the master is only a transcendent realm now, they believe that the strong behind the master will definitely let him step onto the sky step by step. Otherwise, how could ye have the reputation of killing heaven? Chapter 705. Yi Chen finished all this, turned around and looked at Fang Zhongzhu and dozens of strong men behind him. Naturally, he would not let go of these people. If there was no Wanjianzong, I'm afraid I would have died under the sword of these people. He is not a kind person, and the last thing Kunlun Su should have is kindness. Ling Yundu. Master, I'm here. Ling Yun degree step out, bow. Yi Chen pauses for a few seconds, and then, a few words slowly fall in the air. Except for the disciples of Wanjianzong, none of them will stay. Yes, master. Ling Yundu stood up and offered his sword. The cold killing machine covered it. Bloodthirsty. Insane. But the patriarch's face changed greatly. He didn't expect that he didn't do it at all, but his fate was determined by the words of a boy. No one left. What a big voice. He sacrificed a huge axe in his hand, staring at Yi Chen. Ye killed heaven. What the hell are you, you dare to move me? He just wanted to chop towards Yi Chen with an axe. Ling Yundu and several elders of Wanjianzong fell down quietly with the wind and rain. The sword rises. 10,000 swords devour everything. Those disciples of Wanjianzong were also reduced to fragments, just like a giant beast sweeping the people. At this moment, only sword light and blood were left between heaven and earth. Lord Fang was stabbed by a sword in his ferocious face. After the calm, a dead body and blood, grief everywhere. The whole Blood League turned into a dead city. Just because of a young man. Yi Chen looked at the scene in front of him, indifferent. He closed his eyes, the blood dragon in the body drilled out. Devour all the killing and blood. This is the best tonic blood dragon. Yi Chen found that this time, the blood dragon was a few times as large, and its breath was full of fury. The next time the blood dragon comes out, the vision of heaven and earth will only be more terrifying. Killing Dao Jun once told him that the reincarnation cemetery is his card, rather than the blood dragon is his real card. When the blood dragon turned into 100 zhang and condensed into essence, he became the master of heaven and earth. The song of a dragon shakes Kyushu. The dragon roars, the mountains and rivers are broken. Of course, all this is far from Yi Chen. Ling Yundu, who was injured a little bit, and many strong swordsmen came to Yi Chen. Master, I'm lucky not to disgrace my life, but not to stay. Ling Yundu had some disdain for such a young master, but when Yi Chen showed his way to cure God and said that he would never die. Once such a decisive person appears, it will disturb the overall situation of Kunlun. Maybe the master's strength can make Wanjianzong advance dozens of steps and even become the top sect. There are too many strong sects in Kunlun. Wanjianzong always wanted to be the top 10 sect, but found it extremely far away. At this moment, there is hope. Yi Chen nodded, took out some pills and threw them to Ling Yundu. Take these pills. They will help relieve the injury. Ling Yundu saw the pills in his hand and was short of breath. Thank you. By the way, Master, today the two clans in Kunlun have disappeared completely. If anyone who intends to do so, it is likely to find the Master. Otherwise, we will announce to the public that there is a conflict between the two sections. How about destroying the sect? Yi Chen shook his head, his eyes found something, picked a plum blossom, and then put it in the place where the sword sank and Fang Zhongzhu fell. Then, he said, you don't need to carry the pot. It should be carried by someone who doesn't exist. Ling Yundu frowned and did not respond to it. Shen Shirshi, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly said, isn't this plum blossom branch used by the Suyabeo pavilion of Kunlun, which was famous for killing heaven at the beginning? Master, you are going to tell everyone that Xuemeng and Jin Haizong were killed by Yi Tian. Yi Shi Tian itself is the nightmare of many sects of Kunlun Su. As a result, most of the sects of Kunlun Su will be immersed in the shadow of Yi Shi Tian. Not only that, it is more like Yi Shi Tian's release of 100 hunting orders. If anyone dares to pursue Yi Shi Tian, Xuemeng and Jin Haizong will be the only one who dares to pursue Yi Shi Tian. Then Baizong will not dare to chase Yi Shi Tian. Master, high, really high. Many disciples of Ling Yundu and Wanjianzong suddenly realized it. The heart is more admirable. This pusher is perfect. Without the leadership of the Blood Alliance, it is estimated that the remaining clan will not look for Yi Shi Tian at all costs. It's no different from looking for death. Since this is the case, do you want to join us? Yi Chen shakes his head. I still have something to do, Wanjianzong. I will go naturally, but not now. You go back to Zongmen. If anything, I'll let you know. You just have to hide in the dark. Ling Yundu nodded and just wanted to leave, but Yi Chen stopped Ling Yundu. Then, a finger in Ling Yundu's eyebrows, an instant flow of information into the frenzied influx. Next second, Ling Yun degree heart ecstasy. Wan Qian Dao Fei, and Xin Qian Gui Yuan Yi. This is a long-lost martial skill of Wan Jianzong. The master gave him such a precious thing. Master. Ling Yundu is excited to the extreme. Yi Chen Song opened his hand and said, now you are my first strength in Kunlun. These two martial arts skills are suitable for you, and they are gifts given to you by the master. If you are strong, you are strong, you are strong. Search the Blood League again, and make sure it's safe. Thank you, Master. Ling Yundu's body was shaking. He stood up and took a deep look at Yi Chen, then he took the disciples of Wanjianzong to the Blood Alliance Hall. But Yi Chen looks at the comatose father, no longer hesitates, pulls up the sword of beheading the dragon and throws it into the reincarnation cemetery. Then he carried his father behind him. Dad, I'll take you home. Father is in danger and must be treated immediately. King Xuanfeng has the best herbal medicine and aura, which is undoubtedly the key to cure his father. After Yi Chen and Yi Tianjing left, all the people of Wanjianzong also came out of it. Ling Yundu was not at ease, and even used the technique to search the land within a radius of 10 miles. There is no life. Everyone should be dead. After that, Ling Yunda left with Wang Qianzong. The Square of Blood League is dead, leaving only the Sea of Blood and the enchanting plum blossom. 3 hours later. An altar in the secret place of the Blood League. On the altar, 11 sarcophagus. Among them, a red sarcophagus in the middle of it vibrated wildly. Bang! The lid of the sarcophagus suddenly broke. A man soaked in blood suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were scarlet and cold, with endless killing opportunities. Gradually, the man in the sarcophagus got up, took a look around, and patted it gently. The remaining sarcophagus disappeared completely. Even the altar was reduced to ruins. The man looked at his hand in surprise, and his expression was ferocious. My strength, how did it happen? Chapter 706. King Xuanfeng. Yi Chen of course does not know that the Blood Alliance has something missing, and that the Blood League also hides a sarcophagus. Even if he knows, he has no time to take care of it now. It is the key to wake up his father. He put his father on 1,000-year-old ice on King Xuanfeng. Ice can effectively suppress father's disordered breath. Then Yi Chen takes out some spirit stones and arranges the array. Not only that, Yi Chen even took out Bai Zhanyuan's folding fan as array eyes. This folding fan is an ancient sight. Condensing array, double effect. A faint light instantly penetrated through the ice of the millennium and wrapped his father's body. Later, Yi Chen took out dozens of silver needles. The silver needle burst out. Falls steadily on the acupoint. It's too fast. Dozens of silver needles shaking violently, the meaning of the millennium ice instantly drilled into his father's body along the pores. Finally, Yi Chen points on the eyebrows of his father. Endless qi rolling away. His other hand was not idle, with the blood essence as the guide, he directly grasped the herbs on the table in the palm of his hand and gently threw it. No medicine tripod, direct refining. This is what Lin Qingxian taught him just now. This action continues to disappear for 3 times, and the sweat of being is exuded from Yi Chen's forehead. The loss of genuine gas is particularly severe. But fortunately, father's pale face appeared a trace of ruddy. It works! This action even inspired the father's 2 Taiga Shusher pills. The dissolution speed of pills is accelerated, and the spirit is recondensed. In the 4th disappeared, Yi Tianjing suddenly opened his eyes on the ice and sat up fiercely. A sharp gasp. And Yi Chen is also by this sudden rise of 1 stone, shock fly out. It's hard to hold on. Yi Tianjing looks around in doubt. He vaguely remembers that he should be in the dungeon. Why have you never seen it here? All of a sudden, his sight shrank and he saw Yi Chen naturally. His eyes widened, and then gradually became red. Chener. You saved me. Yi Chen laughed and nodded fiercely. Dad, how do you feel about your body? Yi Tianjing stood up. Although he was very weak, he didn't have any big problems. He just stayed on the ice for a long time, and his body was paralyzed. Chener, I'm not in a big way. By the way, the Blood League is heavily guarded, and Yi Hongbin, how did you bring me out? Yi Tianjing's eyes are full of doubts. He knows that Yi Chen has disappeared for 5 years, and his strength is very strong. He has broken the ghost prison in China. But in the virtual Blood League of Kunlun for so long, he roughly heard something about the situation of the virtual Kunlun. Kunlun Su is not the same as Huaxia. There are too many strong people here. Even the top powerful people in China may not be able to shake a sect disciple here. Yi Chen will Blood Alliance happen things roughly once, of course, a lot of things are saved. In Yi Tianjing's ears, Yi Chen, a friend of Wang Jianzong, came to fight with countless strong men. Yi Tianjing didn't think much about it. Then he said excitedly, Chener, your mother is also here. Yi Chen shakes his head, Dad, Mom is in the Chinese capital now. I'll go back to Huaxia later and pick up Ma. King Xuanfeng has that old ancestor sitting in the town. With the ancient array, it is obviously much safer than Huaxia, so we should bring our mother and others in. Now he has the ability to protect himself. Yi Tian is nodding and calming down. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, "Chinner, do you still remember that I gave you a stone at the beginning?" Being trapped for so many days, he actually thought about a lot of things. Kunlun Shushua League wants to grasp itself. In fact, it is for the black stone in the final analysis. Yi Chen is surprised to see a father, just intend to take out, Yi Tianjing is to stop. "I don't know what it is, but since so many people are jealous, you must take good care of it, even if it is me." Before your grandfather died, he repeatedly explained that the Yi family could be destroyed, but the stone could not fall into other people's hands. And the stone belongs to you alone. It's about the fate of all of us. What's more, during this period of time, I sorted out the words your grandfather told me at first and the things interrogated by the Kunlun Shushua League. I found that the Kunlun Shuya family should be regarded as our real family, and your grandfather came out of it. This also explains the special blood vessels in you and me. Although I don't know why the people in the martial arts circles of China gave you all the tests of ordinary roots, I vaguely felt that it was not that our blood vessels were too weak, but that our blood vessels were too strong. The instruments of Huaxia were not qualified for testing. Yi Chen heard his father's analysis, but he was surprised. Every word his father said was confirmed by him. No mistake. The water of Shuya family in Kunlun is extremely deep. Suddenly, Yi Chen thought of something and took out 2 pieces of jade pendant from the Samsara cemetery. A jade pendant was obtained from Elder Zheng of Blood League in the airport war. This jade is engraved with the word Yi, which must have come from the Shuya family of Kunlun. As for how Elder Zheng got it, it is no longer important. As for the other one, Yi Chen found it in the garage of Jiangqing's old house and hid under the Audi. Cheated everyone. It is also a jade pendant of Yi family. No accident, my grandfather should have stayed on purpose. It's just that this jade is quite different from another piece of Yejia jade pendant. One is ordinary, the other is carrying the supreme aura. Duan Laren told himself that from the perspective of the energy in the jade, the identity of the person who held the jade was not low, even not just the leader of a family. To control this jade pendant is to control a clan. And Duan Laren asked Yi Chen to take care of it, and never fall into the hands of others, or there will be endless troubles. Yi Chen guesses wrong. This jade pendant has something to do with his grandfather's real identity. When the 2 jade pendants came out, the blood in Yi Tianjing's body suddenly boiled, and a ray of light gushed from Yi Tianjing's eyebrows. It is the power that has been protecting Yi Tianjing. The next second, Yi Tianjing stretched out his hand. He wanted to grasp the jade pendant with the supreme aura, but found a layer of obstruction and directly flicked his hand away. It's like, the jade doesn't belong to him. Yi Tianjing smiles and reaches out to hold another jade pendant of the Shuya family in Kunlun. Hold the palm of your hand. A powerful flow of information suddenly surged. After that, the scenes flow through. Yi Tianjing's eyes widened, and his face was even more pale. Yi Chen was a little worried and concerned. "Dad, how do you feel?" In the outside for a second, but in Yi Tianjing's mind, it seems that it is 10,000 years. In a trance, he raised his head and looked at Yi Chen, which was extremely complicated. He finally understood why his father took himself away from the dispute and lived in seclusion in a small city in China. Also understand why the father wants to set up such a grand bureau. Let Yi Chen go down. Chapter 707. Dad, what's wrong with you? How do I feel your eyes are different? Yi Chen frowned. Yi Tianjing thought about it and asked Yi Chen, "Chinner, is there any smoke?" Yi Chen Zheng, "Father, but quit smoking for 10 years, how suddenly smoke up? What's the change of jade pendant and the change of father's eyebrow?" Yi Chen or from the Samsara cemetery pulled out a package of yellow crane tower, shaking, handed to his father, fingertip aflame, light. Later, Yi Chen Gang wanted to point one for himself, but was directly taken away by Yi Tianjing. "What's the child smoking? Stop it." Yi Chen. Yi Tian was leaning on the ice for a long time. When a cigarette was half smoked, he opened his mouth and said, "Chinner, I want to go to the Shuya house of Kunlun. When you come out, you don't react at all." Although Yi family is no longer in ancient times, the Shuya family in Kunlun cannot be underestimated. From the mouth of Yi Hongbin and Jian Shueshan, it is known that the Xue family in Kunlun is in a dormant crisis, and it is not that ordinary sects can fight against it. Mysterious to the extreme. The key is that my grandfather left the Xue family in Kunlun. It is likely that he had something to do with the people inside. Father went to Ye's house, didn't he seek death? Yi Tianjing took a look at Yi Chen and continued, do you know the real reason why your grandfather left? Yi Chen Mao's son heavy, shake head. Yi Tianjing shook the ash and said, your grandfather was actually driven out. By the Kunlun Xue family's people smashed the elixir field, abandoned all accomplishments, and drove out of the Yi family. In the words, Yi Tianjing's fingers are shaking. The picture in my mind is vivid. Shocking. Because the former owner of the Yi family jade pendant witnessed all that. Yi Tianjing not only saw his father was destroyed by force. I saw my mother seriously injured by a man. The heart-rending picture completely touched him. Two people are fed two pills. Although I don't know the origin of the pill, the painful expression on the parents' faces shows that the pill is no different from the poison. A cold word even rang through my ears. You are not qualified to fight for the power of the Yi family, and the principle of your protection is ridiculous. From today on, you too should leave Xuye's home in Kunlun and stay out of my sight. What's more, those two pills can only let you live for another few decades. In a few decades, you too will die completely, and no one can cure you in this world. You can also enjoy the feeling of suffering mandarin ducks. I will send someone to pick up your ashes. At least you are the first successor of the Yi family. It's a pity that you met me. No matter the skill and strength, I am more qualified than you to control the Yi family. Now, go away. You and your descendants are not qualified to step into the Yi family again. By the way, maybe you can't even have younger generations. Even if you do, I'm afraid it's a waste that can't be cultivated. Yi Tianjing is burning with anger. The initiator of all this is a man named Yi Fudong. That is, the master of the Xue family in Kunlun. After Jiangqing, Yi Tianjing often found that his mother's face was ferocious, as if suffering from some pain. He thought it was an old problem, but he didn't expect it was the torture of this man. He and Jiang Perong gave birth to Yi Chen only a few years ago, and their parents left one after another. It's a coincidence. I thought it was the romance of the two old men. I went to the netherworld together, but I didn't expect to be persecuted. In those years, the old man took Yi Chen to many places. He and Jiang Perong have never understood, now he finally suddenly. Father, this bureau, endure for so many years, is to want Yi Chen to break open. He wanted Yi Chen to take back some things he had lost. Yi Tianjing smoked another cigarette and finished all these things one by one. Although he was angry, he could feel Yi Chen's blood rage more. At the moment, Yi Chen clenched his fist, and his veins burst out. On the spot, the dragon flew out of the body. The sound of the dragon howling is like thunder. The sky over Qingxian Peak is overcast. Yi Tianjing felt that the situation was not right. He put out the smoke in his hand and said to Yi Chen, forget it, it's not urgent. Chener, just remember that name. Your grandfather has been preparing for so many years. He doesn't want to fail at this moment. Yi Chen's eyes are full of blood. He holds the jade pendant in his hand. The jade pendant seems to notice Yi Chen's anger with a trace of bloodlight. Suddenly, Yi Chen said, Dad, since you have seen those pictures, do you know Yi Fudong's accomplishments? Yi Tian is nodding. A few decades ago, Yi Fudong's realm seemed to be in the 8th level of Shuang's realm. At this moment, Yi Chen felt his own insignificance. He is very clear about the cultivation system of Kunlun Su. It includes quenching body state, Kaiyuan state, Qidong state, Liha state, Jinyuan state, Xinyu state, transcendental state, Xinguang state, Huishu state, Shuang state, Daoyuan state, etc. There are 9 levels in each realm. Now he is in the transcendental realm, can crush Kunlun virtual into the Holy Land strong, and even with the help of cards can kill the existence of the Holy Kingdom. But the virtual kingdom is too far away from him. Although there are samsara cemeteries, there are huge limitations. The stronger he is, the stronger the power of reincarnation graveyard and the strength of great power will be. This is a virtuous circle. At present, the most important thing is to enhance the strength. Thinking about everything, Yichen looked at Yi Tianzheng and said seriously, Dad, give me a few months. Then I'll take you and Mom to the Shuya house in Kunlun. Some people think they are in charge of everything and are respected by thousands of people. Then I will let them know what the fury of burning the sky is. I didn't care about the Shuya family in Kunlun, but since he asserted that Granddad's descendants would never be able to enter the Yi family, I would not only go to the Yi family, but also take the position of the head of the Yi family with my own hands. Take this man down from the altar. Let him feel the pain of hell. At this moment, Yichen broke out an extremely murderous opportunity. The blood dragon falls from the sky and rushes into Yichen's body. And the jade pendant in Yichen's hand is flashing a strange light. The light disappears. The jade pendant is decorated with a dragon with blood flowing through the sky, which is popular all over the world. On the back of the jade pendant, there are two ancient runes named Yichen. Unknowingly, the jade actually recognized the Lord. Yi Tianjing took a deep look at Yichen and nodded, good. Just as indignant and dignified, there was a knock on the door. The voice of the ancestor of King Xuanfeng suddenly rings out. Mr. Yi, can you be in it? I have something important to discuss. Just now, with the blood sacrifice array, I realized the whereabouts of the master of the medical gods sect. Yichen heard this sentence, anger completely dissipated, fingers gently grasped, the door directly open. Come in. The whereabouts of the master is extremely important to him. Chapter 708. Name the divine urban physician. When he saw Yi Tianzheng, he was surprised. The expression is very strange. He just went out of the pass, naturally did not know that Yichen went to the Blood League, not to mention what happened to the Blood League. It must have been more surprising to know. Mr. Yi, this is. In the future, his father will not be responsible for any loss of his father's safety. The old ancestor of King Xuanfeng was stunned. He clearly remembered that Yichen's father was not in the Blood Alliance. Why did it come out all of a sudden? Did the Blood Alliance agree to release people? He just wanted to say hello to Yi Tianzheng, and Yichen said, say business. The ancestor of King Xuanfeng just looked at Yichen and took out an array plate. Then the finger pinched, and there was a flash of light on the array disc. The light spot is weak. Mr. Yi, this light spot represents your master. With the array plate as the center, the eye of the array is our Qingxian Peak. According to the location, it is speculated that he should be in the area of Yutzang Mountains. As for the specific location, it is not very clear. What does my master do in Yutzang Mountain? And what's special about this place? Yichen has a wonderful way. The ancestor of King Xuanfeng hesitated for a few seconds, and then said, there is something special about Yukengshan. It is also called the place of killing. It belongs to the Zusanwu area of Kunlun. It's also very difficult for some of Kunlunsu's clan alliance forces to take charge of that place. Gradually, it became a paradise for some special people. Some of the people who were chased or wanted by the clan went there. Then it led to the industry, and now it is very prosperous. Once you get inside, you will be stripped of all your honor. The door behind you can't help you. The only thing you can rely on is yourself. It's crueler than most parts of Kunlunsu. According to the investigation, hundreds of people die every day. Here, human life is the least valuable. Of course, the chance there is far stronger than most places in Kunlun. Yichen frowns tight, master's character, he knows, for this kind of killing breath is disgusting. His body is a kind of cool and free and easy temperament, for this kind of place cannot be integrated. How did you go? The ancestor of King Xuanfeng took a look at Yichen and continued, Mr. Yi, there is something I haven't said yet. This Yutzang Mountain is still the only place to enter Daozone. I'm really not sure if your master is going to find Daozone or go to this killing place to look for opportunities. But don't worry, Mr. Yi. The flashing light will prove that your master won't have any problems in a short time. I can at least guarantee that there will be no accident in 10 days. And 10 days later? Yi Chen Dao. The ancestor of King Xuanfeng sighed for a long time. He wanted to hide it, but he still said, "The disaster of blood. That's one of the reasons why I'm so eager to see you." Yi Chen did not fluctuate too much, instead, he was extremely calm. "I see. Mr. Yi, I have already broken the shackles of King Xuanfeng. Or I will go there in a few days and try to find your master." Yi Chen waved his hand. "No, you can protect my father here. I'll leave the rest to me. I'm going to go to Huaxia. When I come back, I'll go to Yutsang Mountain. Since the master is not in danger for a short time, take the mother over first. Isn't mother practicing day and night just for this day? After coming back, it's not too late to go to Yutsang Mountain." At this time, a shocking news spread out, shaking the whole Kunlun Su. Kunlun Su has no microblog of China, but has Kunlun Zuling newspaper. It's like newsletters. The Spirit newspaper published all the major events in Kunlun Su. You can even view the pictures inside with the technique. Every sect and faction of Kunlun Su will receive Kunlun Zuling report at the first time. The contents are extremely rich, ranging from the opening of the secret realm, or the so-and-so sect's talented disciples, to the sect's hatred and fighting. But today's Kunlun Zuling Bao was slaughtered by a piece of news. On the same day and in the same place, the two main branches of Kunlun Zuling newspaper were destroyed. Blood Alliance leader Sword Blood Sedimentation and hundreds of elders and disciples are all killed. The Blood Alliance is almost in ruins. Master Zhen Haizong and dozens of his disciples were killed. No one survived. Just an hour before the accident, Jian Shueshan started 100 pursuit orders, telling them that Yi had found out that Yi had killed the world. Ask for support. When the rest of the clan felt the Blood Alliance, they saw the unforgettable picture forever. A sea of blood and thousands of bodies, shocking. What a slaughter and cruelty. I haven't seen Kunlun for 100 years, but in this sea of blood that Plum Blossom Branch is incomparably clear. Everyone knows what Plum Blossom Branch stands for. The Devil Yishur Tian. Kunlun Su, your nightmare is back. An invisible sense of depression seems to be hanging over the empty sky of Kunlun. In addition to the top families and clans, all the rest dare not even smile. This is the fear Yi Jingtian brings to them. In 10 days, Li family, Gao family, Zhen Haizong, Xiwemeng all had an accident. Who knows who's next? After the news was sent out, the Qingyang sect, which had 100 hunting orders, announced its withdrawal. Lin Yunzong announced his withdrawal. After that, all the remaining 90 sects announced that they would never pursue Yishur Tian. Even some Zongmen are willing to attract Yishur Tian at a high price. A stone stirs 1,000 waves. More bizarre thing, Kunlun Su plum tree suddenly reduced. Each major sect let the elders and disciples cut down all the plum trees in a 10-mile radius. Plum trees even become ominous. Who could have thought that a man would make ordinary plum trees rare? Kunlun Su Ji family. Ji Xiqing looks at the Spirit newspaper in his hand and frowns. Zhen Haizong and Xiwemeng are not equal to one. What is the origin of Yishur Tian? Why didn't any news come out in 20 years, just this month? In other words, this Yishur Tian has endured for 20 years for today. What kind of man is he? She sighed and looked at the door not far away. She didn't know what she was thinking. Lin Ruhai of King Xuanfeng had been in for almost a day, but still had no result. I don't know if my father will wake up this time. At this time, Ji Lin saw the content of the Spirit newspaper and said curiously, "Sister, if you face this Yishur Tian, how many % are you sure? You are the 7th immortal genius in the history of Kunlun Su to enter the realm of returning to emptiness at the age of 20. Ji Xiqing shook his head. There is no comparability. We have to see it before we know. There are too many rumors outside. Some people say that Yishur Tian is the Holy King state, but some people say that Yishur Tian is returning to the virtual realm. Some even say that he is the virtual king state. This leaf kills the sky too strange, also don't know what looks like. Judging from his behavior, he has a strong desire to kill. He is afraid that he is a man with a beard. Ji Lin thought of something, and suddenly said, even a beard is better than Yi Chen's small white face. Yi Chen is very annoying. Although his strength has increased a lot, his face is thicker. Last time, he said that he was that Yi Tian. If I hadn't been wise enough to expose him, this guy would have been fooling around. Ji Xiqing heard Yi Chen's name, and his eyes flashed a trace of complexity. She naturally does not believe that Yi Chen is Yi Tian. It's a big gap. Day by day, like a gulf. By the way, you went to Huaxia to give Yi Chen the Jade Order. Once a year, it will start again. According to the strength of Yi Chen now, he should not be as embarrassed as he was at the beginning. Chapter 709. Jade Order. Ji Lin just remembered what, nodded his head and said, Elder sister, that jade makes me hand over to Yi Chen, just don't know this boy can go. His current strength is really good, but his biggest hard injury is that his training time is too short and his blood is general. It is estimated that Fan Zhen can't find a few in Kunlun Su. His only chance of winning should be the array momentum. This period of time, although Yi Chen's strength subverts Ji Lin's cognition, she is still not optimistic about that matter. It was a battle of martial arts and Taoism. Countless opportunities. It is also the best way to test Kunlun's talent of Shiwu Taoism. That's why my sister Ji Xiqing rang through the whole Kunlun void. And 4 years ago, they met Yi Chen for the first time. Yi Chen at that time was his first year in Kunlun Su. Stumbling. The head of the medical god sect knew that Yi Chen's intention of killing and revenge was too heavy. After numerous persuasions, he could not erase the anger in Yi Chen's heart. He couldn't teach Yi Chen Wu Dao, so he could only bring Yi Chen to the door in person and invite hundreds of followers to accept it. I hope someone can teach Yi Chen Wu Tao. Unfortunately, the word Fan Zhen is too dazzling in Kunlun. It is so dazzling that no clan is willing to accept a waste that will not achieve much in the future. At that time, Yi Chen was the waste. The cultivation is not high, and there is no potential. It seemed to indicate the gloom of his next life. Yi Chen does not believe in evil, eager to prove himself. The best opportunity is the annual battle of talents among different sects. Once the top 50 people, they are entitled to a great opportunity and the support of the top families. The more forward, the more chance. Most of the people who get the chance are not for the chance, but for the support of the top clan. The head of the medical god sect got a Jade Order by accident because he saved a sect elder who was on the verge of death. After all, with the influence of the declining medical god gate at that time, there could not be a quota. He hesitated for a long time, or gave the Jade Order to Yi Chen, hoping Yi Chen could see the real strong man of Kunlun. Talent is not as good as that group of people. But unexpectedly, Yi Chen is determined, not only want to watch the peak of the battle, but also sign up for the competition. Ridicule, abuse. What 1,000 people have pointed out. It turned out that he didn't even have a chance to take office. He was knocked off the stage by several people. There are even some people ready to waste one hand of Yi Chen, but Ji Xiqing appears. This is the first time for the stag. The name of Kunlun is empty. Such a beautiful girl of heaven, respected by thousands of people, is the dream goddess of countless young strong men. You can only see from afar, not to play. But it is such a goddess-level existence, but openly want to protect Yi Chen, no one dares to block. The violator, kill. There was an uproar. If the eyes could be turned into knives, Yi Chen at that time would have been full of holes. It is precisely because of this matter that Yi Chen's name is increasingly questioned. Even for a period of time, the heat was almost the same as that of Yi Xiantian. It's just that one is famous for its waist and the other is for its strong posture. The gap between heaven and earth. At the moment, Ji Lin wakes up from a trance and suddenly thinks of something. He asks Ji Xiqing, by the way, sister, will you still participate? Ji Xiqing took a look at Ji Lin and shook his head, let's talk about it. If there is no top strong person willing to stand up in Kunlun, what's the significance of my participation? What's more, the organizing committee has asked me for my opinion. If I don't participate, I may have to serve as a judge. Well, if I were a judge, those guys would not have a problem with Yi Chen. Thinking of this, Ji Xiqing's red lips pursed. However, I always have a premonition that this is not simple. Liner, do you think Yi Tian will take part in it? Ji Lin just wanted to say something. Creak. The door of father's room opened. Lin Ruhai of Qingshuanfeng came out. At the moment, Lin Ruhai looks pale. Obviously, such a long time has consumed his great skill. The breeze is blowing. Ji Xiqing has appeared in front of Lin Ruhai. Elder Lin, it's hard. I don't know how my father is now. Lin Ruhai breathed out a breath, and his expression was somewhat dignified. Miss Ji, I have tried my best. Your father can wake up, but now there is still one biggest problem. He has been devastated by his spirit, which is very troublesome. Even if he wakes up, his intelligence may be only 3 years old, and it's hard to recover. Ji Xiqing was stunned, clenched his fist, and then said, Master Lin, if I have not guessed wrong, you should still have a way. Lin Ruhai nodded, the spirit is injured. There is only one pill in the world that can be saved. Taigu Shusher Dan. Ji Xiqing suddenly made a sound. Lin Ruhai nodded, it's this pill. It's just that it existed in ancient times. Now it's hard to get it. But Miss Ji doesn't have to worry. Although Taiga Shusher pill is the best one, I still have some chronic treatment for your father. Ji Xiqing didn't continue to talk. She found that she couldn't avoid the leaf killing the sky. The only time there was news of Taiga Shusher pill in Kunlun was that it was taken away by Yi Tian. Although the pill is a waste pill, Yi Tian must have his reasons since he took it. Ji Xiqing's mouth showed a smile. Master Lin has worked hard, and I've got my servants ready for the dinner party. Lin Ruhai shook his head. Miss Ji, I have something else to do with Qingshuanfeng. I need to go back quickly. By the way, I can help to ask my grandfather if there is a prescription for Taiga Shusher pills. Then there is Master Lauren. After Lin Ruhai leaves, Ji Xiqing and Ji Lin rush into the room, and his father's complexion is obviously much better. If you really want to wake up, you can. But now there is something wrong with the spirit, and waking up is also a torment. Sister, what to do next? Ji Lin raised his head and worried. Ji Ci's delicate hand is placed behind him, gently swings, the breath sends out, the ground turns into ice. Her cold voice sounded in the whole room. From today on, Ji Jia will go to look for Yi Tian at all costs. Any place where Yi Tian appeared should be searched all over. I don't believe that Yi Tian, a big living man, can suddenly disappear. What's more, Ji Lin, you'll go to Kunlun Mountain in China right now. There must be a reason why Yi Tian appeared there for the first time. Yes, sister. Ji Lin nodded. Suddenly, a figure flashed in her mind. Elder sister, Yi Chen is familiar with Huaxia, or should I go to Qingshuanfeng to find Yi Chen? Ji Xiqing shakes his head. No, maybe Yi Chen is preparing for that event in the closing ceremony at the moment, so we don't want to disturb him. Chapter 7:10. This time he saved you is the result of hard training. If you let him spend time looking for someone you don't know, it will be useless. Alright. Ji Lin has no choice but to agree to come down. He is a little disappointed. Although Yi Chen's strength is not very strong in Kunlun, if you can go with him, many people will have many hopes, and there is a person who can speak on the road. At the same time, China, Kunlun Mountain. Yi Chen came out of the Kunlun void, feeling the sudden lack of external aura, but he was a little uncomfortable. He took out his mobile phone from the Samsara cemetery and just turned it on. He received countless SMS and WeChat. Xia Ruoxue, Sun Yi, Zhu Ye, Wei Ying, Beilabeng and even Shen Haihua of Tianjin Group have sent many short messages. He glanced at it and didn't reply. Mother and others should be at Ye's house in the capital city. It's just a surprise for them today. The one who said to protect the Yi family naturally believed it. No longer think about it, Yi Chen is heading for Kunlun Mountain International Airport. Because there is no one around, and there is no substitute for walking, you can only walk. Fortunately, Yi Chen's strength has stepped into the extraordinary realm. Even if walking, the speed is extremely fast. When Yi Chen is 3,000 meters away from the airport, a mountaineering team is in Yi Chen's sight. There are 6 people in the team. They are both young men and women. But some of his face is dusty, even can be said to be embarrassed. The altitude here is too high. It really takes effort for ordinary people to come up here. One of the girls was dressed in mountaineering clothes, her eyes were like water, her slender thighs could not even be covered by climbing pants. Her big wavy hair was tied up high and her face was covered with sweat and rosy clouds. She was a first-class beauty even in China. It is this woman that attracts Yi Chen's attention. Not because of each other's appearance, but because Yi Chen knew each other. Du Yunyan. Students of Beijing Normal University. The first time Yi Chen flew from Jiangnan province to the capital city, he met Du Yunyan and her mother. In an accident, he narrowly saved Du Yunyan's mother. They even invited him to live in a villa near the Normal University for one night, only to be driven away by Du Yunyan's father. After that, Yi Chen met several times in the Normal University. Later, she was never heard of. He didn't expect to come out of Kunlun, and the first acquaintance he met was Du Yunyan. However, it's normal to think about it. Du Yunyan likes excitement and is keen on traveling. Besides going to school, he plays outside. It's not strange to be here. He had no choice but to shake his head. Naturally, he would not stay for Du Yunyan, and quickly walked towards the direction of the airport. But before they had gone a few steps, they were discovered by the 6 men. 2 of the tall men came over and blocked Yi Chen's way. They had a large backpack with a folding tent inside. They were obviously looking for a place to camp. Well, to ask you something, have you just come down from above? How long is it from the top of the mountain? The man's tone of inquiry is somewhat arrogant, obviously his identity is not general. The key point is that the attitude is not to ask the way, but to question others. Yi Chen does not pay attention to, and 2 people pass by. That cold and arrogant attitude let 2 people trance for a few seconds. Who the hell is this? I'll pretend to force me to ask for the way. The man who asked the way couldn't hang on his face and said angrily. He knows that the 2 girls behind him are watching. Today, I finally cheated 2 beauties from Beijing Normal University to climb the mountain to watch the sunrise. One of the key points is the best beauty. At the top of the mountain, camping is definitely the best chance. Of course, the 2 women are very defensive. Along the way, they don't even give them the chance to touch. This made them a little annoyed. Forget it, the little boy is going to be born again, and it's coming soon. In the evening, you know. Another man patted the talking man on the shoulder and said with a bad smile. Just here, a clear and excited voice suddenly rang out, Mr. Yi? Obviously, Du Yunyan noticed Yi Chen, who was preparing to leave. Although it is just a back figure, but the momentum on the body is too similar. As like as 2 peas, the person who left the key is almost the same as his leaf and hair. After the headmaster left, Yi Chen may have gone abroad. There has been no movement. But Du Yunyan knows another identity of Yi Chen, Major General. It is estimated that what happened in Normal University during that time had something to do with Yi Chen. Why Yi Chen steps a meal, or stopped. Du Yunyan Mao's son is she, no the other side is Yi Chen, hurriedly trot over, Mr. Yi, how clever, you are here. Yi Chen took a look at Du Yunyan and looked at several people behind him, don't go in again, it's almost here. This is a reminder from Yi Chen. After all, if you go deeper, you may meet some practitioners. Although practitioners don't know how to deal with ordinary people, it doesn't mean there are no evil people. Du Yunyan was stunned, took a look at the top of the mountain and nodded his head earnestly. Is Mr. Yi ready to go down the mountain now? I'm going to the airport. Du Yunyan's face suddenly showed a happy look, and hurriedly returned to the position just now and carried a pink mountaineering bag behind him. Mr. Yi, in this case, with me, I can't bear to walk up again. I happen to be with Mr. Yi. After that, Du Yunyan waved to another girl, Chen Xia, come here quickly. This is a professor of our normal university. We're almost here. Why don't we go down together? The girl named Chen Xia doubted a little bit, and then looked at several people around her and nodded. In fact, she regretted going up the mountain. Although sunset and sunrise are beautiful, Kunlun Mountain is the best place to watch, but the 2 men around her make her feel very uncomfortable. Good. With that, Chen Xia also came to Yi Chen's side and nodded, "Good Professor Yi." Although Yi Chen is young, her whole body is full of mature temperament. In Chen Xia's eyes, there is nothing wrong with calling a professor. Seeing Du Yunyan and Chen Xia leaving, the two men's faces were filled with a trace of anger. "I thought it was an ordinary passerby, but he robbed them directly. The ducks fly, which makes them happy. Yunyan, you can't do it like this. You can walk a few steps to the top of the mountain. I've heard that the sunset and sunrise in that place are very beautiful. Don't you think it's a pity to give up just a few steps? It's not too late to go back," a man said seriously. At this moment, Du Yunyan hesitated. Yi Chen didn't want to pull more here, and said directly, "There is no scenery above, maybe only corpses." Chapter 7:11. As soon as this word comes out, the original wavering heir Nu Hua looks pale. "In that case, Mr. Yi, let's go, or it will be too late," Du Yunyan urged. In her view, the identity of Yi Chen will not joke on such things, there must be something wrong with it. "Good." Yi Chen's hands are behind him, light and light, just ready to continue to leave. A dark shadow is coming. "Little beast, what the hell do you mean, return the body, your mother?" Words just fell, Yi Chen eyes flashing out a cold killing machine. He didn't care about them at all. He just wanted to get on the way, but they had to hit the gun. "I'm looking for death." The shadow suddenly stopped. Yi Chen didn't even have a hand. When he stepped on it, an invisible air wave seemed to turn into a wind blade and went directly to the man who started it. The other side's body seems petrified. Pupil is incomparably frightened. It's extremely weird. "Let's go." Yi Chen did not intend to waste any more time, and walked towards the foot of the mountain. Du Yunyan and Chen Xia curiously looked at the motionless man in front of them. Although they were suspicious, they did not think much about it. They quickly followed up. Just after the three left, another man rushed up. "Feng Shao, you are..." Before he finished speaking, a head fell directly to the ground. The bloody body fell directly into the man's arms. Then a sound of panic rang through the whole Kunlun mountain. Flight K-2578. Du Yunyan and Chen Xia feel a man's cold. Two people intentionally or unintentionally in front of Yi Chen looking for information, but Yi Chen's answer is not more than 5 words. It was extremely cold. Helpless, two people also did not continue to talk with Yi Chen. "Yunyan, don't you say he is a professor in our school? How can you feel that he is autistic? Even if you don't say a word, you might as well go to see the sunrise with those two guys," Chen Xia complained. On hearing this, Du Yunyan quickly covered Chen Xia's mouth and said in a soft voice, "Don't talk nonsense. Mr. Yi has a special identity. Forget it. I won't explain it to you. Even if I explain it to you, you don't understand." Chen Xia looked at Yi Chen suspiciously and did not speak anymore. However, she murmured, "Special identity? If you're young, you can have something special. It's estimated that you'll have a good life. It's a bit stinky." Half an hour later, Capital International Airport. The plane landed slowly. Yi Chen looked at the ground close to the heart of the wave a few minutes. Also do not know the mother knows the father out of the news will be how happy. After more than 5 years, the family finally got together. It's simply excitement. When the plane landed successfully, he stood up directly and left quickly regardless of Du Yunyan and Chen Xia behind. Not even saying goodbye. Yi Chen's attitude let Chen Xia some displeasure. She took the luggage, then and Du Yunyan toward the outside. "Yunyan, it's the first time I saw such a gentleman since I was a child. Who does this guy think he is? I even feel like we're hot and cold." Du Yunyan had a helpless smile and didn't know how to explain it. "Don't be angry. Go. It's estimated that Mr. Yi has something to do temporarily. That's what it is. Since he won't say goodbye to us, let's say goodbye to him." Hearing this, Chen Xia's face became more eccentric, even reached out and touched Du Yunyan's forehead. "Yunyan, what's the matter with you? How do I feel you're afraid of this guy?" Even if this guy is rich and powerful, you don't need to be like this. My uncle is a noble person in the capital, and..." Before Chen Xia finished her speech, her voice stopped abruptly. Because she found that there were dozens of men in combat uniforms not far away. He is strong and upright. The momentum of his body was extremely frightening. Even a look at it, the heart felt a little uncomfortable. How can there be such a person in Huaxia? The key actually appeared at the airport at this time. The group seemed to be waiting for something. Not only that, these people's line of sight is actually in the same direction. It's Yi Chen. Even, she suddenly found that the number of people at the capital airport was extremely small, as if it had been emptied. Those on the same flight seemed to have been taken to other passages by a group of staff. Originally, several staff members were going to look for them, but when they saw that they had been following Yi Chen, they did not come to inform them. This scene is too weird. All of a sudden, dozens of people in the combat uniforms stood at attention and saluted. "Dragon Soul, I have seen the god of war in China." She almost broke Chen Xia's eardrum. God of war? Here and there. Chen Xia's white face had an impulse to see the devil. At the moment, Du Yunyan is staring at her eyes and covering her mouth subconsciously. She knew Yi Chen's identity and thought it was only that special identity that she deliberately approached. But I didn't expect that Yi Chen was actually the invincible god of war that month and kept circulating in various circles. Although she does not have much information, the scene before her is enough to prove everything. At the moment, Yi Chen didn't expect that the first one to pick up himself was the Dragon Soul. In fact, it is not surprising that when boarding the plane, he showed his identity. Originally, I want to keep a low profile. Naturally, it is the system that can't cheat the Dragon Soul. The first is Lei Shuwei and Ying Qin. Yi Chen walked in the past. "Lightweight, don't give me this out, do not carry out the task today. Let's get rid of it." Lei Shuwei coughed softly. "Mr. Yi, you don't give me a call when you go back to Huaxia, but that person has made it clear that no matter it's windy or rainy, there is a special plane waiting for us in Kunlun Mountain." Yi Chen nodded and said, "Nothing nonsense, Yi family should have no problem recently." Lei Shuwei patted his chest and said seriously, "Mr. Yi, although the one who blocked all the news at the beginning, you, as the god of war, were still guessed a few points. Now, how dare the whole China move the Yi family? Besides, who dares to move Ye's house?" Lei Shuwei is the first to stand out. "It's just..." Hearing this sentence, Yi Chen Mao's sun shrinks. "Wait, just what?" Lei Shuwei took a look at Yi Chen and continued, "Mr. Yi, only this month, there have been a lot of strange phenomena in the sky of Ye's house. I don't know who is making a breakthrough. The residents in the nearby area have a great influence. Although some hot searches have been removed from the internet and the impact of the incident has been suppressed to the minimum, it has caused a lot of panic. Because it's your family, we dare not say anything." Yi Chen of course knows why. If he had guessed correctly, it was his mother who could have caused such a vision. Since the father's accident, mother has been locked in the training room to break through and endure everything. Even when he left Huaxia, he didn't come out to see him off. Now it's time for my mother to stop practicing. I just don't know where my mother is now. Lei Shuwei, take me to Ye's house. Yes. Chapter 712. Ye's family in Beijing. When the car stops, Yi Chen is to feel an invisible killing machine towards this side. It just dissipates quickly. Yi Chen knew that this must be the man of the dark hall. After he went to Kunlun Su, he told Yi Ling Tian that if anyone dares to break into Ye's house, he will kill him. The safety of her mother and Xia Ruoxue must be unconditionally protected. Get out of the car. That guard at the door of the Yi family's several dark halls strong person when see Yi Chen, eyes twinkle with excitement. The legend of the invincible god of war, however, makes everyone in the dark room boiling with blood. The temple master is where they believe. Although they are only gatekeepers in the Yi family, for the Yi family, the status is humble, but today's Yi family is not what it used to be. Those martial arts masters, or the top powerful people in China, should be respectful to them. This is the remaining power of the temple master. Several people knelt down one after another. See the hall master. Yi Chen nodded. Get up, this period of time is hard. Master, it's not hard. Yi Chen handed several pills to several people and said seriously, you are only one step away from the breakthrough. This pill can help you break through as quickly as possible. After this shift, you can prepare for the breakthrough. Thank you. Several people watched the pills in their hands to the extreme. What the Temple Lord gives must be of great value. At this time, Ye's deep, a strong breath of breakthrough hit. At the same time, the sky-black clouds rolling, thunder looting move. Someone broke through. Yi Chen no longer hesitates, fiercely rushed in. He could feel the extreme instability of the breakthrough breath. In this case, someone forced a breakthrough. If you are careless, you will pay a great price. Soon, Yi Chen came to a training room. This time, there were cracks in the training room. The fury in the room was like a sword. It's impossible for ordinary people to get close. Feeling the turbulence in front of him, Yi Chen has determined that the breakthrough is his mother Jiang Peirong. The key, this breath is actually to break through the wonderland. China's aura is thin, and the mother has no reincarnation. How could such a speed be possible? He did not have time to investigate, because when he saw the thunder cloud above the sky, his heart thumped. Mother, this breakthrough is extremely dangerous. It's like walking a tightrope. If you're not careful, you'll die. And at this moment, the training room. Jiang Peirong sat cross-legged, pale, with blood stains on the corners of her mouth. Over the past few months, she has been silent in the process of practice and breakthrough. What she had hated had become something she must pursue now. On that day, Yi Tianjing was taken away by Lin Juelong, and even Yi Chen was injured. Jiang Peirong saw many things. The rules of the world are so cruel. If you have no strength, you can only watch the people around you leave. Although Yi Chen's strength is very strong, Jiang Peirong doesn't want her son to get hurt again. At least, when she is strong enough, she will not give her son any more trouble. Yi Tianjing can even be rescued from that place. Mother is selfish, but also selfless. Chener, wait for your mother to break through the wonderland, then go to Kunlun Su to find you. Jiang Peirong bit her teeth and forced a drop of blood essence to break away from her body. But soon, she found that the bondage was like a wall and could not be broken at all. At the same time, the sky, suddenly lightning down. Lei Jiban should not have appeared at this time, but Jiang Peirong's crazy actions obviously made Lei Jia ahead of schedule. Poof! Jiang Peirong could no longer resist the disorder of her body breath and spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. And at this moment, the thunder plunder comes. The whole training room could not bear the thunder. On the spot in all directions. At this moment, Jiang Peirong realized the seriousness of the matter, just wanted to stop, but found that she could not move under the thunder. It's like being bound. How could that happen? She watched the thunder robbery getting closer and closer, and even the thunder robbery seemed to turn into a grimace with a gloomy smile. It's no use for her to break free of bondage. For the first time she felt frightened. Just like the weakness of cultivation. She didn't want to practice, but she really wanted to do more for this family. In that moment, her body will be destroyed by thunder. Then a dark shadow came in front of Jiang Peirong. Just thunder robbery, dare to hurt my mother, break it up for me. A roar, the breath on Yi Chen's body exploded. The blood dragon in the body rushed out directly and hit on the thunder robbery. Bang! Thunder robbery invisible, blood dragon more invisible. The collision of two forces, without a trace of waves. But there is a feeling that the whole earth is shaking. It seems that the ghost face of Lei Jia turns into something terrible. He wanted to escape. How could the blood dragon give him a chance? A giant mouth, swallow on the spot. Violent thunder and lightning want to rush out of the blood dragon's body, but they are not qualified at all. Everything is quiet. Jiang Peirong was in a trance. When she saw Yi Chen in front of her, her eyes turned red and she was excited to the extreme. Although she has been closed, she has actually come out several times, but only for a short time. At that time, he wanted to find Yi Chen for the first time. but he didn't expect to be told that Yi Chen had entered Kunlun-su. She was eager to break through. I thought I couldn't stand the thunder robbery, but I didn't expect Yi Chen to come back. Really back? Chener, is it really you? Jiang Perong said excitedly. Yi Chen nodded and took out a pill for her mother to take. At the same time, she pointed out that the true qi gathered in her mother's body. The disordered breath was completely suppressed. Fortunately, he came in time, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Mom, why do you need to break through? You should pay attention to chance and success. It's the most hurt that you break through by force like this. Besides, Kunlun-su not only looks at cultivation, but also values strength. When Jiang Perong heard Yi Chen's reproach, she didn't know how to retort. Chener, I just want to help you. Besides, your father is in the hot water now. I know my strength is nothing to Kunlun, but at least it can make you worry less. Yi Chen heard this, but shook his head, and then said, Mom, from today on, you cannot practice for a year. But before Jiang Perong finished speaking, Yi Chen continued, and, Mom, I want to tell you a big piece of good news. One day ago, I had rescued my father from the Kunlun Shushue League. Not only that, but all the members of the Blood League have been killed by me. This time I come back to take you to Kunlun Shuzhong. It's time for our family to get together. Hearing this, Jiang Perong was in a trance for a long time. Chener, what did you say? You said Tianzheng had been saved by you. Jiang Perong's voice is shaking. Chapter 7:13. She knew that Yi Chen could not cheat her in this matter, but she still felt like a dream. Mom, I said, no matter who is blocking the existence of our family, I will crush it to hell. But how can your strength be? Jiang Perong stood up and checked Yi Chen. She found that there was no injury. She took a long breath. Then, mother and son talked for a long time. Yi Chen also said some things about Kunlun-su. Of course, some of the content was hidden by him. Now the mother on this matter is a little difficult to accept, and then say those shocking things, the mother cannot bear for a short time. Jiang Perong could not calm down for a long time. At that time, when shall we go to Kunlun? Today or tomorrow? Yi Chen thought for a few seconds and said, tomorrow. Well, you've just come back. Mom's going to cook some for you today. Jiang Perong is ready to leave and make some arrangements for Yi Chen. Although the Yi family can afford the best chefs, the taste of mother's cooking is beyond the reach of any top chef. After a few steps, she suddenly thought of something. By the way, Chen, Sun Yi, and Ruoxue have been dealing with the internationalization of Tianjin Group, but they have not come back. As for the girl named Zhuya, there is no movement when she returns to Jiangnan province. Another thing. A few days ago, it seems that the teacher of Normal University came to Ye's house to look for you. His expression was not right at that time. I don't know why. It looked like a different person. She was cold, and she left before I could speak. Hearing this, Yi Chen's heart thumped. At that time, he left China to go to Kunlun-su and made all preparations and notices, but he forgot Wei Ying. This bloody girl. He went to Kunlun-su for such a long time. It was obvious that the xianqi on Wei Ying's neck could not suppress the evil blood and cold body. This is one of the top 10 evils in Kunlun. Once it breaks out completely, the consequences will be unimaginable. Mom, did you notice that Wei Ying was wearing a necklace around her neck? Jiang Perong frowned and recalled for a few seconds, shaking her head. At that time, I remember that she was wearing a skirt, her neck was very clean, and there was nothing. That reminds me that at that time, the girl seemed to be talking to herself about some necklace, but her attitude was very strange, sometimes good and bad. Yi Chen is completely sure. Wei Ying Sha blood-cold body attack. Extremely dangerous. No longer hesitating, Yi Chen hurriedly toward the outside. Mom, I'll go out for a while and try to come back and finish my meal. Looking at Yi Chen's faraway figure, Jiang Perong sighed. Is Chener interested in this girl? Yi Chen directly finds Lei Shuwei outside the door. Mr. Yi, why did you come out so soon? As soon as Lei Shuwei said something, Yi Chen interrupted. help me find out a person named Wei Ying, who is an Old English major in Beijing Normal University. The fastest speed is. Use all your authority. Lei Shuwei was stunned. It was the first time that he saw Mr. Yi so excited that he took out a notebook from the car. Input fingerprint and iris verification. The Sky Eye system opens directly. There is no doubt that Wei Ying's information is revealed. Even that time point into there is incomparably clear. But the system can only trace back to 3 days ago. Mr. Yi, it's a little strange. The Sky Eye can check all the pictures 3 days ago, but after 3 days, the girl named Wei Ying seems to evaporate from the world. That person gave Mr. Yi a right to view all the information of Huaxia. Now Tianyan can't search Wei Ying's whereabouts, and no one in China can know more about it. Yichen knows that the power of science and technology cannot be used. He no longer thinks about it and goes straight to the driver's seat. I'll drive away first. I'll give you the signal light from here to Beijing Normal University. Yes, Mr. Yi. The accelerator slammed down, and the car rushed out like a beast. It's fast to the limit. All the way to the green light, just 15 minutes, Yichen is to arrive at the classroom apartment of Beijing Normal University. He ignored the elevator, his real chi acted on his feet and stepped into the air. With the help of the window edge, he directly came to Wei Ying's apartment on the 10th floor. One blow through the glass and go straight inside. Just stepping into it, Yichen is feeling the ground is full of ice. Not only that, the chill inside is extremely terrible. It's like entering a millennium ice cave. There are even fluctuations around the technique. Someone sealed the ice land with magic. Not to be noticed by the outside world. It won't melt. Is it Wei Ying? Even the magic awakened, evil blood cold body completely engulfed Wei Ying. Damn it. Yichen's heartstring is very tight. He takes a look at it and finds the things close to the body on the sofa at the first time. Pink underwear. Very sensitive. But Yichen cannot care so much, the more intimate things, the better the effect. The only chance. Yichen pinched his fingers and kept saying something in his mouth. Bring down the capital and the current, and create all things. Qing is the source of turbidity, and movement is the foundation of stillness. Can break the vitality, thousands of miles to find people. With the speed of Yichen's speech getting faster and faster, the runes and pink objects in front of him even floated up. Next second, direct combustion. The flame is blue. It even forms a strange shape. Now! Yichen bites his finger and shoots out a blood essence. When the blood essence hits the flame, the fire lights up. A picture appeared in his mind. And a girl was sitting with her eyebrows crossed. Breath surging, extremely strong. The surrounding environment is colder than the apartment. It's like a huge ice city. The endless cold is swallowed by Wei Ying. Wei Ying's face was sometimes cold and sometimes struggling. Suddenly, Wei Ying spoke. Your will is too weak. You can only get a chance if you are controlled by me. When I get to the ancient ice, there are only a few people in the world who want to move you. Don't struggle, let me devour your spirit. What's more, the smelly man in his mind can't give you anything but pain. As long as you are strong, you will be able to control the whole world, and you will never die. When the time comes, men will only be your vassal. If you resist again, I can only forcibly devour your will. Speaking of this, Wei Ying suddenly opened her eyes. What kind of eyes are they? Extreme cold. It's frightening. Hit the spirit. Even Yichen felt that Wei Ying's body was full of evil blood and cold body and found himself. This look is a warning to him. Even I dare to spy on you. No matter who you are, withdraw the skill as soon as possible, otherwise, I will find you and let you become the sacrifice of ice body. Language down, a torrent of evil intention to sweep in all directions. The whole house was shocked by a terrible shock. Chapter 7:14. Yichen opened his eyes, and his blood suddenly surged up. The evil blood cold body almost completely dominated Wei Ying. If it goes on like this, Wei Ying's will no longer be. The consequences are unimaginable. Yichen clenched his fist and dialed Lei Shui's phone again. Lei Shui, can there be any ice sculpture exhibition or ice city in the last 100 miles? The temperature in that place should be extremely low. Give me a reply within 1 minute. It didn't take a minute or 20 seconds for Lei Shui to call back. Mr. Yi, in the area of Gozhuang, the capital city, someone has built an underground ice city. It is caused by the joint action of hundreds of top refrigeration equipment. The temperature is extremely low. Moreover, there was a homicide in this place a few days ago. The government has blocked it. It is estimated that even the power supply may be cut off. Yichen is almost sure that the evil blood cold body is in this place. Hang up the phone. Yichen's eyes are extremely cold. Evil blood cold body, I would like to see what strength the existence of the fear of countless people in Kunlun Void has. Gozhuang, underground ice city. When Yichen arrives, he can clearly feel a wave of power from it. He opened the gate directly, and countless ice sculptures stood in front of him. Lifelike, obscures the view. Yichen didn't come to enjoy the ice sculpture, so he walked quickly towards the ice sculpture. Because the cold was too terrible, he could only move on the 9 days of Shenyang, barely making his body stable. The more he went into it, the more he felt the chill of the iceberg pierced in like a knife. It's very hard. In the center of the place, suddenly bursts of cold wind dancing, a cold kill as if shrouded in Yichen. Evil blood cold body appeared. Whoosh! A sound of breaking through the air. As far as you can see, Yichen saw a handful of ice swords sweeping over. It's so fast that it can tear the air. Yichen snorted coldly and asked the sky sword to sacrifice directly. Only the power of the ice sword has reached the Holy King's realm. He is not qualified to be taken lightly. Bang! The sky sword collided with the huge ice sword instantly. The sword spirit diffused in all directions, and then turned into sword rain and snowflakes. In an instant, like a storm, it hit the ground. Bursts of crisp crash sound, the next moment burst. The sky is full of sword chi, the sword light is flashing, the cold wind is sweeping, the vegetation is broken. At this moment, all the ice sculptures were destroyed in the dozens of meters where Yichen was the center of gravity. The ground is also like a spider's web in general, shocking. At the same time, a figure came out of the darkness. It's a girl. The girl's elegant long hair is simply tied into a ponytail, which is extremely capable. Wearing a simple khaki windbreaker with a pair of jeans underneath. Although simple, but also cannot cover up the concave and convex body. Eyes cold to bone marrow, like a clear spring on the snow mountain. That temperament is even colder than this ice city. Wei Ying. Or it is evil blood cold body. You shouldn't have come. I promised the girl not to kill you. But you're here now. I feel threatened and I have to kill you. If I guess correctly, it's you who peeped at me with the technique just now. Girl light Wei, tone does not have a trace of temperature. Yichen step out, kill the opportunity to release. Endless killing opportunity is enough to resist all cold. I only give you one chance to let Wei Ying control this body. You and she are the community, and now you want to destroy Wei Ying's body. Is it too much to get one? If you don't get out of here, I'll take you away. The girl moved her neck and continued, you should know more about the rules of the world than I do. That girl's state is satisfied to be a university teacher. In my opinion, this is simply a disgrace. I can make myself superior to Kunlun Void. I can let her enjoy everything. When I devour her spirit, I will go to Kunlun Su. Who dares to disobey her? The young girl is as proud as a rock. She had already seen Yichen's cultivation and transcendence. And the state he's in is very aware of it. Although she was surprised why Yichen made such rapid progress, it was no longer important. This son is still a threat after all, and can't stay. Yichen heard the girl's arrogant words. In the hand of the dragon asked the sky sword straight at the girl, I do not accept. Since I can suppress you with the spirit of the earth, I can make you worse than death. The girl snorted coldly. The next second, she condensed a cold sword in her hand. Her feet swept and came to Yi Chen's body. "Boy, if you don't accept it, I'll make you kneel down." The cold light twinkles, the killing machine rises. Endless cold light bursts of pressure, trying to devour Yi Chen. Strong wind surging, between heaven and earth, filled with the breath of killing, the atmosphere seems to solidify. At the moment when the icy sword is about to touch Yi Chen moves. "You are strong now, but you forget one thing." "What?" the girl subconsciously said. And Yi Chen sneered, "You forget that there is a man in the world, called Yi Chen." Language down, Yi Chen step out, 10,000 feet of lightning overflow body. The momentum suddenly rises. In this moment, Yi Chen is transformed into a mountain, standing between heaven and earth. No one can stop it. Well, isn't it extraordinary? Is this the spirit of entering the Holy Land? Feel Yi Chen's change, the girl's face appeared a trace of accident. Even for a moment, he felt that he would lose. "No matter what realm you are, chop." The girl's ice sword suddenly pressed down. The sword vibrates and the sword chi overflows. Cold as if into a god of death, the scythe of ice cleaves toward Yi Chen. "Since you tried to block me with ice, then I will devour all your things with the supreme flame today." Yi Chen a roar. The fire in the center of eyebrows is raging. He has learned the strength of the flame. On the spot, the fire covered the sword of cutting dragon and asking heaven. The flame diffuses. The powerful sword swept across the whole world, as if all were silent down. Yi Chen's whole body is a sea of fire for Huawei. The ice sculpture is melting. The ground is melting. Even the girl's ice sword is gradually melting. The feeling is about to disappear. "What kind of flame is this?" the girl exclaimed. And Yi Chen that rolling flame sword directly cut down. God and devil avoid. Crazy fire swallows the sky. The ice city is silent when the sword moves. Terrible sword power, full of everything. Boom! A roar exploded. Suddenly, a more powerful sword chi spread. The frozen god of death, broken on the spot. Into the sky snow. Not only that, but the ice sword in the girl's hand broke open. She can clearly feel the chi and blood rolling in her body, open her mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood, dilate her pupils, and fly backward. How can this boy become so terrible? This blow, as if has reached the Holy King's realm. She even felt that the chill was madly suppressed. Chapter 7:15. Bang! The girl's body hit an icicle. The icicle broke completely. To pieces. In the moment of landing, the girl's 5 fingers, the ground rolled up a cold wind. The cold wind seems to be a pair of big hands, forcefully put up the girl. Pedaling, pedaling, pedaling. The girl stepped back and stabilized herself. She stares at Yi Chen in the distance and says in a cold voice, "Who are you?" Yi Chen will cut the dragon to ask the sky sword to stand on the ground, suspended above a point. Then, the indifferent eyes directed at the girl, "Give the body back to Wei Ying. I allow you to stay in her body, but you are not allowed to occupy her body." Yi Chen didn't want to destroy the evil blood cold body. The 10 bodies of Kunlun Su are not so easy to destroy. What's more, Wei Ying is closely related to the evil blood cold body. If one side has an accident, the other side should not want to die well. At present, the only thing he can do is to suppress the evil blood and cold body, and then when Wei Ying's cultivation is enough, he can control it by himself. At that time, Wei Ying's training speed and strength will be more terrible than anyone else. The girl spat out a mouthful of blood and did not waver. "I admit that I underestimated you. I knew you had such strength. I should have killed you when I was in normal university. I might as well tell you that I devour the spirit of this girl just for her good. Don't you find that there are more and more Chinese practitioners? During the period of your disappearance, there are at least 40 practitioners in the capital of China. Most of them are from the major schools of Shuge in Kunlun. They are terrified by the killing of Heaven Bai Yi. Naturally, they should look for talents in China. And just 3 days ago, someone found Wei Ying. If it wasn't for me, this girl would have been cheated into Kunlun Shuzhou. Besides, someone has already guessed that her body is special. If I don't occupy her body, who will protect her? I don't want to hurt myself because of this girl's cowardice. Hear these words, Yi Chen Mao Sun a congealing. Before that, he did find some practitioners in the capital. He thought that they were looking for Yi Shitian. Now, it seems that this is not only the case. Those clans of Kunlun Su have already realized that there is a genius coming out of China. If we find another existence similar to Yi Shitian, it will surely last for a long time. Even Zhongmen have contacted Wei Ying. Wei Ying's evil blood cold body is not only excellent cultivation talent, but also a great tonic for some old monsters. The evil blood in her body is enough to break through some cultivation shackles. You can even refine pills with refined blood. Yi Chen is afraid that these clansmen have such cruel ideas to Wei Ying. Kunlun Su is more cruel than he imagined. The girl seemed to see Yi Chen's shaking and continued, "Now you still want to stop me?" Yi Chen comes back to her mind and holds it with 5 fingers. The sword points to the girl directly. "From today on, Wei Ying is protected by me, and you, obediently return to her body, that's it." His tone was indifferent, as if he were telling a little thing. The girl's face was cold. "Look for death. You really think I'm afraid of you?" Sha Shui, Ning. A drop of blood essence was forced out of the girl's fingertips. As soon as the blood essence comes out, the endless cold in all directions is rolling. In the blink of an eye, the blood essence is scattered, even into countless ice cones with rich aura. A dense piece of the ice cone, with a sense of cold and death, towards Yi Chen rolling away, even blocked all the vitality of Yi Chen. "Boy, you are in my way. In this case, you will be my stepping stone today." The girl's words fall, and waves of waves roll up around countless ice cones. The sound of breaking through the sky resounds. In her opinion, even if the boy's strength is good, it can't be stopped. The essence blood of the evil blood cold body is extremely precious. The power is far beyond the realm of the Holy King. This is her biggest card. Yi Chen looks at the tens of thousands of killing intention, and feels something is wrong. The dragon in his hand asks the sky sword and blocks him in front of him. At the same time, the other hand quickly pinched, the momentum of the body skyrocketed, casual clothes torn a few minutes, dancing in the wind. The whole body seems to have generated countless sword meanings. The swords suddenly converged, and the sound of roaring was heard. "How about evil blood, I still break open." At the moment when countless ice cones want to touch Yi Chen's body, he doesn't dodge at all, and sweeps away with 10,000 swords. Who can stop Chen Tianli's sword skill? In an instant, countless forces collided in the air. Dense and dense. Bursts of sparks. The magnetic field of the whole space seems to be changed. Under the two forces, it seems that they are equal, but in fact, Yi Chen's blood is surging up and he is retreating behind him. The power of the blood essence is too violent. If he does not retreat, the consequences will be very serious. Ding! The sound of that countless ice cones on the spot into pieces. The young girl sees Yi Chen to be invincible, her eyes show a trace of disdain, and then fiercely towards Yi Chen. She did not have any intention to use weapons. 5 fingers a grip, has appeared in front of Yi Chen, is toward Yi Chen's chest to shoot. In terms of combat strength, Yi Chen is not afraid at all. He forced his chi and blood down and pulled out his hand as he retreated. Paw! Quickly buckled on the other side of the wrist. It was extremely cold. "Stay away from me." Seeing Yi Chen dare to touch herself, a trace of anger flashed across her face. The speed of her other hand was as fast as lightning, as if it had turned into a blade and chopped toward Yi Chen. In case of collision, it may pass through the neck on the spot. Separation of body and head. In terms of close combat, I've never been afraid of anyone. Yi Chen's indifferent voice suddenly rings out. Then, his whole body seems to overflow innumerable electric arc. At the same time, the power of the blood dragon penetrates into both arms. The hand that originally clasped each other's wrist, fiercely pressed down. At the same time, twist the body and throw the girl out on the spot. The girl did not expect that as a practitioner, she would still do so. She wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Helpless, she can only feet in the air rotation 360 degrees, and then a foot toward Yi Chen's chest and go. Yi Chen didn't dodge, but leaned forward and grasped the other side's wrist again. Push your right hand sideways. The girl's body was pushed out on the spot and hit a wall of ice. It's not over yet. Yi Chen will not give each other a chance. His body has already appeared behind the girl. Seeing that the girl wants to start, his hands clasp each other's wrists one after another, and his true spirit condenses, bang. The girl's hand fell into the ice wall. Let me go. The girl just wanted to move her feet, but she didn't expect Yi Chen to suddenly approach her body. A male breath came, Yi Chen pressed each other on the ice wall with his body and couldn't move. The sensitive part is close to the girl's buttocks. This picture, too ambiguous. Chapter 7:16. Blood Dragon, trap us. Yi Chen a roar, Blood Dragon virtual shadow rushed out of the body, hovered in the sky for a few seconds, and then came to the two people's side, tightly bound two people. At this moment, the girl's original face climbed onto the red glow. She can clearly feel the foreign body behind her buttocks. This is a man's thing. She wants to struggle, it's impossible. Although this is Wei Ying's body, now it is not Wei Ying who controls this body, but her. In her opinion, this is blasphemy. Yi Chen, if you don't go away, I promise, you will die miserably. A cold voice of anger rang through. Although Yi Chen feels that this action is a little awkward. After all, a man presses the woman on the wall and is close to his skin. However, the threat of evil blood and cold body is too great. If the other party didn't take it lightly just now, he might be in danger. Now that's the only way. Isn't this across the clothes? As for the big reaction, if you promise to leave Wei Ying's body, I will consider letting you go. Yi Chen took a look at the picture under the body, nose tipped some hot. No matter how he said, he was also a normal man. He always had some reaction when he pressed a perfect woman. He Wei Ying has always been in the habit of fitness, with countless girls envy peach hip. What's more, I just wear a pair of thin trousers today. It's very touching. The girl felt the hot feeling behind her and became angry. But somehow, Wei Ying's body had a subconscious reaction. Not only that, but Wei Ying, who was trapped, has begun to break through the shackles. Damn it! If you don't leave, I'll blow myself up and die, and I'll die together in the end. As soon as she had finished her words, the meaning of the cold was actually restrained. The cold eyes also appeared a trace of shyness and even firmness. You can't hurt Mr. Yi. The girl's face changed greatly. She knew that Wei Ying's spirit had been completely awakened. It was impossible to refine and swallow this time. At the same time, countless arc surging. Her body is too heavy. The girl glared at Yi Chen. If I wake up again next time, I will be the first to kill you. Words fall, the chill around suddenly disappeared. And her eyes closed. 3 seconds later, open again. This time, the eyes did not have any chance to kill, some only doubt and shame. Mr. Yi, would you be too quick? Wei Ying's gentle voice suddenly rang out. She felt a bit of a flood, but it was hard to say. Yi Chen hears this voice of Zheng, this just reacts to come over, evil blood cold body already temporarily deep sleep, at the moment oneself close to the body of the woman is Wei Ying. He quickly released his hand and explained, Wei Ying well, it was a little sudden just now. I didn't mean to. Wei Ying's face was red, her back to Yi Chen, and she was a little short of breath. Don't know why, when Yi Chen leaves the moment, her heart unexpectedly some loses. Yi Chen has disappeared for such a long time. During this period, she often looks at the door of the opposite apartment when she comes home. But the door never opened again. The former Professor Yi is no longer here. Now there is only Yi Chen, who controls countless forces. Wei Ying adjusted her state. Although her face was still flushed, she turned to look at Yi Chen and said, well, what happened just now is that nothing happened. By the way, Mr. Yi, when did you come back? These days, my memory is in a trance. The voice of that woman keeps ringing, and I'm almost broken. What's more, Mr. Yi, the basaltic stone you gave me was broken a few days ago. Yi Chen thought of what, from the Samsara cemetery to take out a piece of ground soul Shen stone, and then the fingers pinch, a golden light into the soul of the stone. After that, Yi Chen found a rope and put it directly on Wei Ying's neck. Wei Ying, this piece of Shenshur can only suppress that evil blood cold body for a month at most. If there is any damage during this period, you must find me, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Wei Ying looked at the bright stone on her neck and nodded her head earnestly, good. But Mr. Yi, if you leave for a long time, what will happen if the evil blood and cold body come out again? Yi Chen hesitated for a few seconds, looked at Wei Ying very seriously and said, I ask you, are you willing to give up your decent work in ordinary life? I'll take you to another place in China. That place, Strong Lin Yun, can even be said to be extremely dangerous. You can refuse, so I will go back to the capital every month to suppress the evil blood and cold body for you. Before Yi Chen finished speaking, Wei Ying said, Mr. Yi, I'd like to. The place you're talking about should be Kunlun Su. A few days ago, an old woman came to see me. She said that she was an elder of Baiming sect, and she wanted to take me to practice in Kunlun Su's Baiming sect. Did you agree? Yi Chen frowned. Wei Ying nodded. At that time, I guessed that Mr. Yi had gone to Kunlun Su, so I agreed to go inside and have a look. But later, the old woman didn't come to me again. Yi Chen naturally won't let Wei Ying leave with Baiming's on. Not to mention the purpose of Baiming sect, even if we really want to cultivate Wei Ying, it's not a common sect that can cultivate it. Evil blood cold body, only Kunlun Su top school is qualified to cultivate. You go to take care of your things today. Tomorrow morning, I will take you to Kunlun Su. As for the Baiming sect, there is no need to pay attention to it. Yes, Mr. Yi. Wei Ying nods her head cleverly. In her opinion, being able to enter Kunlun Su means staying with Yi Chen for a long time. This is her dream, how can she refuse? Yi Chen wanted Wei Ying to go to Ye's house for a meal, but she refused. In her opinion, the current state is so embarrassed, how can she be nice to see Yi Chen's mother, Jiang Peiron? At least make yourself beautiful. Yi Chen doesn't force Wei Ying to go to Beijing Normal University with the two strong men in the dark hall, while he goes to the living room of Ye's central villa. Just walked into the gate, a fragrance came. The next second, a soft stumble into the arms of Yi Chen. Jade hand holding Yi Chen, red lips are kissing on Yi Chen's cheek. Yi Chen doesn't have to look to know who the other party is. After all, the other party's huge weapon almost presses her chest, and there is no one else except Sun Yi. Zaya Kenzi, you finally want to come back. I heard my aunt's phone call and didn't even plan to hold the meeting. I came back directly after the meeting. How did Kunlun stay? Did you meet any beauties? Chapter 717. Yi Chen hugs Sun Yi's delicate body and just wants to talk. He hears a burst of cough. Jiang Peiron came out with the dish in her hand, but her mother just glanced at it and went to the kitchen as if she didn't see it. Sun Yi quickly jumped down from Yi Chen's body and said, It's all your fault. Yi Chen touched his nose and took a look at the living room. He said curiously, If Snow didn't come back with you. Sun Yi quickly explained, If you know the news of your return, you will come back. Unfortunately, she is not in China now. Recently, Tianjin Group is expanding the international market. Something has happened in Country M, which requires the person in charge to negotiate. If Snow goes by plane in the morning, it is estimated that when he will come back, he will have to wait for the end of the matter there. Now Tianjin Group has no great use value for Yi Chen. The only advantage is that Yi Chen can spend a lot of money looking for something in China. Kunlun Su is also a part of China. In ancient times, China was also a battlefield. If we really want to find some ancient relics, it is also possible. Today, when he returned to Beijing by plane, he scanned the magazines on the plane and found that Tianjin Group had become one of the top 10 companies with market value in the world. However, because Tianjin Group is not listed, all kinds of data are not disclosed, and people who count this data cannot really rank. If it is really open, Tianjin Group will certainly become the company with the first market value. Xia Ruoxue doesn't need to spell like this. Obviously, she regards Tianjin Group as a child. After all, she has her shadow all the way. Yi Chen made a cross-ocean phone call and asked about Xia Ruoxue's meaning. Although Xia Ruoxue was very excited, she hesitated for a few seconds and decided to wait for the globalization of Tianjin Group to end before going to Kunlun Su. Yi Chen did not try to persuade. Xia Ruoxue has already stepped into the way of cultivation now and is enough to protect herself. Even if it is really in danger, there are dark halls and Chinese guards. It's not likely to happen. It is estimated that the globalization of Tianjin Group will not be long before Shen Haihua takes over. After finishing the master's business in Kunlun Su, he took Xia Ruoxue to Qingshuanfei. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Sun Yi and said seriously, "Sun Yi, would you like to go to Kunlun Su with me?" Hearing Kunlun Su, Sun Yi said curiously, "Xia Kenzi, is that the place you told me in Jiangcheng? That's where you've been for the last 5 years?" "Yes." When Sun Yi heard Yi Chen admit, she said with a smile, "In that case, of course I'll go. I'll take it as a group tour at public expense. I also want to see how the place is." "Is it abroad?" Yi Chen shook his head. "It's in China, deep in Kunlun Mountain. Prepare yourself, and we'll start tomorrow morning." Sun Yi seemed to be very curious about Kunlun Su and said, "Yi Chen, is the sun poisonous in Kunlun Su? Do you think I should wear a skirt? Do you want sunglasses? Do you sell sunscreen there?" Yi Chen. Sun Yi, like 100,000 reasons, kept talking. Obviously, she really regarded this trip as a tour. Fortunately, Jiang Peirong urged them to have dinner, which stopped. A dinner is very rich. Yi Chen also saw for the first time a smile and excitement on her mother's face. Obviously, she has been waiting too long for tomorrow. At the same time, Kunlun Su, a mountain range stretching thousands of miles. The mountains are undulating and full of aura. An ancestral gate, covering an area of 1,000 mu, stands on the top of the mountain. There is a huge stone in front of Zongmen, on which are carved 2 ancient characters. Dao Zong. Once Yi Chen, the master of the medical god gate, abandoned the elixir field and expelled Dao Zong from the world of martial arts and Taoism. Dao Zong Hull. An old figure sat cross-legged on the platform. The platform is engraved with golden dragon pattern, which is powerful. Around his dome, there are more than a dozen powerful men with terrible strength. At the very least, it's no more than a holy land. The highest and even the virtual kingdom. We can see the horror. But the existence of such terror, facing the old man on the platform, can only lower his head. The atmosphere also dare not breathe. Because the old man is the supreme master of Daozong. No one can shake his position of strength. All of a sudden, the old man opened his eyes, as if from the ancient eyes glanced at the people under him and said, "Is there any genius in Kunlun recently? However, there are some problems in the blood bank of Daozong. If there is no demon talent, how can Daozong become the top sect in Kunlun?" An old man in a green robe stood up, arched his hand and said, "Tell the Lord, when you closed the door, there was indeed a world-class strong man coming out. It's just that this peerless strongman is extremely mysterious, and it's very difficult to find it," and, the old man's words suddenly stopped. "And what, say? If you grind and haw again, I will destroy the spirit." Daozong Patriarch Lightway, light this word, the whole hall seems to be covered by ice. Endless death made everyone pale. When he heard this, he said, "The one who killed the emperor, the one who killed the emperor. His strength is unpredictable." Many sects of Kunlun Su were under his shadow. It was previously said that Yishur Tian was just a state of mind wandering. However, many sects soon found that Yishur Tian had entered the realm of Holy King. What happened a few days ago has proved that Ye's killing heaven is likely to return to the virtual state, or even higher. The master of Daozong raised his eyebrows and said in a cold voice, "The rumors of Kunlun Su are that 3 people become tigers. Do you believe this thing? It's just bullshit. Let's talk about something else." The old man in green robe continued, "No, no, no, Lord, I thought so, but soon, Yishur Tian killed Shuemeng and Zhenhaizong with the power of one person and a plum blossom. The bloody body of the sword is terrible. With such strength, Yishur Nai may be returning to the virtual realm. The key is that the child's bone is only more than 20. Now Kunlun Su people are in a state of panic, and those Xiaozong even cut down the plum trees near the Zongmen. There are even rumors that as long as Yishur Tian has a plum blossom in his hand, even the god will kneel down and beg for mercy." There was some trembling between the words of the elder Qingpao. I don't know whether it was because of the patriarch or Yishur Tian. Asshole! A roar of anger suddenly rang through the hall, and the Taoist master on the platform stood up. His hands were on his back. "You're afraid of a stinky boy you haven't seen before. You don't deserve to be in my Dao zone." As soon as the Taoist patriarch stepped on his feet, an invisible wave of air rolled and turned into a sharp arrow in the air, directly shooting at the old man in green robes. No! The old man in green robe has a ferocious face and wants to dodge, but he finds his blood coagulated. In front of the Taoist patriarch, he is not qualified at all. The next second, the arrow penetrated his body and turned into blood mist on the spot. Chapter 7:18. This scene makes the remaining strong people kneel down one after another, and dare not speak at all. The leader of Daozong glanced at everyone and said in a cold voice, "My Taoist sect exists in ancient times. No one can be a threat to us. Since the rumors of ye killing heaven are so terrible, I will order you to find this man. Bring it back to Daozong. If I don't see Yishur Tian within a month, all of you present will come to see me." Hearing this order, all the people in the room were a bit cold. They don't want to offend Yishur Tian, but now it seems that they have to. "Yes, Lord." The leader of Daozong nodded and then said, "Apart from Yishur Tian, did anything else happen to me during the months of my seclusion?" There was calm under the stage. All of a sudden, an old man with goatee stood up, arched his hands, and said, "Tell the Lord, there is one thing that has something to do with the patriarch." "Say it." Goat Hu continued, "These days, some of the disciples of Daozong found Duan Huayan near the Yutsang mountain, which is very likely to enter the killing place." Hearing Duan Huayan's words, the Taoist patriarch's eyes shrunk. "You said Duan Huayan is the master of the medical god sect?" "This is the man," he nodded. The Taoist patriarch snorted coldly, "If I remember correctly, I asked you to wipe out the roots before. The medical god door still exists now." Goatbeard's face was embarrassed. "My lord, Daozong sent someone to destroy the medical god gate, but when we arrived, the medical god gate had been abandoned for some time, and everyone disappeared. According to my guess, it should have escaped. After all, the patriarch smashed that part of Huayan's Dantian, which has been reduced to a disabled person, and has nothing to do with martial arts. It is estimated that Duan Huayan heard the news, and then he abandoned the medical god gate and left ahead of time with a group of disciples. Originally, we planned to find these people by some means, but unexpectedly, Huayan went to the killing place of Yutsang Mountain. Although it is close to us, the killing place has always been very difficult. I can only send one disciple to sneak in and follow." Not only that, Daozong also got the news that Yi Chen, a Fan Zhen disciple of Huayan, seems to have entered Kunlun Void. For some reason, Duan Huayan seems to be very interested in this boy in the past 5 years. He once took the Fan Root disciple to the 100 schools and asked for it, but they were all rejected. That kid is not fit for martial arts. Does it need to be erased by the Taoist priest? When the Taoist sect leader heard these things, he sneered, "The rubbish Duan Huayan and Fan Zhen disciple are really matched. Although these two people do not pose any threat to our Taoist sect, my principle has always been to keep No alive. I hope that within 30 days, these two wastes and other disciples of the medical god sect will disappear in Kunlun Void, understand?" "I understand." There was a trace of killing in the eyes of the old goat-bearded man. The Taoist master nodded his head with satisfaction. "Also, Kunlun Su's annual talent competition is expected to start. Send some Taoist talents to go. In addition, help me to pay attention to the talented people who came out in that competition. If there is no background in the top 10, I want all of them. Those who disobey will be killed directly." "Yes." The next morning, Beijing Normal University. A Bentley stopped slowly. A young man in casual clothes, with an ethereal figure, stepped down from the car. Only the breath and appearance, but let the Normal University entrance some female students stop to watch. The main reason is that the temperament of youth seems to have an inexplicable attraction, which makes people fall into it. Youth is Yi Chen. Yi Chen took a look at the time and went to the teacher's apartment. I don't know how Wei Ying is getting ready. At the moment, Wei Ying in the teacher's apartment changed into a chiffon long skirt, and her slender and white thighs were exposed and coveted. She turned around in front of the mirror, felt inappropriate, and changed her body. It's only after changing 10 sets that we can decide what to wear today. Then she took the suitcase, looked at the WeChat sent by Yi Chen, and then prepared to take the elevator. She had just opened the door when she found 3 people standing in the door. An old woman, 2 women in purple. When she saw these 3 people, she felt a pang, because they came to find her Baiming sect a few days ago. She thought these people had forgotten themselves, but she didn't expect to appear at this time. The 2 women in purple have a cold sword around their waists. Their eyes are cold, and they even feel like they are looking down on others. Wei Ying was very upset. Where are you going? Old women are humane. Wei Ying subconsciously stepped back a few steps, just wanted to close the door. A purple woman's hand is to grasp the side of the door, slightly forced. The burglar door is twisted instantly. Do you know that we are coming and going to Baiming Temple with us when you prepare your luggage and dress up? The old woman said curiously. Wei Ying quickly shook her head. I still have something to do. Can you give me a few more days? One of the women in purple stepped out step by step, and her sword was placed on Wei Ying's chest. I am willing to take you away. It's your honor. How can there be so much nonsense? What's more, you dare to negotiate terms with our elders for this kind of rubbish cultivation. Although the scabbard of the long sword is still there, a strong wave of qi hits Wei Ying's chest. Wei Ying stumbled and hit the shoe cabinet directly. Although she has some accomplishments, she has no right to fight back compared with the practitioners of Baiming sect. The woman in purple looked at the vulnerable Wei Ying and sneered, don't think your blood is special, just treat yourself as a character. Today we and the elder are going back to Baiming sect. Even if you don't want to go, you must go. Wei Ying's heart is a little angry. She wanted to call Sha Shuihan Ti, but found that after yesterday's event, Sha Shuihan Ti was silent for a short time. Damn it! She could only look at the old woman and said, Elder, just give me a few hours. After a few hours, I will go to Kunlun Su. The old woman looked at Wei Ying from a commanding position. Her eyes were flat. Then she said, you dress up so seductively. I'm afraid it's a little lover you meet. Private love between men and women is a big taboo for cultivation. Your appearance is too attractive. It's just like a fox spirit. If you go to Baiming sect, you'll attract a lot of people and attract butterflies, so that those male students don't want to practice. In that case, Zhuya, destroy the pretty skin of this girl. The old woman's words are like judgments. She was so ugly that she would not allow such a beautiful woman to enter Baiming sect. Destroying the appearance is undoubtedly the best choice. Although this move was poisonous, she did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. Her identity and strength were destined to be able to control these ants casually. Yes, elder. The purple dress woman named Zhuya has a cold eye and a long sword on her waist. She takes a lunge and slaps Wei Ying. This slap, the disorder of qi entangled palm. Enough to destroy a beautiful face. Close by the palm, ding. The elevator door suddenly opened. A young man in casual clothes appeared in everyone's sight. Chapter 719. Yi Chen in the elevator is playing with this cigarette in his hand, and his face is expressionless. Originally, he planned to wait for Wei Ying downstairs. After all, Wei Ying said on WeChat that he would come down immediately. But after waiting for a full 5 minutes, several cigarettes were smoked and no one was seen. Sure enough, the time in a woman's mouth can't be counted. It takes half an hour to count. He was afraid that Wei Ying could not come out for a long time, so he had to take the elevator to urge him. But I didn't expect that there was an accident on the 10th floor. When the elevator door opened, Yichen felt something wrong. Or a wave. In an instant, his face was completely gloomy. Her eyes are directed at Wei Ying, who is quite embarrassed and in danger. Wei Ying, who fell on the edge of the shoe cabinet, naturally saw Yichen. She seemed to hold on to a straw and said, "Yichen." Jueya heard this voice, cold hum, strength suddenly increased. "I dare to talk nonsense when I'm dying." As soon as the disordered slap of genuine qi was about to touch Wei Ying's cheek, a sound of breaking the air suddenly rang out. I saw a cigarette cut through the sky towards Jueya. Too fast. Even in the air there is the sound of nourishing, as well as violent Mars. Incomparably dazzling. Jueya naturally felt the crisis behind her and wanted to stop to find it was too late. Poof! A cigarette like a sharp arrow pierced Jueya's hand. The blood is dying. Like a plum blossom in full bloom. At the same time, an invisible force seems to explode from cigarettes. Crash! The cigarette exploded on the spot. And Jueya was also rushed out by the air waves, and was installed on the wooden table in the living room. The wooden table was smashed on the spot. Countless sawdust flying. This is far from over, a shadow flashed in all eyes. Very fast. The moment the shadow passed through the gate, he picked up Wei Ying directly. Delicate body into the arms, instant movement. A few seconds later, the two figures stopped completely. Yichen and Wei Ying appeared more than 10 meters away. Temporary safety. Yichen took a look at Wei Ying's pale face, clenched his fist, and said, "Have these guys hurt you?" When Wei Ying saw Yichen, her hanging heart sank. She shook her head, "Yichen, not yet. But if you come a few seconds later, my face will be ruined. They are the Baiming sect who came to see me last time." Wei Ying looked at the three men, still a little afraid. Her body is slightly close to Yichen, which can make her reluctantly at ease. Elder martial sister. Another purple dress woman. This just relaxes the god, hastily enters the room while Jueya to help up. Unexpectedly, Jueya arm a shock, push away the purple dress woman, angry voice Wei, "Do not need you to help." Then, the eyes were staring at Yichen and Wei Ying, one word at a time, "Boy, you just shot at the back." "You mean little beast." She naturally knows Yichen is a cultivator, but from the perspective of breath, he is just a transcendent realm. Not enough for fear. What she couldn't stand was that the other party hurt herself with a concealed weapon. The old woman took a look at Jueya and said faintly, "Since some people have broken the rules, they will erase them, just to let that girl die." "Yes, elder." Jueya drew out the cold sword from her waist and pointed to Yichen and Wei Ying, "Little bitch. I really think that standing behind a cultivator, we can fight against Baiming's sect. If we want you to die, you must die. And you, little beast, if you are willing to kneel down in front of me and cut off your hand, I can consider giving you a whole body." Jueya's neck is up and down, as if in control of everything. But at the moment, Yichen is constantly gathering. His heart is burning with anger. The woman in front of her even tried to treat Wei Ying with such vicious means. I really think that Kunlun virtual strong in China can easily decide the life and death of others. So high, really qualified. This woman's cultivation is just entering the Holy Land. In his eyes, like dust. I don't know where the shrew's confidence comes from. Yichen took a step forward and fiercely protected Wei Ying's body. He said to the woman, "I only give you a chance to slap my face 100 times, and then apologize to Wei Ying. Otherwise, I will do it myself, and you can't bear the consequences." What qualifications do you have for ants like you? When he hears the angry words, he shows off his sword. The whole teacher's apartment seems to have been affected, shaking up. Countless swords are like illusions, tearing away towards Yichen. Baiming's sect has a deep foundation in Kunlun Void and has many disciples. Kendo is the main road of Baiming's sect. Baiming's sword technique is superior martial art, enough to crush the strong in the same realm. In Jueya's eyes, this little boy is the dust in the fireworks. When the shadow of the sword covered the sky, Yi Chen snorted coldly and stretched out a finger. I don't have a finger to deal with such rubbish as you. Yi Chen's true chi condenses on one finger. Step out a few steps, with the potential to destroy the withered and decadent, point on one of the sword's shadow. Ding! The two forces suddenly collide. Juya sneers in her heart. Such cultivation, but also try to solve everything with a finger. I just don't know what to do. But soon, her expression froze. Because she found that the spirit sword in her hand was shaking violently, as if she could not bear the power of that finger. Click! The next second, the sword broke. The figure of the young man appeared in front of him. The distance is only 10 centimeters. The wind and rain are changing and the sword wind is sweeping. All of a sudden, the world lost color and the ghosts and gods gave way. At the moment, it's like 100 miles and 100 miles. Bang! Yi Chen broke through all obstacles and fell directly in front of Juya's eyes. Once stabbed, she will die. No! She uttered in horror, but she did not expect that the fingers of death's sickle had stopped. You're saved. Before Juya reacts, Yi Chen opens the other 4 fingers, turns into a slap, and pats it fiercely. You owe my friend that slap. Paw! The power of fury swept, as if devouring everything. Seeing that this palm wants to be shot, Juya can't react at all, and her whole body is locked by an invisible pressure. Who is this young man? When did China have such an evil character? Is this still transcendental? She couldn't help thinking. She felt as if there was a flame burning on her cheek. Then, an invisible force penetrated her body. She even felt suffocated. Bang! She couldn't bear it anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Even more upside down. One side of her cheek is bloody. Chapter 720. Younger Marshal sister, elder Marshal sister, help me quickly. Juya hit the wall in the moment, Yi Chen appeared again. This time Yi Chen didn't leave a hand at all. With 5 fingers, the broken pieces of spirit's sword fell into the hands. Boy, stop it. She is a member of Baiming's sect. You are not qualified to move. The woman in purple and the old woman just want to fight. Yi Chen will not have any stay. Baiming's sect? Even the top class is not worthy. The debris is coming out. Juya's eyes widened. She couldn't help her reaction. A cold light flashed by. Her head is directly separated from her body. Blood on the spot. After all this, Yi Chen's cold to bone marrow eyes shot at the old woman and the girl in purple. I don't like to kill women. But I'd like to change my habits today. Next, it's your turn. Then Yi Chen's figure disappeared in an instant and went directly to the 2 people. Although the woman in purple is afraid, she still forces a drop of blood essence to shoot on the long sword, and then goes towards Yi Chen. But at the moment Yi Chen is irresistible. The woman in purple didn't even hold the sword firmly, so she was seized by Yi Chen's 5 fingers. She turned fiercely and went to the other side's neck instead. The pupil of purple dress woman shrinks suddenly, want to say what, a burst of dreary penetrating sound spreads, the next moment blood sprays. Absolutely dead. In a few seconds, 2 disciples had an accident. The old woman looked serious, naturally aware of Yi Chen's strength, the crutches in her hand instantly turn into a thin sword. Boy, if you offend me, you will never be at peace forever. As soon as the thin sword shakes, the sword chi seems to turn into a giant snake and devour it towards Yi Chen. Ferocious, bloodthirsty. And the strength of the old woman is like a holy kingdom. The explosion of breath, the entire 10th floor appeared to crack. It's like it's going to crumble at any time. Yi Chen hums coldly, the broken yang sword appears in the hand. 10,000 sword techniques are directly displayed. At the same time, countless lightning. A blood dragon overflows the body. Pan Rao around Yi Chen. Breaking yang sword turns into innumerable virtual shadows in a blink of an eye. I can't find it. The old woman's expression changed and she stopped her sword shadow. But there are too many sword shadows, dense and dense. He's blocking most of it. It's useless. Puff! The spirit sword directly hit her body fiercely retreats, embarrassed to the extreme. There was a storm in her heart. I really can't think of it. Why can a Chinese boy have the strength to fight against Kunlun? Is this son from Kunlun Su? The old woman looked at Yichen again, but at the moment Yichen was surrounded by a blood dragon, holding a long sword, and standing in the world. I can't help but feel shocked. Wait! Suddenly, the old woman found something. Eyes full of blood, staring at the sword in Yichen's hands. Lightning all over the body. And the shadow of the blood dragon. This picture, all this, too familiar. The key is back in Huaxia. Not far away, the figure of the youth suddenly coincides with that in a portrait. You are Yi Jingtian. An exclamation suddenly rang through the 10th floor of the whole teacher's apartment. The old woman's voice even trembled. What does Yi Jingtian mean? She knows better than anyone else. In Kunlun Su, these 3 words are the symbol of the devil and death. The key is that the evil spirit is not in Kunlun. How suddenly appeared in China. Sleeping trough. The old woman watched the youth getting closer and closer, and her fear spread. I can't help it anymore, plop. Get down on your knees. Mr. Yi, I didn't know that girl was your man. Please let me go. Yichen stops, but it is unexpected that the old woman actually recognizes that she is Yi Shitian. However, it's really obvious that the 3 things appear at the same time. You want me to let you go? Yichen lightway. The old woman nodded. Lord Yi, I am willing to serve you. I will do whatever you ask me to do. I was also entrusted by the Lord to do so. My lord, I'm just a servant. Please spare me a dog's life. Yichen sneered, since you know that I am Yi Shitian, you should also know that I Yi Shitian never left alive. Hearing this, the old woman's face pale. Just want to do what? Yichen, a palm from the sky cover shot, the whole body of blood dragon directly along the arm to penetrate and go. The old woman turned into a blood mist on the spot. Endless blood fog is swallowed by blood dragon. Subsequently, Yichen dials Yi Lingtian's telephone number, let him send the person of Dark Hall to deal with directly. After all this, Yichen looks at Wei Ying, who is in a panic. Although Wei Ying has seen him kill people, she has never seen herself break out like this. Mr. Yi, this is that what you said about Kunlun Su? Yichen nodded. It's not time to start now. It's too late to regret. If you stay here, I'll refine some amulets for you to protect you. Wei Ying quickly shook her head. Yichen, I'm not sorry, I just want to say, this Kunlun Su is also too cool. Yichen. They went downstairs and went straight to the Bentley. Wei Ying couldn't help but say, Yichen, why did the old woman say you were Yi Shitian? Do you have another name? Or did he recognize the wrong person? Yichen thought for a while, or decided to hide the secret, estimated that the guy admitted wrong, otherwise I also have no room for action. If you dare to save your life, you will be able to save your life if you dare to do so. Wei Ying nodded. Half an hour later, Yichen, Sun Yi, Wei Ying and even Jiang Peirong all boarded a private plane. And the destination of the plane is Kunlun Su. On the plane, Yichen clearly feels that there is something wrong with Kunlun. He glances at the reincarnation cemetery and finds that it is not the tombstone, but a jade order in the corner. The jade ring is shining, and a line of words is constantly flashing. Yichen Mao's sun shrinks, take jade to make in hand, this just remembers a big event. The annual Kunlun Zizongmen talent battle is about to open. At that time, the master was hard to get a quota, but he became the laughingstock of the major schools in Kunlun. At that time, I didn't even have the qualification to step on the challenge arena. Countless ridicule, abuse, humiliation, as if vividly visible. Without Ji Xiqing's help, perhaps he would have died in the arena. It is estimated that Ji Xiqing wanted Ji Lin to give him a jade order, and he wanted to motivate himself. Yichen looked at the small mountains and towns under the clouds, his fingers clenched, and the light in his hands twinkled. Some of the lost things should be taken back by him. People with roots? The waste of medical god gate? The laughingstock of Bai Zong's refusal? Since Yi Chen has come back this time, I will show you what is really unattainable. Chapter 721. And this time, I will let the door of medical god step on the peak of Kunlun Su. The decline of medicine. Do you respect martial arts? From today on, Yi Chen will rewrite the situation. Not a butcher, but a lamb. At this moment, Yi Chen is full of heroic spirit, and the Jade Order in his hand is also shining with dazzling light. However, after returning to Kunlun Su, his first thing was not to care about that day's war. After all, there was still some time to go before that day. He is more concerned about the whereabouts of the master. After arranging the mother and all the people properly, I will go to the killing place of Yutsang Mountain. At the moment of Yi Chen's thinking, the reincarnation cemetery suddenly sounded an old voice. Disciple, come in. Yi Chen is stunned and finds that it is Duan Laren's voice. No longer hesitating, he entered the Samsara cemetery directly. Among the 100 tombstones, Duan Laren is standing in the center waiting. When he sees Yi Chen appear, he turns around. Yi Chen also finds that Duan Laren's body is a little dim. It is estimated that it will soon dissipate. Master! Duan Laren nodded and then said, Disciple, I forgot to ask you about one thing. Last time, you refined Taiga Shusher Dan with the Immortal Lord? Yi Chen remembered that Duan Laren had mentioned Taiga Shusher Dan many times. It is said that this Dan can make Duan Laren substantive and break through the limitation of reincarnation cemetery. Yi Chen quickly took out a jade bottle. The last refining of the 6 Taiga Shusher pills, for the father to take 2, there are still 4. Master, this is the Taiga Shusher pill refined by me and the Immortal Lord last time. The product level is not too high, but it should be able to help Shifu. When Duan Laren sees the jade bottle, his eyes are a little anxious. With a grip of 5 fingers, the jade bottle suddenly appears in Duan Laren's hand. After opening the jade bottle, a strong fragrance of medicine was sent out. Then Duan Laren's fingers shook and 4 archaic Shusher pills were suspended in front of him. Good, good. Duan Laren even said 3 good things. His ancient eyes shot at Yi Chen and said excitedly, Disciple, would you like to give me 3 pills, which are very useful to me? Once I have these 3 pills, I will stay in Kunlun for 3 days. After 3 days, I can find a way to extend the time. Although my power is limited, with the help of some means, there should still be more than 10 days. These 10 days are very important. As a teacher, I need to go to a place and do something. Kunlun Su has a lot to do with that ancient war. I have to make sure that there are some things behind the ancient war. Besides, when I go out, I can also seek opportunities for you. You should notice that your own talisman can absorb thunder and lightning, but the thunder point of thunder robbery is not enough for you. If I find something like that, plus the flame of the eternal fire in your eyebrows, you can at least protect yourself in the face of that force from now on. Yi Chen Mao's son Tiny Me, that force? Master, what kind of force is it? Duan Laren shook his head and didn't intend to go on. Instead, he said, Apprentice, your current cultivation is far from enough. We can actually hide some things from you. Once you know, the heart of Tao will be damaged. This force, even in the present state of our great powers, is not necessarily qualified to touch. The only thing I can do is to have a look. When Chen Tianli stepped into Kunlun Su, he went to the Wanjianzong. He left some clues, and I must follow the clues to confirm what I think in my heart. When Yi Chen heard this, he knew that these powerful things could not be touched by his current strength. He nodded and said, Master, since you need those Taiga Shusher pills, take them. Duan Laren did not hesitate to hear Yi Chen's permission. The 3 Taiga Shusher pills suspended in front of him were lightly touched 3 times, and instantly turned into countless powders. Just like the stars. Countless stars surround Duan Laren, but the dim figure is gradually becoming real. Even the breath is stronger. Duan Laren closed his eyes and opened his hands. Countless auras from the reincarnation cemetery rushed towards him madly. In the blink of an eye, Duan Laren's clothes seemed to have changed. The gold robe agglomerates, and the sword on the waist overflows with thunder and lightning. Countless thunder arcs wound around the whole body. A look, even let Yichen seem to see the lightning in the pupil release. He knew Duan Laren's skill of lay system, but he didn't expect it to be like this. Duan Laren enjoyed the acme and clenched his fist slightly. For a long time, I haven't felt this kind of power for a long time. It's a pity that it is tens of thousands of times different from the power of my Numenon at that time. Alas. Suddenly, Duan Laren's eyes look at Yichen, step out, move like thunder. Disciple, it may take some time for me to leave this time. I will come back when I find out about it. Originally everything can be handed over to Lin Qingxuan. Unfortunately, with Lin Qingxuan's character, he will never do anything until the critical moment, so many things still depend on you. Yichen nodded, suddenly thought of what, said, Master, do you need me to go with you? Duan Laren shook his head. First, I know that you are going to look for your external master. In the past 5 years, you owe him a lot, and some of your kindness really needs to be paid back. Second, your current strength must not be exposed too early. The reincarnation graveyard is your biggest secret. If that force detects you and me, the consequences will be very troublesome. I am enough alone. Before I leave, I'll teach you one thing that will at least protect you from most dangers. With that, Duan Laren pointed his feet, and the invisible air waves suddenly rolled, and his body was suspended in the air. Countless thunder and lightning of Samsara Cemetery rushed down madly and hit Duan Laren's body. But this thunder and lightning not only can't hurt Duan Laren, but also makes Duan Laren's breath even more afraid. It's like the heaven. Apprentice, this time I taught you the 9 Sky Thunder Sword. When the sword comes out of the sky, ask the sky sword with the dragon in your hand, and then cooperate with Wanjuan's thunder idea, which is enough to make the sky shaking. Duan Laren stepped out of the void with a roar. Thousands of thunder and lightning fell on the sky. The thunder turns into a huge thunderball. Once it explodes, it's absolutely shocking. Duan Laren closed his eyes in the thunderball and said in a soft voice, Look at me. Open your eyes. Like stars in the night. Then, the long sword on his waist directly came out of the scabbard, and the sword technique danced. Sword with a trace of light and electricity, as if on the sky painting something. A few seconds later, Yichen found that there was an ancient Sanskrit on the sword meaning. Then, Duan Laren a drop of blood essence forced out. Rune fragmentation. Jiuxiao Thunder Sword. The sword comes out of the sky and kills the world of mortals. Chapter 722. A startling roar. 100 tombstones shake. At the same time, the lightning of the sky shrinks rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a thunderbolt beast and ran from the sky. Every step is to make the space vibrate. Before falling, Yichen is constantly retreating because of the air waves in the air. Even spit out a mouthful of blood. This power is so damn bad. Don't mention the general Holy Kingdom, even if it is the peak of the Holy King's realm, or even return to the virtual realm, it is not necessarily qualified to resist. Yichen retreated a full 100 meters, the breath just feels better. And that thunderbolt beast fiercely toward the ground. Bang! A great noise resounded. It's splashing dust. The after effect of the ground shaking cannot be dissipated for a long time. It's like the end of the day. Is this the real strength of Duan Laren? It's too damn scary. When the dust is gone, everything is clear. Yichen saw a pit almost as big as a basketball court. This pit is not so simple. If you look at it carefully, you will find that there are tens of thousands of sword marks made at the same time. This move can not only kill one person, but also hundreds of thousands of practitioners. Before Yichen reacts, Duan Laren in the air falls slowly and comes to Yichen's body. Then he glanced at the sword lying quietly in the distance. He asked the sky sword and said, Before the plane falls, you can use it according to my sword. I'll see how much you have mastered. Yichen's face was pale, but he nodded seriously, cut the dragon and asked the sky sword, Come on. A cold light flashed by, and the sword appeared in his hand. He stood in the middle of the Samsara Cemetery and began to display. For 2 hours, he studied in the Samsara Cemetery. He found that the sword was not as simple as it seemed. The true chi of one's own elixir field, the thunder robbery of his life talisman, and even his strength are far from enough. He could not bear the momentum alone. Jiuxiao Thunder Sword is very difficult to use now unless the weather is favorable, the place is favorable and the people are in harmony. Chin'er, it's Kunlun Mountain International Airport. Hearing Jiang Peirong's voice, Yichen woke up and left the Samsara cemetery and returned to reality. When they got off the plane, soldiers of Dragon Spirit were waiting at the airport in their SUVs. Through the cross-country vehicle and some walking road sections, Yichen took 4 people into Kunlun-su. Because of the identity token of King Xuanfeng, those gatekeepers were not as difficult as the first time. Just stepping into Kunlun-su, Jiang Peirong and Sun Yi have found some physical changes. It's like being reborn. Xia Kenzi, is this Kunlun-su? It doesn't look too far. It seems to be in Kunlun Mountain of China. Why has this place never been seen on the map? It's so vast and unscientific. Yichen smiles and explains, in ancient times, Kunlun-su and Huaxia were originally one body, and there was no division. However, later, some great powers wanted to distinguish practitioners from those who could not cultivate, so they forced to divide them. It's said that thousands of top-level arrays are able to set up an array together to block the aura in Kunlun Void. This is an excellent place for practitioners. You can practice here more than 10 times faster than the outside world. To some extent, it's not much different from Huaxia, and even the architecture and dressing style are similar. It's just that some external technologies are disdained by the practitioners here. Jiang Peirong didn't care about the place, but said, Chin'er, how far is it from your father? Yichen naturally knew the mother's eagerness to see his father, and said, let's go. If it's fast, we can get there before dark. A group of people went towards Qingxian Peak. Yichen is at the front, but he doesn't notice that Wei Ying has not spoken all the time. Even a little pale. The stone on her neck is a bit dark. The silent voice reappeared. From evil blood cold body. Wei Ying, I know you like Yichen, but do you think that Yichen likes you? He didn't push you down with such ambiguous posture in Ice City that day. As a man, should I say he is a gentleman, or is he not interested in you at all? This is Kunlun-su. It's full of aura. It's very suitable for me. As long as you take the stone off your body, I can let you stand in front of that boy with an unquestionable identity. What's more, there are more dangers here than you think. How long can this boy live with his arrogant character? Now only I can help him. I don't think Wei Ying's words are all in front of me. From then on, I will not let you succeed. Yichen said that as long as I practice and improve my strength, I can not only be unaffected by you, but also devour you and make me stronger. When Wei Ying heard this sentence, she stopped talking. The boy gave Wei Ying a cold heart and asked Wei Ying to practice. Now Wei Ying has no intention to practice, which leads to extremely slow progress. If she continues to practice, Wei Ying's spirit and consciousness will be extremely strong, and she can only become a vassal at that time. At last, the night green came. When Jiang Peirong stepped on King Xuanfeng, her eyes were looking around her, as if she were looking for something. But for a long time did not find Yi Tianzheng. She is extremely anxious. She was even afraid that it was a dream. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind Jiang Peirong. Peirong. Hearing this familiar and magnetic voice, Jiang Peirong's body was stiff and turned violently. When she saw Yi Tianzheng behind her, tears twinkled in her eyes. All the pressure in these days was released. She tried her best to practice for the sake of family reunion. When she came out of the ghost prison, she thought everything was okay. But I didn't expect Lin Juelong to appear. Take Yi Tianzheng. They destroyed the happiness of their family. When Yichen seriously injured Lin Juelong and killed the guardian in Wudoutai, she thought that life was getting better. But I didn't expect to get involved in something bigger. And in front of her eyes, all this was realized in front of her. Jiang Peirong and Yi Tianzheng hold each other tightly. Complex emotions spread. Or moved, or warm. Yichen looks at the scene in front of him and suddenly feels that everything is worth it. Even if the injury does not know how many times, as long as the result is in front of him, then he has no regrets. If there is no reincarnation cemetery, where are you now? Although his blood is very special, with the Kunlun Shuya family's blood, plus the spiritual pulse of his mother, Huaxia and Kunlun virtual detection machine cannot determine his talent and blood, only with Van Root to determine. Chapter 723. In the eyes of those who are at the top, the real talent is only detected by them. And he was destined to be mortal, doomed to be severely trampled on the foot. Now that we have come to Kunlunxu, some things should be taken back. He not only wants to use Yishur Tian to shake Kunlun Su, but also the name Yi Chen. I don't know what kind of expression it will be when Kunlun Su, a group of heaven's favorites, or the master of the supreme sect, finds out his true identity. And Kunlun Shuya family and Daozong. Think of here, the warmth of Yi Chen's eyes is turned into anger. How did Kunlun Shuya family treat my grandparents in those years? This time, I will let them suffer this pain. Stepping into China, my grandfather knew that his lifespan was out of control, so he put all his hopes on me, set the overall situation and wait for my strong return. Maybe grandfather is waiting for now. And the master of the medical god sect. In those 5 years, you tried to protect me and give up my dignity. I once blamed you for not teaching me martial arts, or even hated you. Now think about how ignorant you were at that time. You have guarded me for so many years. If you had not saved me from Dongqian Lake, maybe there would have been no Yi Chen in the world for a long time. Now it is up to me to protect you. When Yi Chen was silent, the ancestor of King Xuanfeng came quickly. Mr. Yi, please move. The ancestor of King Xuanfeng was afraid of destroying the harmony in front of him. He didn't want to find Yi Chen, but the situation in front of him was better to tell Yi Chen earlier. Yi Chen nodded and came to the corner with the ancestor of King Xuanfeng. What's the matter? Yi Chen asked. The old ancestor of King Xuanfeng said directly, Mr. Yi, since the last time the array plate found your master in the area of Yutzang Mountain, I sent a disciple to pay attention there. Just this afternoon, the disciple sent a message to me. Daozong has sent several strong men into the killing place of Yutzang Mountain. I'm afraid Daozong also found your master's existence and is ready to start. In that war, although your master defeated the people of Daozong, he was forced by the master of Daozong to abandon the elixir field, just like a dead dog. If someone hadn't reacted to it, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Since then, the leader of Daozong has been closed down. After that, he sent the powerful Taozong to slaughter the medical god gate. Fortunately, your master brought some disciples here in time, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Now your master is exposed. According to the character of the Taoist patriarch, he will never let anyone who threatens him live. Yi Chen Mao's son overflows a road anger. Shifu is in danger. And extremely dangerous. Although he is a master of medicine, his elixir field has been abolished. If there is a real struggle, Shifu is definitely not the opponent of that group of people. Mr. Yi, there are some people in Kunlun to inquire about your whereabouts. I asked some disciples to follow those people and found a more important thing. These people have a lot to do with Daozong. Daozong seems to know that you have entered Kunlun from Huaxia. I'm afraid it's because of your master's reason. I'm afraid that he will do something to you. My suggestion is that you and your parents should rest here. It's better not to expose them during this time. I'll go to the killing place of Yutzang Mountain and try to bring your master back. Before he finished speaking, Yi Chen interrupted, No, what you have to do is to protect my parents' safety here. With King Xuanfeng array in your presence, it is definitely the safest place at present. Mr. Nei, you. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth outlined a cold radiance. I went to Yutzang Mountain, I would like to know this Taoist sect. If he dares to move my master, I will kill the whole clan. The old ancestor of King Xuanfeng changed his face when he heard this lie and said, Mr. Yi, you can't make it. Daozong is not like blood alliance. The gap between them is like heaven and earth. You can break the blood alliance, but that Dao clan can't break it. Even I can't shake it. What's more, the reason why the Blood League is so easy to have trouble is that the one of the Blood League has already traveled around. If he comes back and finds that there is something wrong with the Blood League, he will be angry, and the only elders of this sect will be as good as the one who travels around. Not to mention the Taoist master. Yi Chen is also too lazy to explain. I know quite well, you also don't persuade. With that, he left for Jiang Peirong and Yi Tianjing. The ancestor of King Xuanfeng sighed at Yi Chen's distant back. Of course, he doesn't want Yi Chen to have an accident. He doesn't want it more than anyone else. Of course, there is Lin Qingxian behind Yi Chen, but it is estimated that it is only a divine thought, which cannot help Yi Chen too much. If Yi Chen is dead, the mind will surely dissipate. Who will carry the banner of medical ethics? Medical ethics in Kunlun has been lonely for so many years. It is rare that there is any existence that can shake the status of Wudao. Now this guy is going to find Daozong trouble. Isn't this a death hunt? The key is that Yi Chen is stubborn. I can't persuade you. On this day, Yi Chen almost stayed with his parents and left as much time as possible for his family. It's not easy to get together. It's not appropriate to leave immediately. However, he was still worried about the situation of the medical god gate. Chener, are you worried? As a mother, Jiang Peirong discovered the difference for the first time. Yi Chen quickly shook his head. No, just feel like a dream. Yi Tianjing heard this sentence and said, Chener, if you don't guess wrong, what you are worried about now should be the master who saved you. When Yi Chen was not in King Xuanfeng, he also learned something from his ancestors. Naturally guessed the reason why Yi Chen is absent-minded now. Yi Chen did not speak, but Yi Tianjing continued, Chener, our Yi family members are not ungrateful people. Your master is kind to you. Without him, everything we can do now is impossible. Anyway, you should go to Yutsang Mountain. Dad, but... Yi Chen hesitated. No, but you can go directly. Besides, if we get along here, you will become a light bulb. This is not good. Yi Tianjing joked. Although Jiang Peirong did not know anything, she also supported Yi Chen. Be careful, Mom. Don't ask for safety. A few seconds later, I found the master and thought about it. We'll go to Xuye's house in Kunlun at that time. Good. Yi Tianjing is also angry when he hears about the virtual Yi family in Kunlun. The revenge of killing my father. Originally with the old man's body, now absolutely still incomparably strong. But the Xuye family of Kunlun is pushing ahead. Is to use this despicable means to drive parents out of the Yi family. Let your parents die at the same time with pills. Plunder life. Animal behavior. Anyway, I can't swallow it. Chapter 724. After Yi Chen left, Jiang Peirong looked at Yi Tianjing curiously. Tianjing, what happened to the Xuye family in Kunlun that you just told Chener? Yi Tianjing sighed and said all the things he knew. There is no need to hide anything between husband and wife. When Jiang Peirong heard about the old man's accident, he killed him. The heart also vibrated a bit. Her eyes gradually changed from shock to determination. She looked at Yi Tianjing and said seriously, Tianjing, the old man is not only your father, but also my father. We can't always rely on Chener. He's under a lot of pressure, and he's under more than we thought. From today on, you and I will practice together. I hope that when Chener comes back, he will be surprised. The next morning. The periphery of Yutsang Mountain. Yi Chen has not entered, is frightened by the scene in front of him. There are hundreds of people on the outside. There's a bunch of people around looking at people coming and going. The key is that some people have made flags, which are obviously recruiting people. After all, the killing place is very dangerous. If only one person enters, the chance of winning is too small. Most people organize a team of about 4. In the face of some danger, there will be no dead end. It's one person short. Do you want to go in with us? There is a king in this town. But the strength of the entrance is at least above the 5th level of the Holy Land. The team of 3 yelled a few times there, and soon they got together. After all, the king's land is a strong one here. If strong people enter together, at least a few points can be guaranteed. Many teams are pulling people, but those who enter Yutzang Mountain will be pulled away immediately. It's like a job fair in China. It's very hot. But Yi Chen is no one to disturb, because his breath is the second level of transcendental realm. Such breath, here is the lowest group. Nature disdains it. Who is willing to bring a burden? Yi Chen naturally doesn't plan to form a team, but he is not familiar with Yutzang Mountain. If he really wants to enter it, he must have a lot of trouble. It is undoubtedly the best to find someone to lead the way. When Yi Chen is puzzled, a fragrance comes, and a woman about 18 or 9 years old appears beside Yi Chen. Women have clear pupil, slender willow eyebrows, just right. Long eyelashes embellishment together with white skin, cherry-like mouth, but also count as a little beauty here. However, women's clothes are somewhat nondescript. It seems that men's clothes, but also some generous. To Yi Chen's surprise, the clothes on this little beauty have the sign of Dragon Spirit. The Dragon Spirit will send some clothes to the Dragon Soul team members to deal with the special environment, but how can it appear here? Is this man from the Dragon Spirit? Yi Chen has a good memory, but he has never seen this girl. The girl laughed and stretched out her hand, that my name is Wen Shishir. We are short of one person. Do you want to join us? If you don't gather 4 people in the killing place, it's very dangerous. Wen's poems can see the doubts in Yi Chen's eyes and affirm that the other party is coming for the first time. Although the cultivation is too low, but it is still a person, barely able to handle. Of course, the more important reason why she invited Yi Chen was that the clothes on the other party were obviously from Huaxia. Yi Chen frowned, did not agree, but said, "Where is the clothes on your body from?" Wen Shishir was stunned and then said with a smile, "It seems that I really did not guess wrong. You should come from Huaxia. This dress belongs to my father, but she came in 20 years ago. According to your age, she should not know each other. My father is in the killing place of Yutzang Mountain. This time I plan to go with my sister." The words have not finished, a cold voice suddenly sounded. "Poetry, who is this guy?" Yi Chen raised his head, and when he saw the woman speaking, his expression became extremely strange. Because this woman as like Wen Shishir is as like as 2 peas. Twins? Fortunately, Wen Shishir's hair is long and straight, and the cold woman with her hair tied up shows her ability. But the other side's eyes seem to have a trace of hostility. The woman took Wen Shishir's hand and scolded him. "I said, don't talk to any strange man. Have you forgotten?" Wen Shishir quickly pointed to Yi Chen and explained, "Elder sister, aren't we still short of one person? Just him." "No. He is so extraordinary that he will only give us trouble and find other people." The woman, incomparably decisive, looks at Yi Chen's eye is also extremely disdainful. Wen Shishir quickly grabbed the woman's clothes and said, "Sister, this man and dad come from the same place. Do you forget that dad has been talking about China? If dad saw him, he would be very happy." Hearing Huaxia, the woman's eyes were astringent for a few minutes. Then she stares at Yi Chen and says, "How can you prove that you are from Huaxia? Clothes alone can't identify you." Yi Chen is regarded as the woman in front of her eyes. However, you should be careful when you are in Kunlun Su. If you are a little careless, you will be responsible for your life here. He took a look at the woman who was talking and said, "If I guess correctly, your father should come from the Dragon Spirit of China." Hearing the Chinese Dragon Soul, the woman's eyes finally appeared a little surprised. But the surprise flashed away. He turned and held Wen Shishir and went to another man. "In that case, it's up to you. Get ready, and we'll start right away. What's more, there may be danger before entering the killing place. We will not care about your life and death. What you have to do is to survive at all costs. What's more, my name is Wen Tingting. If you have any questions, come to me. Don't look for my sister, or you will be responsible for the consequences." Yi Chen is a little bit muddled, also did not agree. Wen Shishir turns around and winks at Yi Chen, which is quite playful. After a while, the 2 sisters came with another man with a sword in his hand. The man is a sword eyebrow, tall, breathing in the 5th floor of the Holy Land. When he found out that the last one was a waste who had not even entered the Holy Land, He looked at Wen Tingting and said, "Tingting, this boy is the fourth person? It's better not to look for it." Wen Tingting gave a cold hum. "Xiao Jian, if you are not satisfied, you can leave. Also, my name is Wen Tingting. We are not familiar with it. We can omit the surname. If you call Tingting again, I'll cut you with one sword." There is a trace of domineering and strong in Wen Tingting's words, which is in sharp contrast to the tenderness and playfulness of her sister Wen's poetry. Wen Tingting and Wen Shishir have just taken a few steps, but they find something and stop. A pair of cold eyes shot to Yi Chen, and asked, "Why don't you follow?" Chapter 725. Yi Chen sneered. He wanted to take Wen's poems into the land of killing. The other side is obviously the child of the Dragon Soul Warrior, although he is the old generation Dragon Soul Warrior. Can or will he? But what he didn't expect was that Wen Tingting, the elder sister, seemed to be in charge of everything. She didn't want to listen to this man's orders. In other words, this kind of woman is the most troublesome. Yi Chen shakes his head and goes toward the inside. "Excuse me, I can go in alone." Wen Tingting was stunned and her face pulled down. "Just extraordinary, a person into the killing place. Isn't this a death hunt? I guess I'll be dead before I get to the killing place. What a shame. Do you think your strength can survive?" Wen Tingting sneered. Wen Shishir was obviously worried about Yi Chen, so he said softly, "That I don't know what your name is." "Yi Chen." Yi Chen replied that he had some affection for his sister Wen's poems. At least knowing that his accomplishments are not high and inviting himself is enough to prove kindness. "Yi Chen, this killing place is not a joke. You don't understand it. There are not only people who kill more treasure, but also a happy killer. Because the blood of the killing place is too heavy, the spirits and beasts of Kunlun Su are mutated and extremely cruel, which is the reason why we form a team." Despite Wen's persuasion, Yi Chen shook his head and said, "Don't worry, those things can't help me. If you are in danger, you can come to me. Of course, you can follow me. For the sake of your father's dragon soul, I can guarantee that no one will dare to touch you when you enter the killing land." As soon as this was said, not only Wen Shishir was stunned, but also Wen Tingting and Xiao Jian were quiet. Their expressions were so strange that they seemed to hear the funniest joke in the world. "How can we protect the Holy Land? I'm afraid this kid is a brain wreck." Xiao Jian laughed and said, "Boy, you are afraid that your brain is not working well. This killing place is one of the most dangerous places in Kunlun. These 4 words are enough to prove the danger. If you go in alone, don't say you pass it, it's a problem to hold on for a few minutes. Don't think that your surname is Yi, and you will kill heaven as Yi. I advise you to follow us." Wen Tingting gave a cold hum and grabbed Wen Shishir's hand. "Since some people are determined to die, let them die. Try. You remember to follow me. Although there are 3 people, they should be enough to cope with some unexpected situations." With that, Wen's poems went to the depths. Xiao Jian also took a look at Yi Chen, sneered, and followed him. He hoped Yi Chen would not follow. These are 2 excellent twin beauties. If there is a chance on the way, and then you can get it, won't you be frank? Xuanfei has never tried. When the 2 sisters disappear completely, Yi Chen follows up. When entering the depths of Yutsang Mountain, Yi Chen instantly felt that there were countless murders hidden in the darkness. The killing machine seemed to regard itself as prey. Not only that, but he also smelled the blood in the air. The ground was covered with bodies. Some of the bodies are even fresh. No wonder it's called the land of killing. It's not close yet. The killing spirit is so strong that if it gets inside, the consequences will be unimaginable. Even the Taoist mind of ordinary practitioners will be affected by the killing spirit. But it's harmful to others, but it's good for me. Yi Chen sneers, he can feel the body of that blood dragon excited to the extreme. I can't wait to get out of my body right now. However, Yi Chen didn't want to expose the blood dragon, so he let it slowly absorb the killing qi in his body. After that, Yi Chen went toward the inside, and there was no one around. I didn't know where the 2 sisters had gone. When Yi Chen was ready to go inside, a rustling sound sounded in the grass not far away. Yi Chen eyebrows a frown, instinctively felt a trace of murder. The next second, the grass tore open, and then a huge black tiger came directly over. Black tiger has a strong evil spirit. There was blood on the fangs and even some human skin on the corners of his mouth. It was obvious that the animal had just eaten a man. From the residual breath, the black tiger killed a strong man entering the Holy Land. Good boy. Is the murderer in this killing place so terrible? Or is this one more terrifying? And Yi Chen became the second prey of the black tiger. What's more strange is that the killing machine on the black tiger is obviously stronger than all around, extremely dangerous. Seeing the black tiger coming, the tiger's paw came with cold light. This power is more than 1,000 caddies. Once hit on the body, it will inevitably turn into a pool of mud. Yi Chen Linghame, little beast, really think people are so easy to bully. Yi Chen didn't move his sword. His arm flashed with thunder, and his fist went out directly. Bang! A fist and a tiger's paw collide. The giant tiger was photographed flying out on the spot. To know Yi Chen's real strength is far beyond the Holy Land. How can a fierce beast do to him? Not only that, but his murderous spirit is much stronger than that of the black tiger. When the giant tiger landed, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were obviously afraid of it. It did not think that this breath is far weaker than a human kind of guy, incredibly so terrible. He just wanted to withdraw, limbs force. Yi Chen has appeared in front of him. There is a cold sword in my hand. Cut it directly. The black tiger skin on you is not bad. I'll take it. Black tiger fear extremely, roar a sound, but can't resist at all. The head is directly cut down by Yi Chen. Yi Chen just wanted to peel off his skin, but he found countless breath. The next second, a full dozen black tigers appear in front of Yi Chen. What's more, the body of the front black tiger is far more than everything else. It's obviously the leader of this group of black tigers. This leader has a strong sense of killing, and his whole body is covered with blood. An ancient rune is engraved on the forehead. The whole body is blackened, the limbs are extremely thick, the claws are pointed out of the toe, and the tail is like a bent iron bar. Majestic and majestic, the body is streamlined, full of fear of power. The rest of the black tigers also follow this head, awe and surrender. The tiger lives alone, and it's not a wolf. How come there are so many tigers all at once? When Yi Chen was surprised, a roar of tigers resounded through the mountains and forests. The next second, he directly jumped up. Countless dark shadows with rage and murder. Once touched, you will die. In their eyes, this human must die. Yi Chen was indifferent, moved his neck for a moment, and said faintly, "To be honest, I'm not interested in you animals, but I'm interested in the guy behind you. It's too tiring to drive, just missing a mount." Language down, Yi Chen with the sword in hand directly rushed out. Chapter 726. The black tigers are not even qualified to touch. Countless swords twinkle. It's a sword given to Chen daily. If you can't deal with a group of animals, it's really ridiculous. The shadow of the sword is so dense that it seems to turn into a long dragon and drill into the tigers. A wave of air exploded like substance, and the whole earth trembled faintly. Bang! All of a sudden, the blood mist filled. The first few black tigers turned into blood fog on the spot. At the same time, Yi Chen did not stop at all. Strong sweep. The terrible storm swept away, which made those black tigers ready to swallow Yi Chen suddenly. They never thought that Yi Chen's strength was so terrible. They stayed in Kunlun for too long, and even had some wisdom. They feel fear, but it's too late. The only qualification of countless black tigers is to die. Yi Chen can even kill the strong in the Holy King's territory. What are these animals? When Yi Chen kills Xingxuang, a startling roar rings through the sky, and then a huge black shadow covers it. Sharp claws like a blade, toward Yi Chen's chest. There is a trace of blood on the claws. The most terrifying giant tiger has finally shot. Yi Chen Mao's sun shrinks, a sword to giant tiger and go. Ding! To his surprise, under a sword, he didn't cut off the tiger's paw of the other side. On the contrary, there was a violent spark. A strong air wave swept over. Yi Chen's body directly retreated 10 steps. Yeah! What terrible power the giant tiger is! This attack alone will be enough to fight against the practitioners in the later stage of entering the Holy Land and even in the early stage of the Holy Land. Interesting. Obviously, the giant tiger also knew that Yi Chen was not easy to be provoked. He rushed over again, just like a meteorite falling to the earth. Yi Chen did not dare to be careless, but he did not move his sword, but stood steadily. When the giant tiger came to Yi Chen with a cold killing opportunity, Yi Chen roared, "The blood dragon comes out." Tiger is the king of beasts. And the dragon is the ancestor of all animals. It's better to give everything to the blood dragon than to do it with a sword. A burst of dragon chant resounded. The next second, a blood dragon out of Yi Chen's body. The blood dragon absorbed a lot of killing gas, and his body was extremely huge. Seeing the black tiger dare to attack Yi Chen, he was furious. Directly towards the giant tiger. Bang! The collision of two forces is obviously not the same level. Blood dragon in the blood on the strong suppression. Giant tiger flies out. The body is with a trace of trembling. It's no match at all. The blood dragon may not be so strong against some cultivators. But for this fierce beast, whether it is blood and breath, it is completely crushed. Almost instantly, everything of the giant tiger collapsed. The next second, the giant tiger knelt down directly. A gentle roar of the tiger came. The blood dragon did not continue to kill, but returned to Yi Chen's side, coiled around Yi Chen. Giant tiger looked at the youth and blood dragon not far away, eyes slightly shrink, low head. Yi Chen did not expect that things would be so easy, but he found the biggest advantage of blood dragon. Suppress all bloodthirsty beasts. In this land of killing, it's just tyranny. No longer think about it, Yi Chen came to the giant tiger and said in a cold voice, "You can be a mount. If you want to, you can condense your blood essence." Giant tiger deeply looked at Yi Chen and hesitated for a few seconds. His mouth was open and a drop of black blood essence was suspended in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded, 5 fingers a grip, will blood essence. In an instant, I saw the shadow of a black tiger. It's not bad. With you, I should be much easier. Yi Chen stepped into the giant tiger. Giant tiger fears stand up, majestic, kill the opportunity to release. Go. With Yi Chen's command, the giant tiger roars, which is to quickly plunder towards the depth. At each step, the ground vibrated. Yi Chen, sitting on the giant tiger, also feels that all the murders hidden in the depths have disappeared. Obviously, the giant tiger's status in this killing place is not ordinary. A single roar will shake back hundreds of fierce beasts. And deep in the jungle. When Tingting and when Shirshir are not happy, the team of 4 is now 3. It can't condense the array, and its strength is weakened a lot. As soon as the key entered here, several men caught their attention. They tried their best to push those men back. At the moment, the 2 men were out of breath, and their hands shaking slightly. When Tingting's cold eyes glanced at Xiao Jian. Naturally, she found that this man's strength was obviously comparable to her, but she didn't exert too much force from the beginning to the end, which was obviously strange. Xiao Jian, as the only man in the team, you hide behind us like this? Xiao Jian Zheng immediately smiled. Tingting, you this is what words, I can raise enough energy to do big things. His eyes swept in front of the sister flowers, eyes are full of desire. They even want to put them down immediately. Please call me my full name. We're not so familiar yet. Wen Tingting said coldly. All of a sudden, she found something, frowned and said, what are you going to do? Xiao Jian took a look at the injuries of the 2 sisters. Knowing that they were almost finished, Xiao Jian clapped his hands. Of course, it is necessary to do you 2 beauties. The words fall, 3 dark shadows come out from the depths and stand behind Xiao Jian. Wen Tingting's face changed greatly when she saw this scene. She just reflected that Xiao Jian had a team for a long time. And he took the initiative to join them, which is obviously the purpose. Damn it! For eyes some hot, with evil desire. Xiao Zhan licked his tongue and said, Ting Ting, there are also Shi's younger sister. It's hard to survive in the killing place. You two women still need to find a backer. What do you think of me? Don't worry, Xiao Jian is not a man who has played and refused to accept the bill. How about you when I am Xiao Jian's woman in the future? When Tingting's cold eyes were cold, and the sword pointed at Xiao Jian, dream. I shouldn't have joined you. It seems that my father's friends are not good things either. I recommend you so much. After that, she looked at Wen Shi, sister, when I move my sword, you will run in the opposite direction. The farther the better, don't worry about me. Wen Shi was stunned and his eyes watered with water, but elder sister, these people are all in the Holy Land. You are hurt and can't move them at all. No nonsense, go. The next second, Wen Tingting fiercely retreats Wen Shi, and at the same time, a sword goes toward Xiao Jian. The sword's meaning is vertical and horizontal. But even though she has good strength, she can't stop Xiao Jian in the face of Sheng. Under the three moves, she vomited a mouthful of blood, like a broken kite hit the ground. His face was pale. Wen Shi has not run far away, but is also caught by one of the clothes, fiercely thrown on the ground. It's really embarrassing. Xiao Jian saw two sister flowers lying in front of him, and his desire broke out completely. Don't say, I haven't played twins in Kunlun for such a long time. In this case, I'm not polite. When I'm finished, it's my brother's turn. Words fall, Xiao Jian then toward two girls and go. Sister. Wen's poems were in a state of confusion. Wen Tingting wants to pick up the sword on one side, but finds that her arm has no strength. Damn it! Sister, let's blow ourselves up together. At this moment, Wen Tingting's eyes are determined. Well. Just as they were ready to defend themselves, a roar of tigers suddenly sounded. The tiger roars to the sky. The ground is shaking. Everyone's face changed suddenly. No! This is the voice of the Black Tiger. And the King of the Black Tiger. Chapter 727. Xiao Jian's hand stopped completely. Don't dare to get close to Wen Tingting. Life matters. Or is desire important? The latter, of course. An invisible sense of fear came to my mind. Because this is not a general crazy black tiger. This is the king of the black tiger. Only one of the 10,000 black tigers will be born. Order 10,000 tigers. The fierce beast king of the real killing land. Only a crazy black tiger is enough to devour a practitioner who enters the Holy Land. Not even the power to fight back. The key is that the crazy black tiger is also a vicious beast living in groups. Even if you kill one head, there may be dozens of them. Once surrounded, you will die. A man behind Xiao Jian said in a trembling voice, Brother Jian, the fierce beast is coming. Otherwise, let's run quickly. But I heard that the king of crazy evil black tiger appeared, and he must bring 10,000 tigers. With our strength, we can't resist it. Another man also said, it's not right. The king of the black tiger has not moved for a long time, so he shouldn't be here. However, the vision of tiger roaring is getting closer and closer. Anyway, let's withdraw first. Xiao Jian took a look at the two beautiful girls in front of him. He had wanted to put Wen Tingting's thorny rose under his body for a long time, but he didn't expect that it was destroyed by an animal in the end. Wen Tingting stared at Xiao Jian with cold eyes and said in a cold voice, Xiao Jian, I'd rather be bitten to death by such a fierce beast, and I won't make you such a mean and shameless person. She knew very well that this time, fate played a trick. You're going to die. It is better to be the food of this kind of animal than to be unclean and defiled by people. She even looked at her sister Wen Shi and held her sister's sweaty hand tightly. Don't be afraid, there's a sister here. Although Wen Shi was afraid, she didn't want to worry her sister. She nodded, Sister, it's okay. To tell you the truth, I've seen the crazy black tiger, but I haven't seen the king of the black tiger. It's just right with me." Xiao Jian saw that the two sisters had such an attitude, and there was a rage in his heart. "Do you really think you can't control them? Just now it was just a roar of a tiger. The crazy black tiger doesn't necessarily come to this side." No longer thinking about it, Xiao Jian said to the three people behind him, "You set up a big shield array. There is an array, the crazy black tiger can't find it. Today, no matter what, these two women I must go to." After Xiao Jian, the three people looked at each other, and finally went to three directions. 3 fingers pinched, a drop of blood essence forced out, gradually a barrier to cover. Xiao Jian saw this scene and snorted coldly. His greedy desire was staring at Wen Tingting. "Stinky bitch, do you really think I'm afraid of the crazy black tiger? Even if the king of the black tiger comes, I will kill you again." Words fall, Xiao Jian whole person rushed up. Wen Tingting naturally can't be at the mercy of the other party. She starts shaking and grabs the sword that falls beside her, and then she goes to Xiao Jianxi with a sword. Ha! But the long sword had no power at all, let alone the sword spirit. It was easily photographed by Xiao Jian on the spot. At the same time, Xiao Jian's right hand choked Wen Tingting's neck and lifted it fiercely. A sense of suffocation came. "Bitch, how dare you resist?" At the moment, Xiao Jian is in between madness and violence, and then fiercely throws Wen Tingting out. Wen Tingting was injured. With such a blow, she spat out a mouthful of blood. To the extreme. "Sister." Wen's poetry subconsciously blocks Wen Tingting's body. With 5 fingers, there is also a sword in the palm. Her hands trembled, but she said without hesitation, "You are not allowed to move my sister. Since you are going to stand in front of your sister, I've changed my attention and started with you first," said Xiao Jian. The next second, Xiao Jianhua is the shadow, and the 5 fingers are pulling away from Wen's clothes. Once the power falls, it is impossible for Wen Shishir to carry on. Her face turned white and her eyes closed subconsciously. And in this critical moment, it is a startling tiger roaring through. Then a dark shadow flashed by. The 3 people who were originally concentrating the array felt a gust of wind. When they saw the shadow's face clearly, they just wanted to talk, but they were swallowed by one mouthful. 3 blood fog suddenly generated. Such a startling voice opened the eyes of Wen's poetry, which was originally closed. But see in front of the picture, that beautiful eye sun completely stare big, just like the ghost general. This how could that be possible? And Wen Tingting, who was seriously injured, is the same. Her cold eyes were staring at a huge black tiger behind Xiao Jian. The giant tiger is majestic and breathtaking. She was almost sure that this was the king of the black tiger. This breath is like the holy king's realm of human friars, extremely terrible. This is not the most surprising thing to both of them. What is more surprising is that there is a young man sitting on the back of such a fierce beast. The youth's face is cold and proud, and his eyes are full of clouds and breeze. As if nothing could make him fluctuate. The key is that the 2 sisters have just met each other. It's the extraordinary Yi Chen. How could it be? An extraordinary boy, is there such a fierce animal to escort here? Even reduced to mount. This fierce beast is extremely proud and powerful. Let alone the Holy King's realm, even the strong who return to the virtual realm can't conquer it. Xiao Jian naturally felt the danger behind him, surrounded by bursts of blood. Gradually, he stiff around the neck. When I saw the king of Black Tiger and Yi Chen, I was shocked. And then a chill came over the whole body. Yi Chen, how can it be? He could no longer bear the pressure of the crazy black tiger, his legs softened and fell directly on the ground. He wanted to run, but so close, the giant tiger could turn him into a blood mist. Yi Chen looked down at Xiao Jian and said, "How do you want to die?" 5 words, like death's judgment. Xiao Jian gang wants to say what? Crazy black tiger, a tiger roar. Xiao Jian scared of the body came a smell of urine saw. "Mr. Yi, it's because I don't know Taishan. Please let me die. I'd like to give these 2 women to you," he said in a trembling voice. It seems that this is not enough. Xiao Jian took out another bottle of pills and said cautiously, Mr. Yi, this pill is given to me by my master. It's of high grade. It's very suitable for you. It's my filial piety. Yi Chen snorted coldly and waved his arm gently. The jade bottle turned into pieces on the spot. Pills also disappeared. I don't like this kind of rubbish pill. Xiaohei, it's solved. Yi Chen's words fall slowly. Along the way, he thought of a few names for the crazy black tiger. They all felt that they were too obstinate, so he chose one of the most common names in China. Hearing Yi Chen's command, the mad black tiger roared again, and his ferocious fangs directly bit off Xiao Jian's head. Chapter 728. Then, the huge tiger's paw fell down. Who can bear such a force? Blood splashes. Xiao Jinlian's body could not be complete, only a pool of blood mud was left. The two sisters Wen Tingting and Wen Shishir were completely stunned when they saw this scene. No one would have thought that this would be the end. The one who disdains them most is the one who finally disdains them. Wen Tingting's cheek seems to be an invisible slap, thinking that before because of his contempt and indifference, but with a top strong brush shoulder. The whole Black Jade Mountain belongs to the Black Tiger. What else does he want to form a team? Wen Tingting thought Yi Chen could not climb up to their two sisters, but now, she can't stand up. Sister Wen Shishir reacted first, exhaled a breath, and looked at Yi Chen's eyes with a trace of excitement. She bowed slightly, Yi Chen, no, Mr. Yi, thank you for your help. Yi Chen came down from the top of the crazy black tiger, took out a pill and threw it out directly. Take this pill and you'll feel better. Wen Shishir looked at the red pills in his hands, and smelled the strong fragrance of the medicine on the tip of his nose, and knew that the pills were of great value. Yi Chen becomes more and more mysterious in her heart. Fortunately, he made friends with Yi Chen at the beginning, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Mr. Yi, you saved my sister and I just now. We have nothing to repay. This pill is too expensive. Please take it back. Yi Chen waved his hand, I saved you because of your father. To be honest, I am also from the Chinese dragon spirit. I've never met your father, but it's systematic. Wen Shishir looked at Yi Chen suspiciously, and wrote down the kindness in silence, and then took the pills. When the pill was imported, the efficacy was scattered, and her internal organs seemed to be wrapped by a force, which made her feel comfortable to the extreme. But now on the ground Sister Wentingting is difficult to stand up, want to apologize, but cannot say, finally can only reluctantly spit out two words, thank you. Yi Chen did not pay attention to, directly on the crazy evil black tiger, just ready to leave, when Tingting hurriedly called Yi Chen, Mr. Yi, wait a minute. She knew very well that it was very difficult for her and her sister to rush out of here to kill. The only chance is the mysterious youth. Yi Chen stops and doesn't speak. Just then, plop. Always proud of Wentingting is kneeling in front of Yi Chen. Her face turned red and she said, Mr. Yi, just now there was a verbal conflict. I hope Mr. Yi doesn't take it seriously. It's Tingting's heart. Tingting knows that she can't let Mr. Yi down. She can only show her determination by death. Seeing that my sister has no malice towards you, I would like to ask Mr. Yi to take her sister, Wen Shishir, safely to the killing place until I see my father. Language down, when Tingting picked up the cold sword on the ground, suddenly toward the neck. Either way, one of them must live. Just at the moment when the sword was about to cut her neck, a blade of wind came furiously, and the sword in her hand broke directly. Your life is not worth money in my eyes. I can take you away, but remember, out of this killing land, you have nothing to do with me. When Tingting responded and quickly knelt down to thank him, Mr. Yi, this kindness, I will always remember Wen Tingting. If I have the chance, I will pay it back at all costs. Finished saying that, she looked at the younger sister, then pulled the younger sister silently to follow in the crazy evil black tiger behind. Yi Chen glanced at her sister Wen Shishir, who was a little weak, and whistled. The next second, out of the dark two black tigers shadow. It's a black tiger. But the two ends of the breath the Yi Chen body fall more than 10 times. Two black tigers bend their front legs and crawl on the ground, apparently to let the second daughter climb up. Some fear in the heart of the two women, the key to their strength, never thought there would be a crazy black tiger for riding awe. When Shirshir swallowed his throat and said to Yi Chen, "Mr. Yi, you are." Yi Chen rode crazy evil black tiger to the front, the light voice fell, "Go up, these two guys won't hurt you." At the moment, Yi Chen has already controlled the crazy evil black tiger in the 10-mile radius. The second daughter hesitated for a few seconds, or climbed up the crazy black tiger's body. The next second, the two heads ran up, toward Yi Chen. Three-head crazy black tiger instantly let the surrounding hidden killing all disappear. Some human friars are approaching the killing place. When they see the three running figures, their expressions are frozen. It's like hell. How could someone subdue the crazy black tiger in this place? And it's three fuckers. Unfortunately, because the speed of the crazy black tiger is too fast, they can only see that there are two women and a man on the black tiger. As for identity, I don't know. 15 minutes later. Yi Chen stopped, because he was in front of a magnificent city gate. There are 4 words written on it. Inside the city gate are all kinds of high-rise buildings, and some even go straight into the sky. The whole city, an ancient array guard. But the sky above the sky is full of blood. Even in broad daylight there is a blood moon. Not only that, Yi Chen found that the blood dragon breath in his body was more and more rich. As if by what guidance, eager to rush out of the body immediately, devouring the blood moon. When Tingting comes down from the crazy black tiger and respectfully says to Yi Chen, "Mr. Yi, this is the place of killing, and the mount can't enter generally. If Mr. Yi insists, the consequences will be very troublesome." Yi Chen nodded and jumped down. The urgent task is to find the master quickly. Unfortunately, the ancestor of King Xuanfeng could only confirm that the master was in the killing place, but he did not know the specific whereabouts of the master. However, the ancestor of King Xuanfeng has sent a disciple to wait inside. I hope this disciple has the whereabouts of his master. At this time, Sister Wen Shirshir came up, and her pretty face was slightly red. "Well, Mr. Yi, you all said that you want to see my father, otherwise, we go in together, we can't delay you too much time." Yi Chen thought for a few seconds, or agreed to come down. Good. The dragon's soul is the second. Yi Chen learns from the second daughter that their father has been here for a long time. Maybe he knows the whereabouts of the master. By the way, Shirshir, don't call me Mr. Yi, just call me Yi Chen or Yi elder brother. Yi Chen said again. He had a little affection for this kind girl, of course, only because of her personality. Wen's poems were jubilant and seemed excited. "Okay, Yi Xian brother Yi." One side of Wen Tingting looked at her sister like this and sighed, knowing that her little heart had been occupied by this man. Chapter 729. However, this is also normal. Kunlun virtual strong is respected, and Yi Chen is not only powerful, but also their savior. Only these 2 points, which girl cannot shake her heart. Even if it was her, if she really wanted to talk about it, she still had some palpitations in her heart. Yi Chen took a look at the crazy black tiger and said, "You go in, and when you need you, I will communicate with the seal of the sea." Three-head crazy black tiger deeply looked at Yi Chen, turned and then went toward the depth of the forest. "Let's go." Yi Chen hands in the back of the walk, although the gate has inspection, but also not too harsh. After all, everyone is entitled to enter the killing place, but it does not mean that everyone can survive. When stepping into it, Yi Chen is to feel countless eyes toward them. Not good. It's cold. Among them, there are some powerful kings. "Mr. Yi, our father is in a place called Wanshui Pavilion. It's only a kilometer to the north. Wanshui Pavilion is owned by my father." Wen explained. And the north point, the negative leaf in the back. As for those with murderous eyes, he completely ignored them. These people are just clowns. If they really want to move themselves, they don't mind letting the whole killing land turn red with blood. Maybe it's because Yi Chen bursts out with a strong sense of killing and self-confidence, and those eyes finally dissipate. Wanshui Pavilion. When the 3 arrived, they found the door closed. When Tingting showed her eyebrows with a frown and knocked at the door, "Dad?" But the door didn't open for a long time. Just as she was about to give up, the door suddenly opened, and then a cold voice sounded from the strength, "Come in quickly." Wen Tingting and Wen Shishir no longer hesitated, but hurriedly entered the side of the body. However, Yi Chen glanced at the top floor of another building, and then stepped into it. At the moment, on the top floor, two young men in long robes looked down from above. Because of the glass barrier, it is impossible for the outside world to see these two young people. Eh? One of the young people suddenly said, his eyes full of doubts. He looked at another man beside him and said, "Why do I feel like the last kid who came and found us?" But there is an array in the periphery, not to mention the extraordinary state. Even the strong people who return to the virtual state can hardly find us. Old Pan, do you feel it? Another young man will be in the east-west direction similar to a telescope, frowning and not speaking. The young man said again, "Lao Pan, what are you doing? Do you feel it?" When Li Feng of Wanshui Pavilion has that treasure hidden in his hand. If we don't understand this boy, what can we do if the baby is transferred from flower to tree? The young man, who was called Lao Pan, suddenly thought of something and took out a picture. In the portrait is a young man's face. It's Yi Chen. Seeing that his guess was confirmed, Pan gave a cold smile. "I didn't expect to have an unexpected harvest today. Haha, God helps me." The young man was stunned, and his face became more and more suspicious. "Lao Pan, what do you want to express? The twins are really good, but the value of the baby is far more important than that of a woman. Besides, if you get something like that in Wen Lifeng's hand and give it to the master of Daozong, maybe your status will rise." The smile of old Pan's mouth was cold, and then he threw the portrait to the youth. "Jiang Luo, although I care about that baby, I found something more valuable." The last boy to enter, named Yi Chen, is from Huaxia and is the disciple of Duan Huayan, the doctor's door. Originally, the order given by the patriarch was to take Duan Huayan in the killing place, but I didn't expect that the Huaxia waste apprentices of Huayan also came. It happened that both of them were one. Next year, I will be an elder of Daozong. God help me too. Jiang Luo took a look at the portrait, and his eyes were also happy. "Old Pan, when will you start?" Old Pan looked down at Wanshui Pavilion, his eyes seemed to be in charge of everything. "Don't worry, the net has been set, who can escape from the pursuit of my Daozong?" And now, Wanshui Pavilion. A middle-aged man pressed a button, and the dark hall was completely bright. The middle-aged man was wearing a combat suit. The battle uniform still bears the symbol of dragon spirit. It's just that the clothes are old, and even the symbol of dragon soul is different from the present. "Dad!" When Wen Shishir and Wen Tingting saw the middle-aged man, their voice was excited to the extreme. The middle-aged man is obviously Wen Lifeng. When Lifeng saw that his two daughters were safe and sound, he sighed, "Just come back, just come back. I want to pick you up for father, but now there are some special circumstances that make you suffer. By the way, how did you two get here through the land of beasts?" Wen Shishir and Wen Tingting's eyes fall on Yi Chen, who has never spoken. Wen Lifeng paid attention to this strange man. Extraordinary. It's nothing in the land of killing. It's at the bottom. Even his two daughters' accomplishments are much higher than him. "What's your daughter doing here with this kid?" Wen Shishir quickly explained, "Dad, thanks to Brother Yi, if it wasn't for Brother Yi, my sister and I would have died there. And Dad, Xiao Jian arranged by your friend is a scum beast." Of course, Wen Lifeng also has some hostility to Yi Chen. He stayed in the killing place for too long. He knows better than anyone. No one can save without a reason. What's more, this boy's cultivation is not in line with his strength, which is obviously hidden. There is absolutely something wrong with this kind of person. When Lifeng took out some top-grade spirit stones and handed them to Yi Chen, "Little brother, thank you for saving my two daughters. If you can use it again in the future, please come here to find me. I will never say goodbye." Obviously, he wants the spirit stone to return Yi Chen's love. Let Yi Chen leave. Anyway, it's very time now. No one is allowed to stay here more. No one knows what the real identity of this strange man is. Wen Shishir was obviously aware of his father's misunderstanding and quickly explained, "Dad, you've made a mistake. Brother Yi is a good man, and Brother Yi is also from China. He knows the Chinese dragon spirit." Hearing this, Wen Lifeng's eyes shrunk, but he has a sense of belonging to the dragon spirit. If it wasn't for the accident, he wouldn't have been here. He wanted to go to China countless times, but found that he could not leave the killing place now. He has a more important mission. Wen Lifeng looked at Yi Chen and said seriously, "I don't know you are." Before he finished speaking, Yi Chen lost a certificate. A calm word resounded through the hall. Yi Chen, Chief Instructor of Dragon Spirit. Chapter 730. Chief Instructor of Dragon Soul. These 5 words let Wen Lifeng's expression suffocate. He knows the meaning of these 5 words better than anyone else. Although he is an old group of Dragon Soul soldiers, even here the strength is far more than the original several strong Chinese. But he always regarded himself as one of the dragon spirits. Never changed. And in front of me, this young man is actually the present Dragon Soul Chief Instructor. Only these words let his blood boil. His body trembled slightly. The next second, the body straight, the standard salute. Chinese Dragon Soul Wen Lifeng has met the Chief Instructor. Sound vibration, endless air wave release. Such a scene scared Wen Tingting and Wen's poetry. They know their father better than anyone else. Wen Tingting's arrogance is inherited from her father. But at the moment, my father is so kind to Mr. Yi. Chief Instructor. What is Mr. Yi coming from? Yi Chen nodded. In this way, things became much simpler. Although Wen Lifeng's strength is above the realm of the Holy King, in his eyes, it is nothing. Drill Master, how can you be here? What about the brothers of Chinese Dragon Spirit? Also, do you know a man named Lei Shuwei? Is he still alive? Wen Lifeng is quite excited to say. He has not been to China for 20 years. Things are different, I don't know how my comrades in arms used to be. And Yi Chen in front of him undoubtedly knows all he cares about. Even though Yi Chen has confirmed the relationship between Wen Lifeng and Long Hun, he never thought that the other party knew Lei Shuwei. It's a coincidence. But look at their age, I'm afraid Lei Shuwei and Wen Lifeng had a lifelong friendship. Yi Chen then said, Lei Shuwei is in charge of the Dragon Soul now. He applied to the position of the Chief Instructor of mine. He has a good relationship with me. In that case, you and I are my own people. Wen Lifeng heard Yi Chen's words and became more and more excited. More murmured, I knew that Lazy would climb up, but I couldn't witness it. Suddenly, he looked at Yi Chen and said, Drill Master, you live here these days. It's not peaceful outside. There are powerful arrays to protect here. It's very difficult for ordinary people to enter. What's more, I'm sure someone noticed you in the dark. If you go out again, someone will find you. At that time, it will be me Wen Lifeng who will harm the Drill Master. Hearing these words, Yi Chen frowned. What do you mean? Wen Lifeng hesitated for a few seconds, but he did not know how to speak. Yi Chen will understand, since it is not convenient, then forget it. Wen Lifeng took a look at his 2 daughters, bit his teeth, and said, Drill Master, this matter is not a secret, you wait for me here. Later, Wen Lifeng entered a room. When he came out, he had an extra box in his hand. There are ancient lines on the box, and the rune is revealed. It's extraordinary. Suddenly, Yi Chen's face changed slightly. He found that when the box appeared, the blood dragon in his body looked like a strange fury. If it was not for his suppression, the consequences would be unimaginable. What is in the box? Why did the blood dragon change so much? Wen Lifeng took a look at Yi Chen and explained, Drill Master, this thing was left by a guest. I wanted to return it to that guest, but I found that the guest died strangely. And most of the people that this guest came into contact with had an accident. If I'm right, someone is looking for it. Look for it at all costs. These days, I have felt that someone is watching me near Wanshui Pavilion, and the forces in the killing place are complicated. Although there are forces behind Wanshui Pavilion, those people dare to be so unscrupulous and will certainly attack Wanshui Pavilion. If it wasn't for the formation, I'm afraid these people would have come in. It's just that I have the box, but I don't have the key to open it. Yi Chen hears when Li Feng's words, reaches out his hand and touches the box. A warm and cool feeling came. The next second, Yi Chen's blood dragon's power is all condensed on his right hand. Vaguely, the blood dragon seems to have penetrated the box and penetrated into it. Click! A strange thing happened. The simple box opened a gap directly. When Li Feng and the two sisters were stunned to the extreme, when Li Feng tried to open the box by all means, but it seemed that the box was made by meteorites from other countries. Even with swords, it could not be broken. It's impossible for him to open it without a key. What is the ghost in front of you? The instructor stroked it gently and opened it directly. Or is that what the instructor is good at? As if aware of all people's doubts, Yi Chen shrugged and explained, I don't know why. It's just that there is a force that attracts me. When Li Feng eased his mind and said, Drill Master, if you can open this thing, it is to prove that this thing is predestined with you. In this case, it will be handed over to the Drill Master. Yi Chen didn't push back, and the blood dragon in his body seemed to transmit sound in his mind. We must get it. Must get it. For the first time, he felt such a strong belief in the blood dragon. No hesitation, Yi Chen will open the box directly. In a flash, the red light flashed. I saw a red bead lying quietly inside the box. The pearl is crystal clear, but it contains supreme aura and evil spirit. This evil intention when Li Feng and Wen's sisters simply can't bear, body quickly back. Only Yi Chen did not move. His blood seemed to be boiling with it. Blood dragon roars. In the blink of an eye, the blood dragon is again into the red beads. The speed is too fast, even when Li Feng and others just see a shadow passing by. Yi Chen, regardless of the evil intention, forcibly holds that red bead. He immediately discovers that the real qi of Dantian rolling is madly absorbed by this bead. At the same time, the blood dragon with the red beads, crazy surge. In the end, they actually get into the Samsara cemetery. Yi Chen closed his eyes. He could clearly feel that the red beads had been suspended in the sky of the Samsara cemetery, just like a dazzling star. Beads release a strong evil spirit and aura. The entire Samsara cemetery is filled with this force. But the blood dragon then played row around the red bead, the body actually gradually substantial. What is this? Why is it so highly consistent with the blood dragon? When Yi Chen doubts, a figure floats in the world. It was Lin Qingxian who never appeared. Duan Laren has gone to Kunlun to deal with the matter. Now Yi Chen has only one great power to communicate with. It was Lin Qingxian. Lin Qingxian raised his head and looked at the picture of blood dragon playing with beads, but his eyes were heavy. A few seconds later, he said, Boy, where do you get this blood bead? Chapter 731. Yi Chen quickly arched his hand, Master, this bead is brought in by the blood dragon. Do you know the origin? Lin Qingshuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Master, I don't know. Lin Qingxian took a step, his eyes suddenly fell on Yi Chen's body and said in a cold voice, This bead is an evil thing. The evil spirit carried on the bead is too heavy. If it is around you for a long time, it will certainly affect your mind. The only advantage is that the pearl has another identity as a dragon ball. The dragon bead of the ancient evil dragon is an opportunity for the blood dragon. Although the power of the dragon ball has weakened a lot with the passage of time, if it is refined by the blood dragon in your body, it may be real. Why is Xianlin so excited when he hears the words? After all, the blood dragon is still a virtual shadow. If it can be substantial, it will be the best. The blood dragon has been crazy absorbing blood gas and energy, which is one day qualified to become a real 9-day dragon. Flying in the world. This dragon ball is the best chance. But this bead is evil. If the evil spirit is too strong, will it affect you? Lin Qingxian has just said that it will affect his mind. In the long run, will he be possessed? Master, what should I do with the dragon ball? Lin Qingxian did not answer, as if he was thinking about something. Suddenly, he grasped it with 5 fingers. The Dragon Ball seems to be under some kind of guidance, and steadily fell into the hands of Lin Qingxian. And the blood dragon also fell from the sky, as if some anger. No one is entitled to take its Dragon Ball. Lin Qingxian snorted coldly and ignored the blood dragon. Instead, he said to Yi Chen, "Disciple, I ask you something. You should consider it carefully. What is your future path? In other words, which one is most suitable for you, such as medicine, martial arts, killing, fu, array and so on?" Yi Chen didn't know what the purpose of Lin Qingxuan's question was. He pondered for a few seconds and said, "Kill the way." So far, killing Dao is the most useful way for Yi Chen, because he has the ability of leapfrog combat. Once killed Dao Jun also said, "Thousands of roads, killing the road is the most suitable for themselves." Lin Qingxian nodded, without any nonsense. His fingers suddenly clenched. The Dragon Ball in his hand seemed to be under the threat of terror and turned into a light spot in an instant. Then the arm gently waved, the light spot is drilled into Yi Chen's eyebrow. "I will seal this bead in your eyebrow for the time being. There is an immortal fire in your eyebrow, which can be suppressed barely. The blood dragon can also draw energy from it. This is the safest way. You can't control the Dragon Ball with your current strength. If you are not careful, it will become a heinous person and devour the mind. Even if you do it, the bead will only lead you in the wrong direction. Of course, the Dragon Ball has a more important role. If you are in danger on that day and the Samsara Cemetery can't save you, you can break the prohibition and use the power of this evil thing to incarnate into a devil. Although time is short, it can cause permanent damage, but it is not a life-saving means for you. By the way, you'll have some discomfort in the middle of your eyebrows. Take care of yourself." The language falls, Lin Qingxian then disappears in the Samsara Cemetery. Incarnate as a devil? Yi Chen has too many doubts in his heart, but Lin Qingxian has disappeared, and it is impossible to ask. He returned to reality. When Li Feng looked at the empty box, frowned tightly and said, "Drillmaster, why are the beads missing?" Yi Chen just wanted to answer when Li Feng. Suddenly, he felt a burning sensation in the center of his eyebrows. It seemed that he was going to swallow Yi Chen's sea of knowledge. He even felt his mind was going to explode. What a pain! Yi Chen looks ferocious, forcing out a drop of blood essence on the eyebrow. But the pain is more and more intense. Ah! Yi Chen's whole body suddenly lies on the ground, the body curls up, unceasingly rolls. It scared everyone. "Drillmaster, what's the matter with you? Help Yi Li Feng to go." But the hand has not yet stabbed Yi Chen, a very strong evil intention rushed out of the body. The next second, when Li Feng spit out a mouthful of blood, the whole person toward the side of the table smashed. The table broke on the spot. When Li Feng was pale to the extreme. But Yi Chen at the moment is a crazy struggle, he can feel the evil spirit released by the Dragon Ball, as if he wants to plunder his body and spirit. He forced to keep awake, and hurriedly said to Wen Tingting beside him, "Prepare a training room for me, quick." Wen Tingting heard the voice, looked at her father, then fiercely toward a direction, "Mr. Yi, please follow me." Yi Chen endured the pain, catch up, and soon came to a training room. Bang! Closed the door of the training room. Wen Tingting outside the door wants to say what, or did not say export. Blood dragon, come on! Yi Chen inside cannot care about everything, a roar, blood dragon instantly rushed out of the body. Fierce plate row in the whole body of Yi Chen. Surround! Longan is only an inch away from Yi Chen's eyebrows. The power of the blood dragon rushes into the brow crazily, but the pain is still the same. Immortal fire, come on! Yi Chen's expression is ferocious, and the immortal fire instantly surrounds the dragon bead in the eyebrow heart. Flames! As if ready to refine. But not enough. This life talisman, come out to me. Thunder and lightning surge all over the body. Into the heart of countless power. Blood dragon. Fire. Thunder and lightning. How angry! For different forces pour into the brow, as if forming a four-color light in the center of the eyebrow. The four-color light wrapped the Dragon Ball in the center of the eyebrow. The Dragon Ball vibrates. At the same time, a beam of light from the training room to the sky. And now there are clouds over the killing land. 100 feet. In the thick dark clouds, thunder and lightning roll. Even the sky fire. These visions are like the end of the day. The land of killing has never been experienced. The blood moon in the sky is more enchanting, and only blood color is left in the sky. Killing the land, countless strong people came out, looking up at the sky, the eyes have a deep fear. What is this? Why is there such a vision? Why did my fear come into being? At this time, an old man who was familiar with geomantic omen looked at the sky and forced a drop of blood essence to shoot on the divination plate in his hand. Hanging plate shaking, and then, pa, sound, completely broken. This is a sign of the coming of a demon. The end of the killing land is coming, and the end of Kunlun Su is coming. Where was the devil that day? Was it born in the land of slaughter, and provoked the wrath of heaven? Only the word demons come into the world makes the faces of many powerful people in the killing place change greatly. In ancient times, there were demons coming to the world. The arrival of each demon represents a great change in the virtual pattern of Kunlun. Chapter 732. Although the demons were finally suppressed by many powerful people, the price they paid was extremely huge. The vision in front of him completely eroded the fear of all the people present. At the moment, a tall building beside Wanshui Pavilion. Jiang Luo looked at the vision in the sky, calmed down and looked at the Taoist disciple beside him. Lao Pan, what kind of vision is this? You've seen a lot. Have you found anything? Pan Yu, a disciple of Daozong's inner door, was taken away by Daozong 10 years ago because of his natural talent. 10 years later, in Daozong, countless pills and techniques were piled up, but at the age of 30, he stepped into the peak of the Holy King realm. Half step back to the virtual world. You can see the talent horror. This time, the elder of Daozong obviously asked Pan Yu to be responsible for the pursuit of Duan Huayan, the god of medicine. Unexpectedly, Duan Huayan lost news in the killing place, but he found Duan Huayan's Chinese disciple Yi Chen. Pan Yu is very clear, if this time he will Duan Huayan and Yi Chen all take down. It is very likely that the Taoist patriarch will make him a reserve team for the elders. He will be the youngest elder in history. The future is bright. Pan Yu's face had a touch of deep excitement. He did not see the vision above the sky, but looked at the Wanshui Pavilion. He was sure that the vision came out of the pavilion. That thing came out. Come out ahead of time. Jiang Luo found something wrong with Pan Yu's face and said, "Old Pan, did you find something?" Pan Yu nodded his head and said, "It seems that the plan is ahead of schedule. What Wen Lifeng has in his hands has already come out. This vision is caused by that thing." Does Wen Lifeng really think that a single array can hinder us? Some things can't be swallowed by a man of his strength. Pan Yu's eyes have a deep chill. One side of Jiang Luo instantly understood. You mean, the vision is triggered by Wanshui Pavilion? Pan Yu did not pay attention to it, but took out a jade card and said in a voice, "The disciples of Daozong obey orders and break the array by force. In 3 minutes, I want the gate of Wanshui Pavilion open for me." "Yes, my lord." There was a respectful voice at the end of the jade card. Then, Pan Yu carried his hands behind him and walked downstairs. After observing for so many days, since today is completely confirmed, there is no need to wait. We should take back the things that belong to our Taoist sect. What's more, maybe that Huaxia Fan Zhen Waste knows Duan Huayan's whereabouts. Wanshui Pavilion, outdoor training. Wen Lifeng and his 2 daughters are waiting outside. Wen Shishir is worried. After all, Yi Chen's appearance just now doesn't look like a fake. It seems to be very painful. Along the way, Yi Chen has helped them so many times. No matter what angle she stands in, she doesn't want Yi Chen to have an accident. "Dad, is there anything wrong with Brother Yi? Wen's poetry is still Tao." When Lifeng shook his head, Drillmaster, that state should be related to blood beads. This thing since so many strong peep, there must be a reason, just do not know whether the instructor can bear. Wen Tingting on one side also said, "Dad, I just found that there are strange phenomena outside. It's extremely frightening. If someone has a heart, he will definitely find the connection between the vision and our Wanshui pavilion. Will anyone attack us?" Words have just fallen, a startling sound resounding. It's like an earthquake. When Li Feng's face changed greatly, "No, someone broke the battle by force. Tingting, come with me and keep the array. Otherwise, all of us have to account here." "Good." The two figures went to the hall in an instant. Wen Shishir wanted to go up together, but he didn't expect Wen Lifeng to leave a word directly. "Poetry, you guard the drill master. If we can't resist, we should try our best to delay time for the drill master." Wen Shishir was so anxious that she took a look at the shining room and didn't know what to do. In addition to the light, there is no movement inside. Is there something wrong with Brother Yi? He wanted to open the door to see the situation, but he was afraid to disturb, so he could only pace back and forth outside. Wanshui Pavilion Hall. Wen Lifeng and Wen Tingting look at the array with some cracks and look serious. Bursts of crashing sound from outside. If it goes on like this, the formation won't last long. Damn it! Tingting, force out the essence and blood, the true qi coagulates the array. Wen Lifeng's vocal tract. Later, the two men forced blood essence, which was covered by genuine qi. Then, they suddenly shot at the broken array barrier. Essence blood turns into blood mist and is wrapped on the array. The cracks disappeared a lot. As long as we hold the line, those guys will not dare to come in. Wen Lifeng rode. Seeing that the array is going to recover as it was before, suddenly a great noise came again. This time the force is dozens of times stronger than the impact just now. The original repaired array becomes the same as before. Wen Lifeng's face changed greatly. He didn't care about everything. He forced 3 drops of blood essence this time. Blood essence has not yet hit the array, a violent force suddenly penetrates. Bang! The array of Wanshui Pavilion collapsed. That solid gate is also reduced to fragments. When Lifeng was bitten back, his body flew out, hit the pillar, spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Wen Tingting is also the corner of the mouth spilled blood, hurriedly came to Wen Lifeng. "Dad, how are you?" Wen Lifeng pressed a wall and stood up reluctantly, his eyes staring at the broken door. It's time to come. He can't stop it. More than 30 breaths of horrible practitioners rushed in. When you see the sign of the clothes on these 30 people, Wen Lifeng's eyes shrink. Daozong. It's Kunlun Zidiozong. When did the Qi Taoism infiltrate so many people in the killing place? Isn't there no clan in the land of killing? When Wen Lifeng was in doubt, a tall young man came from the outside. The young man's eyes were full of self-confidence and chill. He glanced at Wen Lifeng indifferently and sneered. He took out a chair and sat opposite him. Wen Lifeng, there are some words that I don't need to say more. If you are a smart person, you naturally know how to do it. Wen Lifeng vomited out a mouthful of blood. Even if you are Daozong, how about it? Such a large amount of force to break into my shop, this spread out, will someone laugh at you? I have nothing to do with you, Daozong. Why do you want to do this? The young man stood up and glanced at Wen Lifeng from a commanding position and sneered, since you like to pretend so much, I will help you. The next second, he grasped it with 5 fingers, and the stool that had been sitting appeared in his hand. Click! With a sound, the stool broke into pieces. Into countless thorns suspended in his hand. Wen Lifeng, you say, is your life hard, or your daughter's life hard? A gloomy voice rang through the hall. Like death's last warning. Chapter 733. When Lifeng looked at the wooden thorn suspended in the youth's hand, and looked serious, this is the place to kill. Is Daozong so arrogant? If something happens to me, the one behind Wanshui Pavilion will be angry. Then I'd like to see if you can get out of this killing place. Hearing this, the young man laughed. I'm laughing recklessly. Wen Lifeng, do you really think that if there is a killing place, then no one dares to move your Wanshui Pavilion? Wen Lifeng protects Wen Tingting and does not speak. At present, his only capital to resist is the people behind Wanshui Pavilion. After all, he bought the place from those people. They promised that they would help him and Wanshui to be safe in the killing place. As for Yi Chen inside, he had no hope at all. Yi Chen's realm is just extraordinary. Even if he leaps over the level, he is similar to his daughters. It's impossible to resist. Now he even has to protect it. I don't know if the blood bead has hurt Yi Chen. Playing with the injured thorn, the young man leaned against a table. I forgot to explain myself. My name is Panyu, one of the talent cultivation programs of Daozone. What's more, don't think about the power behind you. I destroy Wanshui Pavilion so much that you don't think they can find it. Don't say it's killing you. Even if the whole Wanshui Pavilion is razed to the ground, they won't say anything. This world is the composition of interests. There is no comparability between your interests and the interests of Taoists. Now, I will give you another chance at last. Where is the evil thing left in Wanshui Pavilion? Panyu's words are very clear. The killing machine is also gradually released. This makes the injured Wen Lifeng and Wentingting very uncomfortable. Wen Lifeng naturally cannot sell Yi Chen, cold Humwei. I don't understand what you are talking about. Panyu heard this answer, his expression was ferocious. Since you don't know this, Yi Chen should know it. Hearing Yi Chen's name, Wen Lifeng's face changed greatly. He thought that Yi Chen had just come to Wanshui Pavilion, and he was watched by Daozone's people. How could it be? What's the secret of Yi Chen? No matter how much you ask, my answer is the same. I don't know any evil things, let alone Yi Chen. Wen Lifeng's attitude is extremely resolute. Oh, Panyu had no expression on his face. The next second, the eyes slightly squint, the breath of the body burst out. Since you have no use value, I'm sorry. Panyu's arm vibrated, and the wooden thorn in his hand shot out. With a sharp cold light, and the air is a violent spark. The cold meaning of death wrapped everything, let people palpitation. Wen Lifeng pushed his daughter away. At the same time, a long sword is offered in the hand, and the sword is dancing. Puff, 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 puff. But as soon as the sword in his hand was unfolded, the wood thorns wrapped in strong chi collided with each other. His arm was almost paralyzed by the strong anti-shock force. He had been injured. How can the strength of the strong stop him now? Shwa! The sword in his hand flew straight out. At the same time, the wood thorn surging, the cold feeling directly pierced into his body. Through the whole body. An invisible force is coming. Wen Lifeng's body smashed on the wall of the hall. That wood thorn actually ruthlessly nailed Wen Lifeng on the wall. Wrists, palms, arms, feet, thighs, shoulders are severely pierced with wood thorns. One of the wood thorns is very close to the heart. If you move a little further, you will die. Wen Lifeng's whole body is covered with blood, and the battle suit of Dragon's soul is wet with blood. Shocking! Although the pain, Wen Lifeng still gritted his teeth, blue tendons burst out, silent. Dad! Wen Tingting's heart seems to be dripping blood. As a daughter, how can I bear to be so tortured by my father? She wanted to pull out the wood thorn, but found that the wood thorn was still an array. Before she met her father, she was spread out by an angry wave and was extremely embarrassed. Panyu looked at the scene in front of him, and his mouth outlined a sneer. Just because you still want to resist our Daozone? Beyond my ability. Wen Lifeng wants to speak, but he spits out a mouthful of blood. The whole body of strength seems to be blocked. Don't struggle. Do you know why I didn't kill you? Because in my opinion, killing you would only insult me. If you ask me for mercy now, I'll consider removing those thorns for you. It must be very uncomfortable. Panyu enjoyed the feeling. In charge of everything, no one can resist. This is the power of Taoism. Pooh! Wen Lifeng spits out a mouthful of blood and water, which is gradually stained on Panyu's face. Is it difficult for him to say, Dragon Soul Warrior, never yield? Panyu Mao's son ferocious to the extreme, he took out a paper towel, wiped the blood on the face. Dragon Soul. It's just a waste. The next second, Pan Yuming one of the spines pulled out. At the same time, stab again. Like torture. Blood oozes out. When Li Feng couldn't help it any longer. He roared like a fierce beast. Eyes are covered with red blood. No! When Tingting fiercely rushes out, wants to stop, but is bombarded by Pan Yu. Fly on the spot. The gap between them is too big. The people present can't stop Pan Yu. At the moment, Pan Yu showed a ferocious smile, stopped and said to the Taoist disciples behind him, "Leave 3 people and torture Wen Li Feng. Till death. The rest of you, go with me to find the root rubbish and evil things." Yes. In the words just fell, suddenly, the whole Wanchwich earthquake. There are cracks on the ground, an invisible air wave surging. The sky was completely dark. The wind is blowing and the darkness is swallowing the sky. An invisible sense of repression hit everyone. Did someone recognize the evil object? Pan Yu's expression was a little creepy. He knows the origin of that thing. It's very normal for it to come out. If someone can control and devour it. I don't believe him. What's more, there are only 2 people inside. One is a woman who has entered the Holy Land, and the other is the ordinary root waste, Yi Chen, who was humiliated by various major sects several years ago. Neither of them is qualified to devour the evil thing. Go! With a wave of his hand, Pan Yu rushed to the training room with dozens of Taoist disciples. As for the injured Wen Tingting and Wen Li Feng, they have no plan to torture. No matter who devours the evil, we must stop it. At the moment, Yi Chen's eyebrows in the training room are black and red. Endless black air around the whole body. The blood dragon is wrapped in the black air, and the breath is strong to the extreme. Not only that, but also under the influence of black gas, the blood dragon has grown a series of dazzling scales. It seems to be the essence. Chapter 734. Yi Chen closed his eyes, and the pain on his face became more and more intense. The endless black air seems to devour Yi Chen. At this time, the black stone in Yi Chen's pocket flew out. An old figure was gradually suspended in the center of the training room. It was Lin Qingxian. Lin Qingxian looked at Yi Chen and frowned. What blood is the owner of the Samsara cemetery? According to this trend, his blood seems to be able to perfectly integrate this evil thing. He is born for the devil. Martial arts, killing, medicine and evil. There are thousands of ways in the universe. How can you feel that every one of them can be completely integrated? What kind of blood is this guy? And according to the current trend, once this boy thoroughly enters the killing and evil ways, my medical tradition will certainly be affected. I have to let this boy accept my medical tradition as soon as possible. When the words fell, Lin Qingxian dissipated between heaven and earth. And the black stone also returned to Yi Chen's pocket. At the moment, Yi Chen's body is wrapped with the supreme devil qi, and the blood dragon around him is better like a magic dragon. It's like a demon coming out. The next second Yi Chen originally painful expression no longer. When poetry outside the door became more and more nervous, and she naturally heard the movement outside. And the voice of my sister calling for my father. She was burning with anxiety. I wanted to see what was going on outside, but at the thought of her father's account, she stayed. There was still no movement in the training room. She even wondered if Yi Chen had an accident. She tried to open the door several times, but in the end she stopped. If their own actions let Yi Chen go mad, it is not worth the loss. When she was in a panic and couldn't make up her mind, dozens of dark shadows came over. It is Pan Yu and the disciples of Daozong. These people are so fast that they are aware of the state of the training room. If the evil things were really refined successfully, their trip would be meaningless. I'm sure the Lord will blame me if I go back. They carry a cold killing machine on their bodies, which instantly lowers the air pressure around them. Wen felt something was wrong. She knew her strength very well. And in front of these people, cultivation is obviously far higher than their own. Even higher than father. It's very likely that father and sister have already had an accident. What to do now? She tried to resist, but it was impossible. Just when she was ready to take up the sword, Yi Chen's eyes in the training room suddenly opened. A violent black air rushed in all directions. The door of the training room broke open on the spot. Fortunately, the violent black air did not hurt Wen's poetry, but turned into a pair of empty palms wrapped around his left and right sides. He also brought Wen's poems to the house. The other part of the fierce black air is just like a fierce beast to Pan Yu and Daozong disciples. Pan Yu felt something was wrong. His eyes shrank. He offered a long sword in his hand. A sword was cut towards the violent black gas. "Break it for me." A roar. The essence of sword spirit is the essence. Inspired by the true spirit of terror, the invisible force suddenly generated. Just in a second, the terrible sword erupted, and a cold light devoured it, as if the sun and the moon were eclipsed. Ghosts and gods give way. Bang! In a flash, the sword and black gas collided together. In the violent concussion sound, the heaven and earth seemed to solidify at this moment. Boom! The wind blows and the sword blows wildly. The whole training room was shocked severely. Sword and black air crisscross in the wind, like two dragons fighting. Of course, Pan Yu subconsciously backed 3 steps. He never thought that the black air should be so terrible. And those disciples of Daozong certainly resisted, but under the strength of black gas, the first few people still flew out directly. Hit the ground heavily. The disciples of Daozong in the back also stepped back more than 10 steps. Who could have thought that such a terrible power broke out in the training room? Outside, the world is turning upside down, but the training room is incomparably quiet. Wen Shishir looked at the youth standing up in front of him and breathed out a breath. It seems that Yi Chen has nothing to do. Brother Yi, you were worried about me just now. In the middle of the speech, the voice suddenly stopped. Wen's expression is even more ferocious, because he found that Yi Chen's eyes are red at the moment, with a faint black light on his eyebrows. What kind of look is that? Bloodthirsty to the extreme, indifferent to the world. For a moment, even her heart stopped. Brother Yi, how did you become like this? Yi Chen frowned, his mind was very clear, curious. Poetry, what do you mean by this sentence? Then his eyes fell on a mirror in the training room. When he saw himself at the moment, he was stunned. The whole body is full of evil chi, eyes are red, rolling black gas is more like a cloak. The key is that the black evil spirit seems to cover all his breath. Is it the Dragon Ball? Yi Chen is surprised to stare at his hand, 5 fingers slightly clench, he can feel his strength actually become strange. It's like a punch can blow up the training room in front of you. Is that what the master said? The power of swallowing the Dragon Ball in the eyebrow just now, that's what it is. When Yi Chen is confused, Lin Qingxuan's voice from the Samsara cemetery rings out, "Disciple, you are right to guess that the Dragon Ball is temporarily sealed in the body, but part of the ability of the Dragon Ball is attached to you when it is swallowed up. It can strengthen you a lot in a short time. However, with the use of your true chi, it will disappear soon. There is no need to worry about it." Yi Chen suddenly looked at Wen Shishir and said, "Well, since my problem has been solved, it's time to meet those guys." Wen Shishir was worried, "Brother Yi, there are many people outside. The key is that the breath of these people is terrible. Dad and sister don't know what's going on. There's a good chance something's wrong." At this point, Wen's face is full of worry. At the moment, Yi Chen's spirit consciousness is slightly released, and the whole Wanshui pavilion is extremely clear. When he saw Wen Lifeng nailed to the wall and Wen Tingting with pale face, his eyes shrank and his anger was released. No matter how to say, Wen Lifeng is also the soul of the dragon. How can he allow his own people to be so tortured as the chief instructor of dragon spirit? Fortunately, Wen Lifeng was only seriously injured, far from life-threatening. Poetry, those people are supposed to come for me. If you don't believe me, wait in the training room. With that, Yi Chen strode out and soon appeared in front of Pan Yu and those Taoist disciples. When poetry naturally cannot hide in a person, she firmly followed behind Yi Chen. At the moment, practice outside. Daozong people see Yi Chen's appearance, slightly surprised. The key at the moment Yi Chen killed the sky, The release of the breath even let them feel the breath has been affected. Chapter 735. Is this the guy who refined the evil thing? Yi Chen step out, indifferent eyes swept all people. When Li Feng is my Chinese dragon's soul, you should not move, really should not move. Although Pan Yu is afraid of Yi Chen's breath, he is very clear about Yi Chen's strength. A mediocre waste, only 5 years of cultivation, the key is from a medical school, where can strong go? Even if you control the evil thing, it is estimated that it will be more powerful in momentum. The real strength is certainly vulnerable to a blow. He snorted coldly and said, "Waste, I'll give you a chance to hand over what Wen Lifeng gave you, and kneel down in front of me, and I'll take you away. Otherwise, you will suffer." Yi Chen cold eyes shot out, "Light Wei, what are you?" Hearing this, a disciple of Daozong stood up directly and said angrily, "Yi Chen, how dare you question Mr. Pan? Look for death." The next second, he offered his sword and rushed to Yi Chen on the spot. Pan Yu is very likely to become the new elder of Daozong this time. If he behaves at this time, Pan Yu will certainly look up to himself, and his identity in Daozong will also rise. Good abacus. The sword tears the cold light, just like a poisonous snake, swallowing away towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen takes a look at the other party's cultivation. He should have just stepped into the realm of the Holy King. Even if he didn't have the blessing of the evil thing, he would be able to kill him, not to mention his own evil spirit. Seeing that the long sword was about to pierce his heart, Yi Chen's 5 fingers overflowed with demonic chi and grabbed the sword fiercely. "Punk, I heard that you were not qualified to enter the arena 5 years ago, and you had to hide behind a woman. I'd like to see if you're still in the same place after 5 years." In his eyes, there is no doubt that Yi Chen will die. Suddenly, the smile on his face solidified. Because he found his sword, the sword completely disappeared, hanging in the air. Looking at Yi Chen again, he was shocked to find that the other side's hand seized the sword. Countless black gas covered it, just like a black dragon devouring the whole sword. This, how could it be? His eyes are full of horror. He forced out a drop of blood essence to increase his strength, but he thought of a faint voice. "I'm very curious, how do you know my name is Yi Chen? How do you know what happened 5 years ago?" This is the most confused place in Yi Chen's heart. The disciple opened his mouth and just wanted to speak. The black air swept over him completely. In the blink of an eye, screams resound. When the black gas disappeared, Pan Yu and all the people of Daozong were surprised to find that the Taoist disciple turned into a white bone and fell on the ground. What means is this? This made everyone present have a great shock. Wen's poems behind him covered his mouth subconsciously. Although Yi Chen saved them at the beginning, it was totally relying on the king of Black Tiger. She never thought that Brother Ye's strength was so terrible. King's land is a second kill. At the moment, Yi Chen is even more surprised. This evil chi has such a function, so strong corrosive power that the body of the cultivator is destroyed on the spot. If the seal of the evil object in the eyebrow is removed, does it mean that it is more terrible? No longer thinking about it, Yi Chen looked at Pan Yu and all the people of Daozong. Who can answer that question just now? As soon as this saying came out, the Taoist people subconsciously stepped back. Yi Chen only one move, it shocked them. How can we fight? Although Pan Yu was shocked, he still said in a cold voice, "Yi Chen, I'll give you one last chance. Otherwise..." Words have not finished, Yi Chen then moved. The black fog curls and goes towards all the people of Daozong. "I'm sorry, but I don't want your chance." Pan Yugen didn't expect Yi Chen to be so arrogant. He no longer hesitated. He said to all the people, "Everyone, no matter how dare, this little beast must be taken away." "Yes, my lord." The next second, countless dark shadows scattered, forming a huge circle, Yi Chen shrouded in it. At the same time, all fingers quickly pinch. A drop of blood essence. Dozens of blood essence collide in the air and turn into a big net of blood color. Big net completely trapped Yi Chen. This is far from over, Pan Yu called out, "Ning Sha Jian." The body of the sword vibrated and dozens of high-level spirit swords flew out on the spot. It's like a pop rain. Once you fall into the array, Yi Chen will surely die. Yi Chen looked at the swords and wanted to subdue them. It was enough to suppress these animals, but on second thought, the evil spirit on his body is passing away. If you don't use it again, it's a waste. He bent his knee and released it like a spring, and the whole person leaped 10 meters in an instant. Not only do not intend to hide, but also toward those crazy sword. Believe it or not, it's enough to break your rubbish array. Such ridiculous words seem to be the funniest jokes to those people. But no one can laugh. Because Yi Chen really pointed out. Endless black air instantly devours the sea of swords. When the black gas disappears, the sound of crackling suddenly resounds. On the ground is a sword with a curved handle. Their sword is their sword. How could that be possible? The disciples of Daozong are like ghosts one by one. The key is that all these things are too illogical. Before they react, Yi Chen's fingers with a violent black gas, just like an arrow hitting the boundary of the array. Bang! The array is broken on the spot. Dozens of Taoist disciples spat out blood in succession. Pale to the extreme. They cannot bear the power of counterattack casually. Daozong disciples realized that the situation was not right and subconsciously wanted to escape, but found it was too late. Black gas rolling, as if turned into a giant dragon swimming around everyone. Everywhere, blood blooms. One after another, the body turned into blood fog. Some of them fought to death, but they fell into the end of a separation of the head and the body. In 5 seconds, the black gas disappeared. The ground is full of blood and bodies, just like a killing battlefield. And the master of the killing battlefield is the young man in casual clothes and cold eyes. Everything returned to calm. The black gas on Yi Chen's body also disappears completely, restores so. He wiped off the blood on his body and went to Pan Yu. Do you do it yourself or I do it? You should have as many wounds as when Li Feng has. Pan Yugen could not admit defeat. He has always been a genius of Daozong. How can he be reconciled to a waste of Kunlun? What's more, he found that Yi Chen's breath had disappeared. That is to say, now is Yi Chen's real strength. Chapter 736. Little beast, what can you do without that black air? Pan Yu roared and raised his momentum to the peak. He held the spirit sword and set off a raging attack with the momentum of thunder. The dense sword shadow dashed away. Every blow is almost the peak of the Holy Kingdom. He did not dare to have slightest contempt. His speed is faster and faster, the sword light devours everything, and the sword chi releases the abuse. At this moment, Pan Yu, with all his strength, wants to kill Yi Chen. The endless sword spirit, as if turned into a gossip, shrouded in Yi Chen. There are cracks on the ground where Yi Chen stands. Soul sword. Come on. A sword light flickers. Yi Chen holds the soul sword in his hand, and Sang Long's phantom body definitely surges and rushes out in an instant. Cold light, sword shadow all over the sky. The wind seemed to be swirling around them. The sound of clang is constantly ringing. At this moment, the center of Pan Yu and Yi Chen is hell. Even if Wen's poems kept falling back, and they were 50 meters away from each other, it was a lot easier. Pan Yu's all the power burst, but Yi Chen did not rely on other forces, just want to see how much of his real strength. Ding! Pan Yu's overwhelming power obviously makes Yi Chen a little unbearable. After the sword light collides, the Leaf Chen body fiercely retreats, his arm spreads the burning pain. Warm feeling, pouring into the body. A blood oozes out in the arm. The Zhenhuan sword in your hand is obviously not high enough. The anti-shock force can fly directly deep into the wall, constantly shaking. Pan Yu saw this scene and laughed. Little punk, I thought you were so strong. Now it seems that without the power of that evil thing, you are still a waste just like those 5 years ago. You don't have any swords. What do you want to fight me with? I might as well tell you that not only you are going to die today, but also your useless master. In those days, our Taoist sect leader could destroy your master. Today, of course, you two wastes can be wiped out. Pan Yu forced out a drop of blood essence, the breath rose again. This time, He almost stepped into the realm of returning to emptiness. What he had to do was to crush him strongly. Yi Chen finally understand why these people know his identity. Why do you know what happened to him in Kunlun 5 years ago? Dao Zong. This shocking 2 words. With Yi Chen's supreme anger. Once. Master's practice of medicine and martial arts is incomparable. Under the First World War, crushed the genius of Dao Zong. However, the Taoist sect even violated the rules and directly destroyed the Master's elixirs field. Become a waste man. From then on, Master, no longer sink into the road. On the surface of the Master, everything is light, but only Yi Chen knows that when it is still at night, the Master will secretly pick up a sword and look up at the sky in the courtyard of the Doctor's Gate. At that time, the Master's heart was bound to be filled with anger, but could not vent it. Because he is a useless man, he can't shake this huge thing at all. The Master left the door of medical God, and entered the killing place in confusion, hoping to save it by his own strength. He's struggling. Yi Chen wants to help. 5 years ago, if there was no Master, how could he be today? One day as a teacher, life as a father. This moment of Yi Chen, as if there is a flame engulfed the whole body. Pan Yu felt something was wrong. He didn't want to waste his time, so he went straight. He turned into a shadow in situ and roared, "Dao men give birth to 4 elephants." These words, such as thunder cut through the sky, the silence of the whole Wanshui pavilion is broken. The cold light in his hand, like a startling goose, tries to swallow everything. The world seems to solidify. At this time, Yi Chen raised the burning eyes and opened his arms. Cut the dragon. Come on. A cold light comes straight out. Most people in Kunlun Su know that Yi Tian has a broken yang sword, but few people know how to cut the dragon and ask the sky sword. Even in Zuixian building, but because the speed is too fast, few people see it clearly. Yi Chen is going to use the dragon to ask the sky sword to defeat the strong one who returns to the empty state half-step. The hatred of Dao Zong starts from this guy. From then on, he and Dao Zong were doomed to die forever. Blood dragon comes out. This life talisman, come out. The next second, a black dragon came out. Maybe it was the influence of the evil chi that the breath of the blood dragon was temporarily covered. At the moment, the blood dragon seems to be drilling out of countless corpses, but the thunder of the voice of the sky fell down. Natural vision. Countless thunder and lightning fell on the sword of chopping dragon and asking heaven. Yi Chen holds thunder and lightning in hand, and has blood dragon to protect body. Who dares to stop? Pan Yu's face changed greatly. His sword had just been cut off, but he was directly bitten by the blood dragon around Yi Chen. He tried to pull out his sword, but he found it impossible. It was as if he had been welded to death. How can you have a dragon? Is it the evil thing? That evil thing can't resist the dragon. Pan Yu's expression was a little frightened. Yi Chen snorted coldly and asked the sky sword to chop out directly. 10,000 swordsmanship. Fall. Qin Tianli's swordsmanship is so fierce. Only this sword, but let the spirit of heaven and earth and the spirit of killing all swept around. Countless forces gathered into a sword. Heaven and earth change color, thunder explodes. If this move is performed to the extreme, the mountains and rivers will be destroyed with only one sword. It's a pity that Yi Chen's cultivation is far from Qin Tianli. But it's more than enough for an extraordinary situation. At this moment, the sword light shines on the whole earth. Boom! The wind roared and the wind changed. In Yi Chen's body, the endless true qi is drawn out like the surging flood. Almost all one's strength is concentrated on this sword. 100 zhang sword shadows suddenly formed. It's like falling from the sky. Trying to split the world. Pan Yu looked at the shadow of the big sword above his head and was completely flustered. Is this a young man from China? Mediocre waste? If this boy is a waste, then the whole Kunlun Su genius is a waste. He wanted to run away, but he knew it was too late. It can only force out a drop of blood essence, which falls on the spirit sword in the hand. Fierce horizontal in front of the body. Bang! 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 The spirit sword that he was proud of actually appeared a crack. Shocking! How could this be? Not only that, Penyu felt his arms shaking. Can't resist it at all. Even with all your strength. The boy was forced to a desperate situation by himself, even injured. How could he burst out such a terrible momentum in an instant? This sword. The dragon. This lightning. The only person he could think of was Yishur Tian. A leaf killing the sky is enough to fear. Now there's another fucking Yi Chen. Is it impossible that the whole Kunlun void should be shrouded by the surname Yi? Pata. Panyu can't bear it anymore. The spirit sword in the hand instantly turns into pieces. At the same time, the meaning of the sword fell down. Chapter 737. It was as if the whole world had been overturned. The cold light seemed to tear the sky. He even heard the roar of the dragon in his ear. It's like looking down on the ants from the sky. It's frightening. Panyu's sword moves are as powerful as a rainbow. They are as fragile as a native chicken and a dog. 100 Zhang sword shadow fell on Panyu's body. Panyu's body hit the ground on the spot. His body protection magic weapon is also completely broken. Poof! A mouthful of red blood vomited out, Panyu's breath fell straight down. Like a dead dog. Your power. When Penyu fell to the ground, he quickly took a pill and was just ready to stand up. A dark shadow came straight up. Yichen did not continue to move his sword, but simply smashed it with one fist. Panyu was hit by the battle on the spot. There is a blood hole in the chest. The bones all over the body seem to be broken. Yichen's strength is not what ordinary practitioners can carry. Pan Yunan suffered the extreme. This is the first time that he has been in such a mess since he stepped into the road of cultivation. His body hit the wall, just ready to stand on the ground. A pair of big hands appeared out of thin air. Yi Chen. Yi Chen's 5 fingers tightly clasped Pan Yu's neck, fiercely smashed to the wall. The walls are sunken. Pan Yu spat out blood in his mouth. No matter how he said, he was human, how could he endure such torture? Give me a good time. Please. Pan Yu's weak voice rang out. Happy? Yi Chen smiles, 5 fingers open, a sudden formation of suction. The long sword that had fallen to the ground was all suspended around Yi Chen. Pan Yu saw this scene, as if he had guessed something. His eyes widened. What are you going to do? Yi Chen did not speak, directly holding a long sword. Then he stabbed at Pan Yu's arm. Poof! The sword penetrated Pan Yu's arm and nailed it on the wall. This is what you don't want to build a peak. Yi Chen's hand is a sword, once again hard to penetrate Pan Yu's body, nailed to the wall. Sword after sword. 10 seconds later, Pan Yu's long sword stand on his body, shocking. How can we play it? Yi Chen avoided the crucial point. Pan Yu wants to die, also impossible. Even with the silver needle, Pan Yu's pain was magnified infinitely. In this way, Pan Yu's suffering is 100 times that of Wen Lifeng. He is half dead at the moment. Please kill me, please. The only thing Pan Yu can do is beg for mercy and groan. Yi Chen sneered, silently lit a cigarette. Light way, 2 things, answer me, I consider to give you a happy. First, where is my master? You should have the news. Second, why are you so concerned about that evil thing? Pan Yu takes a look at Yi Chen and knows that his struggle is useless. What he wants now is death. I don't know where your master is now. Words just fell. Yi Chen's hand is a sword, inserted into Pan Yu's body. Give you another chance to organize your speech. Yi Chen's back to Pan Yu shakes the ash. Pan Yu thought for a few seconds, but he was still powerless. I really don't know, but I know one thing about your master. In 3 days' time, your master will compare the alchemy skills with a top Dan master in the killing place. Once your master wins, the top Dan master must do something for your master, no matter what. Hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes shrank, and he vaguely knew the master's intention. Was it that he entered the killing place and wanted to save the medical god's gate, and the top Dan master was the breakthrough? Kunlun Su's dancer status is noble. After all, pills can not only heal wounds, but also make people unlimited breakthrough cultivation. Who can master the resources of Kunlun is equal to the virtual power. What if my master loses? Yi Chen frowned. Hearing this, Pen Yu suddenly burst into a gloomy smile. No, if your master's move is a lonely throw, and you will surely die. That Dan master is extremely noble in Kunlun. How can your master surpass him? And the theme of this refining is ancient pills. Even if your master is the leader of the medical god sect, what qualifications does he have to contact with ancient pills? Once your master loses, you will become the Dan lead of the top Dan master, throw it into the furnace, and be refined alive. Hearing this, Yi Chen's expression changed greatly. This bet is too big. The master gambled his life. The living human body, if becomes the Dan Yin, by the flame refining, that kind of pain life is not like death. Of course, the key master is the master of the medical god sect, and the skill of saving people may be better than that of Kunlun, but alchemy is not his strong point. It's a gamble. Who made the bet? Yi Chen's voice cooled down. Pan Yu spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed darkly. Of course, he is the top Dan master in the killing place. According to our Daozong investigation, this Dan master is an elder of the Shudan League of Kunlun. He was invited to sit in the killing place more than 10 years ago. He was very cruel and eccentric. After coming to the killing place, he studied refining elixir by human beings. After all, outside, this kind of cruel means is bound to be criticized, but the killing place is different, he has no rules. Strength is the real rule. Yi Chen was angry in his heart, but he calmed down and continued, what's the relationship between that evil thing and your Daozong? Pan Yu still said, the evil thing was published half a month ago. The leader of our Taoist sect was extremely interested, so he let people pay attention to it in the killing place. Recently, according to some clues, they have been traced here, and I will handle it temporarily. That's all you want to know. What's more, I might as well tell you that there are forces outside who are paying attention to everything here. If I don't go out alive, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yi Chen got all the answers and found himself involuntarily involved in the dispute over the killing place. But he doesn't care about other things. What he has to do now is to stop the struggle between Shifu and Maiden Master. Pan Yu looked at Yi Chen and said, I'll tell you everything I know. You should keep your promise and give me a good time. Yi Chen just raised his head, looked at Pan Yu and sneered, promise? I'm sorry, I don't want to be a gentleman. I've never been soft-hearted to my enemies. Pan Yu vomited out a mouthful of blood, you despicable person. You must die. Yi Chen hands appeared a few silver needles, without a trace of hesitation, directly shot out. The silver needle trembles. Originally, Pan Yu didn't feel anything, but the next second, he found himself bitten by thousands of ants. Chapter 738. This feeling is more painful than that sword stabbing into the body. He's ferocious, he's yelling, but it's no use. Yi Chen turns and walks directly to the hall with Wen Shishir. When he came to the hall, Wen Shishir saw the startling Wen Lifeng and his seriously injured sister Wen Tingting for the first time. Dad! How could you? Wen's tears simply can't help but flow down. Wen Lifeng, who was pale and heartless, was dazzled when he saw Yi Chen and Wen's poems appear. But the group of guys entered, and their daughter and instructor didn't die. How could it be? He knew the strength of these two men, and it was impossible to stop Pan Yu and those Taoist disciples. What about those guys? They let you go. Wen Lifeng instantly sober up, but also stare at the way. In his eyes, in addition to fright, he was still shocked. Wen Shishir shook his head, looked at Yi Chen and explained, Dad, it's Brother Yi, who killed those people. What? Hearing this sentence, not only Wen Lifeng exclaimed, but also her sister Wen Tingting was surprised to see Yi Chen. Without the king of the Black Tiger, how could Yi Chen resist those people? Most of these people are like kings. Don't mention the transcendental realm and the Holy Land, most people are not qualified to stop. For the first time, she felt that her sister was watching the joke, but when she felt the strong bloody air on Yi Chen, she had to believe it. Yi Chen, see all people look at themselves, step out, this matter will be discussed later, or save you first. Wen Lifeng, there may be some pain, you can bear it. Language down, Yi Chen fingers open, an invisible force towards Wen Lifeng. Go. Yi Chen Mao's sun congeals, the arm gently waves, that inserts in Wen Lifeng body numerous wooden thorn flies directly out. Ding 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 ding. It was nailed to the wall. Ah! Strong sense of pain hit, Wen Lifeng nearly fainted. Yi Chen quickly supports the other side and takes out a bottle of liquid medicine refined before from the Samsara cemetery, dropping drop by drop on the wound. The medicine permeated into Wen Lifeng's body in an instant. At the same time, Yi Chen points out that endless genuine qi rushes into Wen Lifeng's body. A warm current flowed on him instantly. Strange things happened, Wen Lifeng that shocking wound has been healed bit by bit. It's scarred, but it's a miracle. The two sisters saw this scene, and then looked at Yi Chen, as if setting off a storm in their hearts. They never thought that a guy with martial arts strength so rebellious would still have this kind of medical skill. Is Yi Chen a doctor and martial artist? Is there such a genius in the world? When Lifeng can feel the horror of Yi Chen most, he is surprised. Drill master, you can still be a doctor. Yi Chen nodded and released his hand. I'll refine some pills for you later, and your injury will be almost complete. With that, Yi Chen looks at Wen Tingting on the other side. The other side's attitude is no longer arrogant, he took out a few silver needles and shot them directly. At the same time, take out 2 pills. You should take these 2 pills one after another, and then use your skills to heal the wound. You should feel better. However, in a short time, it is better not to use the elixir again, which is easy to relapse. Wen Tingting is in a trance. The next second, she knelt down directly in front of Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, thank you for helping me twice. I, Wen Tingting, am willing to be an ox and a horse for Mr. Yi all my life. Yi Chen just wanted to speak, when Lifeng also knelt down. Drill master. If there were no you today, my 2 daughters and I would have set foot on the road of doomsday. I'm afraid I can't afford it all my life. When Shishir see father and sister are kneeling, just ready to kneel down, Yi Chen steps. A wave of invisible air swept through. 3 people all stand up steadily. You are the soul of the dragon, and death is also the ghost of the dragon's soul. But if you have me as the commander-in-chief of the dragon's soul for one day, even the king of hell is not qualified to take your life. You have to heal yourself for a while, and you have some tales that I need to deal with. Finish saying, Yi Chen then both hands bare behind, stride toward the front and go. Since he has come, he must wipe out those forces completely. Otherwise, the 3 are still in danger. At the same time, in the tall building opposite Wanshui Pavilion. The 9th floor. A young man paced back and forth. This is Jiang Luo. He and Pan Yu have been observing Wanshui Pavilion for a long time. But just an hour ago, Pan Yu took the disciples of Daozong to Wanshui Pavilion, and now there is no news. The realm of several people in Wanshui is not high. Pan Yu has brought so many people. Should he come out soon? Why has there been no movement so far? Jiang Luo felt something wrong. His right eye was jumping all the time. He was going to see it in person. Come on, prepare your sword. Let's go to Wanshui Pavilion. But the words fall, it is a quiet. Yeah. Jiang Luo repeated, where are the people? Where have they been? All of a sudden, a cold voice rang out, don't shout, all your men are waiting for you on the Huangquan Road. Jiang Luo Yi Zhang. He is the only one on this floor. Why is there a sound suddenly? He shot at the source of the sound, and found a young man sitting calmly with a cigarette in his mouth. I don't know. Jiang Luo's face changed greatly. The next second, he picked up something and threw it at the young man who came to his seat. In the meantime, he found an invisible force hindering him. Then his body floated out. A sense of suffocation came. It's hard. His body is constantly squeezed, as if it will soon turn into a blood mist. This is the first time he has felt fear. His family has power and power in the killing place. Who dares to move him? You can't kill me. I'm the only son of the Jiang family. My Jiang family is king in the land of killing. If you kill me, my father will surely destroy your family. Hearing this, Yi Chen Mao's son shrunk and asked, since your family has power and power here, do you know who is the strongest Dan master in the killing land? The strongest Dan master? Jiang Luo was stunned. Although he didn't know the purpose of the other party's question, he still said, there is only one real top Dan master in the killing place. He comes from the Dan League. In the killing place, he uses people to refine alchemy, which is called Hongtao. Yi Chen was almost sure that he was the man, and continued, do you know where the waves are now? Since we can't determine the whereabouts of the master, if this guy dies, the master will be safe. In Yi Chen's eyes, no one is qualified to move the master. If there is, kill it. Chapter 739. Jiang Luo naturally feels the extremely strong killing opportunity that leaves Chen body erupts. He looks at Yi Chen, the Mao's son is a little creepy. In the killing place of Yutsong Mountain, no one knows Hong Tao's reputation. At the beginning, the one who killed Hong Tao personally invited Hong Tao from the Dan League, but also promised that there was no one in Kunlun who could move him. The place of killing is very dangerous. Some of the clans in Kunlun are afraid to step in easily. That promise is enough to let Hong Tao wantonly try alchemy. I don't know how many powerful people's spiritual pulse and blood essence are forcibly deprived and become the medicinal materials for Hong Tao's alchemy. It's inhuman. But this is the supreme road of Hong Tao. For more than 10 years, Hong Tao has left the Dan League. Although he is no longer an elder of the Dan League, he is more than 10,000 people in the killing area. Countless strong guard, no one can shake. And now this boy is trying to kill Hong Tao. No more. Yi Chen sees Jiang Luo for a long time and does not open his mouth. He grabs it with 5 fingers. The powerful pressure is released instantly. Click, click, click. Jiang Luo's bone broke on the spot. Let him suffer to the extreme. My lord, stop and stop. I say everything. Hong Tao has always been in a luxury house in the north, which was given to him by the one who killed him. There are almost 100 strong guards guarding it, and no one dares to get close to it. Yi Chen frowned, this guy's mouth has been talking about the killing place, it is obvious that the identity is far higher than Hong Tao. Is it the master of this place? And who is that you are talking about? Yi Chen Dao. Jiang Luo heard this sentence, his expression changed frightfully, and even shook his head, my lord, I dare not mention that. Otherwise, even if I go out alive, it will be worse than death. Yi Chen gently patted his fingers in the air and looked at Jiang Luo, the last question, you should have heard of Hong Tao and the head of the medical god sect 3 days later to bet on alchemy. Yes. Do you know the whereabouts of Duan Huayan, the leader of the medical god sect? Jiang Luo shook his head, my lord, this bet has been full of wind and rain, no one knows, but since Duan Huayan appeared once, it has disappeared. Several forces are looking for this man, but none of them is missing. The people of Daozong are also looking for them, but every time there are some clues, they will suddenly stop. But one thing is certain, Duan Huayan is in the killing place. My lord, I have told you all I know. Can you let me go? I swear, my Jiang family will never retaliate. Yi Chen nods with interest and removes the shackles of Jiang Luo directly. Jiang Luo saw the situation, a long breath, just ready to leave, a cold voice sounded in the ear, did I say let you go? Jiang Luo was stunned. When he turned his head, a burst of dragon roared. The next second, in his startling eyes, Jiang Luo's body was engulfed by a blood dragon on the spot. Blood mist bursts, the scene is dead. After all this, Yi Chen came to the window and took a look to the north. Naturally, he found a building. The whole building is red and has a sense of design. The periphery is similar to the floor-to-ceiling windows, which twinkle in the sunlight. Even in China, it is enough to select the Architectural Art Awards. There is a strong array around the building. There is also the shadow of the Dan Ding above the array. It seems that this is the place, Hong Tao. Since I can't find the master, I can only start from you. At the same time, Daozong. The leader of Daozong and an elder of Daozong Golden Robe overlooked the whole Kunlun void from the cliff. Elder He, why do I always feel that something will happen to Daozong these days? When you close your eyes and have a rest, there will always be a figure in the dream. The figure stands on the dragon and hovers in the sky. Looking down at us from a commanding position, the sword in his hand draws the vision of heaven and earth, as if one sword can cut Daozong. The master of Daozong sighed. This nightmare has been going on for a long time. Generally speaking, it is impossible for his cultivation and realm to have such absurd dreams. The only explanation is what the power of Tao is foreshadowing. Dreams reflect reality. This is also one of the reasons for the master's melancholy. The elder with white hair and a Taoist robe looked at the Taoist patriarch and laughed. Patriarch, you all say that it's just a dream. Dream and reality are often opposite. It's estimated that the figure is the patriarch you. The leader of Daozong shook his head. It's not me. I'm sure that I've never had that kind of depression. I wonder if there is such a young dragon warrior in Kunlun Su who comes from the sky. Maybe that day will be the end of Daozong. The white-haired elder fell into meditation and suddenly asked, Lord, in the dream, can you see the appearance of the Yulong youth? The leader of Daozong shook his head. If you can see clearly, I will not come to you today. Mr. He Changlao, you are the only one who can be regarded as the destiny of Daozong. You know the nature and the future. I hope you can make a divination for me and find the source of this dream. It's a precaution. Elder He pondered for a few seconds and nodded. These techniques are too rebellious. Every time you use them, you will lose a lot of accomplishments. Many times, even a drop of blood essence is not enough. But the patriarch said that, so he had no choice. Patriarch, what are the characteristics of the figures in the dream? Describe them. The Taoist master's eyes narrowed slightly and recalled carefully. Then he said intermittently, this young man is accompanied by a giant dragon, and he carries a sword behind him. Besides, there was a strong flame in his eyebrows. The flame rises, and the thunder falls from the sky. Great in strength and impetus. That's all I know at the moment. Hearing these words, He Changlao instinctively appeared a figure in his mind. Then, he pinched his fingers, and a rune was formed directly in the palm of his hand. The things of heaven are controlled by our side. We will live forever. We respect the skills. I am willing to break all the fog at the cost of burning cultivation. Just for the truth behind. All kinds of confusion, discuss with the sky, open up. A roar, He elder a drop of blood essence suddenly shot out, and then burst. At the same time, elder He throws out an array disc, and the array disc rotates wildly. Faster and faster. When the naked eye can't see clearly, actually formed a picture. The figure in. As like as two peas in the road are almost the same. Dragon. Thunderbolt. Eyebrow fire. The figure came slowly. But the result is still the same. I can't see the details clearly. It's as if you've been forced to hide. Elder He said softly, how can it be that everything will appear in such a way? Why is the figure still so vague that it seems that the way of heaven can't be touched? There are such people in Kunlun Su. Chapter 740. The leader of Daozong was extremely serious and said seriously, Elder He, can you have a way to materialize it? This person is related to the survival of Daozong. I must kill this son before he grows up, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. All Taoists may disappear because of this son. He Changlao sighed and took out the jade pendant on his neck. Another drop of blood essence forced out. The light is shining. The jade pendant was broken on the spot, but a ray of light was shining on the picture. The picture is gradually clear. The outline of youth is completely revealed. The master of Daozong instantly felt familiar with his eyes, and a portrait appeared in his hand. The portrait is a cold and proud youth. The dragon circled and the thunder and lightning moved together. It is Yishur Tian who everyone in Kunlun is afraid of. He never thought that the fate of Daozong was finally destroyed in the hands of Yi Shitian. The master of Daozong was filled with rage. Daozong is at least a sect from ancient times. He and Yi Shitian have no hatred. Why destroy the foundation of Daozong? Yi Shitian. With a roar, the portrait in his hand instantly turned into powder. At the same time, the ground vibrated violently. He didn't notice the youth in the picture at all, and his face was slowly changing. Vaguely, it seems to have become the appearance of Yi Chen. At this time, Elder He can no longer bear the overflowing power in the picture. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the whole person was shaken out. I'm dying. The picture disappears. Elder He. The leader of Daozong rushed forward and helped Elder He up. He took out a pill and asked the other party to take it. But even if the pills were taken, they had no effect at all. The leader of Daozong felt something was wrong. In the past, Elder He was weak for several days at most. This time, he was hurt so badly. The vitality in the body is rapidly passing away. He did not pay attention to what, and quickly pointed at Elder He's eyebrows, and a steady stream of genuine chi flowed away. In this way, Elder He felt better and opened his eyes. Thank you, Lord. Elder He, you don't have to talk. I'm going to ask the best doctor of Kunlun Su for you. However, Elder He refused. Lord, I know my body. No one can save me. Judging from the degree of heaven's reversion, Yi Shitian's identity is not ordinary. Even the way of heaven can't be controlled. This kind of person's future achievements will be superior to Kunlun's void. Cough in any case, the patriarch must find Yi Shitian and kill the boy. One more thing, just at the last moment, I found the face of Yi Shitian. He Chang's old saying has not finished. Suddenly a god thunder falls on the sky. Direct attack on Elder He. God thunder is extremely powerful. The Taoist patriarch wanted to block it, but he found that he was not qualified at all. This is the power of heaven. Who dares to resist it? The Taoist master's face changed greatly. He ran to save Elder He, but he stepped back several steps. God thunder falls. In Elder He's frightening eyes, Elder He's body turns into blood mist directly. There is a 3-foot pit on the ground. Visible power. The Lord of Daozong was furious at everything in front of him. Daozong lost an extremely important elder. Yi Shitian, I will never be a human if I don't kill you. A startling roar resounded from the cliff for a long time. In the view of the Taoist patriarch, all the culprits are due to Yi Shitian. After a while, a Taoist disciple came over in a hurry. When he saw the scene in front of him and the patriarch on the edge of the explosion, he stopped and did not dare to get closer. The Taoist patriarch raised his head and naturally found the other side's existence. What's the matter? His voice was extremely cold. Cold to bone marrow. Plop. The disciples of Daozong knelt down and said in a trembling voice, Lord, I am Zhou Ning of the Hall of Life. Just now, I found that a group of strong Taoists from the Taoist sect have all fallen down. Almost at the same time. What? The Taoist patriarch appeared in front of Zhou Ning in the blink of an eye, opened his fingers and pinched the other party's neck. If I'm not wrong, this time it's Pan Yu's own team. Pan Yu returns to the void half a step. Even if he meets a strong man in the killing place, he should be able to escape. How can all of them fall down? Lord, it's true. I suspect that some people in the killing place deliberately attack our Daozong people. The master of Daozong flung the disciple out. 2 strikes in succession made him feel extremely irritable. No matter who it is, it is unforgivable. He pondered for a moment and ordered, this time, let the 3 elders of the killing hall go to the killing place in person to investigate the matter. Once found out, they will never tolerate it. Yes. Wanshui Pavilion. Yi Chen is not in a hurry to find Hong Tao. 3 days is enough. Before that, Wanshui Pavilion was relatively unsafe. If when Li Feng and her 2 daughters don't leave early, those forces will still target Wanshui. If you don't have yourself, the consequences will be very serious. When Yi Chen came to Wanshui Pavilion, He naturally saw Wen Lifeng and his two sisters sorting out their luggage. Drill Master. Wen Lifeng saw Yi Chen, even busy way. Are you ready to go? Yi Chen has a wonderful way. Wen Lifeng nodded. Drill Master, I've been here for a long time. I know the rules here better than anyone else. Surely someone will come here. Even if the people behind Wanshui Pavilion protect me, it's useless. Now if you don't go, you will die within 3 days. Where are you going? Hearing this question, Wen Lifeng hesitated. He took a look at Yi Chen and directly, plop. Get down on your knees. Drill Master, I have an ungrateful request. Of course, if the instructor refuses, I won't be embarrassed. Yi Chen took a look at Wen Lifeng and said, you are the soul of the dragon. I'm a drill master. If you have any difficulty, just say it. If there is no place for you, I will recommend you a good place to go. Wen Lifeng shook his head and took a look at the two twin daughters who were sorting out the salute. He said seriously, Drill Master, I'm going to find a friend, but I'm not sure if that friend is willing to take us in. My goal is too obvious. I don't know the danger ahead. If I take my two daughters, I will be watched. So I hope the instructor can help me take care of them for a few days, just a few days. Don't worry, the Drill Master. Few people know that these two men are my daughters. Even if they do, they will die in the hands of the Drill Master. After a few days, I settled everything down and asked my friend to send someone to pick them up. Yi Chen looked at Wen Lifeng on the ground and hesitated. Chapter 741. He still has something to do these days. If you add those two people, it will be more troublesome. But when you think about that evil thing, it gave him a great chance. Even if he saved them today, it was far from enough. Wen Lifeng seemed to see Yi Chen's hesitation and quickly explained, Drill Master, although my two daughters are not strong, they can still do some things. Of course, if it's really troublesome, I can only take them away with me, without causing any trouble to the instructor. Yi Chen looked at the sister flower, or nodded, well, let them follow me these days. When I find a hotel to stay, I will arrange the array in my room. If I have no choice, they must not leave the array range. Once violated, the consequences will be at your own risk. Wen Lifeng hearted joy, even busy way, Drill Master rest assured. Get up and get ready. We have to get out of here before those guys react. Yi Chen ordered. Yes, Drill Master. Wen Lifeng went to Wen Shishi and Wen Tingting, and called them into a room. Dad, when are we going to Uncle and I? Wen Tingting said. Wen Lifeng looked serious, word by word, next words, you two sisters listen well, do not allow any refutation. First, this time, you two will stay in the killing place for a while. Uncle and I needs to explore. The other side may not be willing to offend those forces. Second, you stay with the instructor for the time being these days. As I said, stay together. It's better to stay with each other. Wen Tingting's face changed slightly. Although she wanted to refute, she still swallowed some words when she saw her father's serious eyes. Wen's poems are simple, but his eyes twinkle with a streamer, and he asks, Dad, do you mean to stay at all times, including at night? Wen Lifeng nodded. Third, and most importantly, you two are my daughters. I will only be good for you. In any case, try to contact the instructor. The instructor is a rare talent in 100 years. On the day of double rest of medical and martial arts, the extraordinary state can crush the peak of Holy King's realm. The future achievements of this kind of person will be extraordinary. If you can grasp it, you may not have to wander for a lifetime. There are things, you know, that your mother should have taught you how to handle a man. Once attached to this kind of strong person, one's life is enough to be carefree. Wen Shishir's face climbed into the red haze. Naturally, she knew what her father meant. At the thought of that picture, she even felt a little thirsty. Although Wen Tingting does not like her father's behavior, but mature, she also understands that her father said nothing wrong. Yi Chen's strength is far from that simple. Which girl doesn't like Dragon and Phoenix? 15 minutes later, Wen took some bags and left. And Yi Chen looked at two sisters, light way, let's go to the north to find an inn or hotel." "Well." Two cheeks some crimson, see Yi-Chen some surprised. Yi-Chen didn't think much about it. He took his two sisters to a hotel near Hongtao Mansion. The hotel and the killing place doesn't need to show any identity, as long as the money is enough. For convenience, Yi-Chen directly opened a suite, located on the top floor, just to see some things in the building. Because there was only one bed, Yi-Chen said to the two girls, "These 2 days, you can go to bed. I'll practice on the sofa." Two women want to refuse, but see Yi-Chen that affirmative eyes, or give up. It was late at night and they took turns to take a bath in the bathroom. When she came out, she was wrapped in a bath towel. Their hair was wet, and the bath towel could not cover up their wonderful figure. The second daughter sat on the bed, looked at Yi-Chen, who was practicing, and shook her head helplessly. "Didn't my mother say that as long as you take a bath, wrap yourself in a bathrobe and have wet hair, no man can control it?" But why didn't Yi-Chen look at them from the beginning to the end? How can there be such a cold man in the world? Sister, when she blushes, she is conservative, let her seduce Yi-Chen, she is really unable to do. Even if she has a strong affection for Yi-Chen, she still can't take this step. At the moment, Yi-Chen seems to feel that the atmosphere of the room is a little strange. He opens his eyes and glances at the two sisters. "The tip of my nose is a little hot." Because of the posture, Yi-Chen can just see the half-hidden beauty under the open bath towel of the two girls on the opposite side. The long thighs hang on the edge of the bed. Just the right peak, half-covered, let people imagine. The key is two beauties. "Are you still up?" Yi-Chen opened his mouth. When Tingting finally calmed down, "Good Mr. Yi, we'll go to bed soon that Mr. Yi, this bed is big enough, or would you like to sleep in?" She blinked her long eyelashes, and her voice even trembled. "Mr. Yi, don't get me wrong. I don't mean anything else, because there is aura overflowing under the bed. It should be customized, which is good for cultivation. Isn't Mr. Yi practicing? The effect here is better." Yi-Chen Zheng immediately faced strange up, he came to the bedside, 5 fingers on the white bedspread. Sure enough, a trace of aura overflowed. If you practice in bed, the effect will even be twice the result with half the effort. It seems that the hotel in this killing place has also customized such rooms for practitioners according to some conditions of Kunlungsu. "Brother Yi, you can practice here. My sister and I will not disturb you. In fact, because of so many things happened today, I'm still a little scared. If Brother Yi is around, I'll feel better." Wen explained. "In this case, I'll sit by and practice. You can rest at ease. With me, no one will break in." The two sisters nearly lost their lives in one day, and their timidity was normal. Hearing Yi-Chen's reply, they gasped. The next second, to Yi-Chen's surprise, when Shishir directly pulled off his bath towel, a pair of proud things directly popped up, even more opened the quilt to drill in. Her face became more and more red. "It's as if I didn't care about a man next to me." And when Tingting is the same, slender thighs and cold eyes, at the moment, more like affection. "This is seducing yourself." Yi-Chen helplessly shakes his head, this just remembers when Lifeng afternoon's strange behavior. Everything is clear. I didn't expect that when Lifeng, an old fox, planned to use his two daughters to pit him as a drill master before he left. He even felt a little ironic. No longer think about it, Yi-Chen closed his eyes and continued to practice the 9-day Xianyang Ju. It's all from the bottom of the bed. Chapter 742. I don't know how long he has practiced. Yi-Chen feels that there are some changes around him. Opened his eyes, but found that he had fallen asleep. Maybe because of his poor sleep, the quilt on one side had been kicked open, and the spring light was revealed. His slender thighs and plump buttocks were exposed. Even the buttocks hold Yi-Chen's legs tightly. A touch of warmth makes people dream. Yi-Chen, no matter how to say, is also a normal man. Somewhere in the body to see this scene has some reaction, coupled with less than real chi suppression, quite proud. Yi-Chen coughs gently. He just wants to suppress it with genuine chi. However, he finds that when Shishir may hear something, He turns over, and his slender white thighs hold Yi Chen, and a pair of jade hands climb up. Accurately caught the fire. When Shirshir even subconsciously pinched it. Suddenly, he noticed something and opened his eyes. When he found his hands, his cheeks were flushed and he let go. Brother Yi, yes, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was yours either. Although she wants to take down Yi Chen, she just fell asleep and all her actions were subconscious. At the moment, her heart was beating so much that she even had a reaction under her body. One side of the sister Wen Tingting may also have heard something, vaguely said to Wen Poetry, "Sister, don't disturb Mr. Ye's cultivation." Well, he moaned softly like a mosquito. When Shirshir was eager to find a way to get in, but she took a look at Yi Chen's proud things, and finally became rational. She said in a low voice, "That, Brother Yi, will it be very hard like this, or I'll help you out?" Yi Chen just wanted to answer. Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside. He shot out of the window and found that the source of the loud noise was the building of Hongtao. At the moment, the virtual tripod at the top of the building is blooming with dazzling red light. "I'll go out for a minute." Yi Chen Meng stood up and went to the back. This building is the only clue about the master. No matter what the vision is, it may be related to the master. When Poetry see Yi Chen leave, heart remorse. What a chance. She even felt that elder brother Yi might nod his head and promise, and everything would be natural. She never thought of making use of elder brother Yi. All that just happened was just a girl's most real idea. Even without her father's explanation, she would. At the thought of the picture just now, Wen's heart is beating wildly at the moment. Outside the hotel. When Yi Chen came out, he found that the corridor was full of people with different breath. But it is no less than entering the Holy Land. These people look at the red virtual tripod on Hongtao's building, and their eyes are crazy. Master Hong Dan, it's a breakthrough. This time, I'm afraid that the realm of alchemy has entered the supreme road. What kind of Master Hong Dan? Call Hong Danzuan. In this breakthrough, I'm afraid the one in the killing place will respect him more. This is no nonsense. Hong Danzuan's alchemy is invincible now, let alone the killing land. Even if you look at the whole Kunlun void, you still have some confidence. It's estimated that those guys in the Kunlun Shidan League are deeply regretful. The crowd talked and almost all marveled. Suddenly, there was a humanitarian. I think the most sad thing is Duan Huayan of the medical god gate. There are still 2 days to fight the alchemy skill. Originally Duan Huayan was defeated by Hong Danzuan. Now it seems that the gap between them will only get bigger and bigger, maybe it is crushing. Now, if I lose my reputation, I can't leave without killing. Are you kidding? Now that the whole city is closed down, you think that Huayan is still qualified to leave. It is estimated that I am now wiping tears in some corner, haha. A waste that was destroyed by Daozong, I don't know where to have the courage to challenge Hong Danzuan. It's beyond our means. If I'm such a waste, I'll die. There are 2 practitioners who enter the peak of the Holy Land, constantly belittle and even insult Yi Chen's master. The words are terrible. Even the ancestors of Master Yi Chen insulted him. Yi Chen Mao's son shrinks, kill the opportunity to break out. He came to the middle of 2 people, an invisible air wave directly toward all directions overflow. They turned pale and stepped back. They are my masters. You have no right to insult them. Shame, only death. The 2 voices came into the ears of the 2 people, and their eyes were wide and frightening. Just want to talk, too cold light. There was a silver needle in their eyebrows. The cold sense of death engulfed them in an instant. No blood. But can only fall to the ground. The pain is not unwilling. No one paid attention to their death. Even if someone saw it, they gave a sneer and began to sigh again about Hong Danzuan's strength. This is the place of killing, death, too common. Killing is the king. After all this, Yi Chen came to an excited young man who praised Hong Tao's actions and said curiously, "Do you know Hong Tao?" The young man was stunned and immediately gave Yi Chen a fierce look. Hong Danzuan's name is what you can call it. I think you want to die. As soon as the young man wanted to do something, someone advised him, Wang Qi, what are you angry about? You didn't find out that he was just extraordinary. It's estimated that he has just stepped into the killing place for a long time. How can you know Hong Danzuan? That youth that calls Wang Qi this just reacts to come over, toward each in cold hum, boy, my adult does not care villain to pass. But I warn you, in this killing place, any one of you can refuse to accept it, but you must obey Hong Danzuan, otherwise you don't know how to die. This guy is good at alchemy. Yi Chen has a wonderful way. Wang Qi took a look at Yi Chen and said angrily, you are not nonsense. Don't you see the shadow of Dan Ding on the void? This is qualification. This time, I'm afraid Hong Danzuan's alchemy has stepped into the realm of saint level. Yi Chen was stunned. He had never heard of this state. It seems to be the realm division of alchemists in Kunlun Su. There are different levels of martial arts, so is alchemy. Wang Qi glanced at Yi Chen and said in a cold voice, you look like you don't even know the realm of alchemy. I'll give you science popularization once. There are 11 levels in Kunlun's virtual alchemy realm, which are Fan level, D level, Tian level, Xian level, Ling level, Xing level, Xingwang level, Su level, Su Wang level, Dao Yuan level, and Emperor level. And now according to the vision, Hong Danzuan must be above the saint level in alchemy. From the saint level, you are qualified to refine ancient pills. Yi Chen suddenly, according to this realm, Yi Chen can now refine pills should be about Xian level and spirit level. At the beginning, with the help of Reincarnation Cemetery and Immortal Lord, he refined Taigu Shusher pills, which should be saint level or Holy King level. It seems that there is a huge gap between him and Hong Tao. Chapter 743. The Master's alchemy realm is at most spirit level. After all, the elixir field is destroyed and alchemy will have a great impact. This war, Master must lose. No matter what, he has to find a way to break the game. Yi Chen no longer hesitates, one step grabs the railing, the whole person jumps down. Those who practice will not be too surprised. In their eyes, this is just Yi Chen's anger. Wang Qi coldly hummed, this boy is estimated by us to say that the whole body, what do not understand, still dare to come to the killing place. Another man said, that boy's realm is just extraordinary. I don't know what alchemy is. What do you talk about with this man? It's a waste of time. Wang Qi nodded, his eyes fell again on the empty shadow of the Dan Ding in the sky, and sighed, after today, it is estimated that no one can shake Hong Danzuan in 1,000 miles. If only I could be the one around Hong Danzuan. At this moment, in the dark, the killing place quickly flickers a dark shadow. The master of the shadow is Yi Chen. Soon, Yi Chen stopped, he has come to Hong Tao's mansion. There are strong people all around the mansion. Let Yi Chen surprise, these people are all holy kings. Such strength can only watch the door. It can be seen that Hong Tao is honored in the place of killing. Not only that, Yi Chen also found a dozen pairs of eyes staring around the building. Kill the machine, cold. These people are absolutely above the realm of the king. There are even real strong people who return to the virtual environment. Once you break in, if you don't use the power of Reincarnation Cemetery Lin Qingxian, you will die. In addition, the formation outside the building is full of breath, showing the opportunity to kill. It's definitely ancient killing array. Ordinary people close directly into blood fog. The suppression of the ancient killing array is not for fun. Is this old man so afraid of death? It's very hard to break into this place. Yi Chen is thinking about how to deal with it. At this time, an old man on the building obviously found Yi Chen and said in a loud voice, who is it? A roar, let those strong all notice Yi Chen, one after another toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen Mao's sun shrinks, Sanglong illusory divine Ju surging, directly toward the dark. Soon, it disappeared into the darkness. However, the old man who found Yi Chen stopped and didn't go on chasing him. His cold eyes were staring at the darkness and said, what a fast speed. Just now this boy exposed a strong killing opportunity. I'm afraid he wants to do harm to Hong Danzuan. It's just a pity that the boy's reaction is too quick. Those strong gatekeepers came to the old man and said respectfully, my lord, do you want to continue to chase down? The old man shook his head. No, that guy is just a clown, not to be afraid. It is estimated that Hong Danzuan's breakthrough attracted that guy. If he dares to get close to here for another 100 meters, I will let him feel the fear of death. When Yichen returns to the hotel, when Shishir and Wen Tingting ask a few questions, Yichen doesn't pay too much attention to it, and directly sits on the other side of the bed and enters the cultivation state. At present, the safety of the master is more important than anyone else. Before determining the way to deal with this matter, Yichen's only thing to do is to strengthen himself. At the moment his cards are good enough. An immortal fire. This life charm. The power of the blood dragon. And the dragon ball in the middle of the eyebrow is full of darkness, which is enough to enchant. Finally, there is the Zhouxiao Thunder Sword left by Duan Laren before he left. Although I don't know what kind of terrorist power this Zhouxiao Thunder Sword has, Duan Laren has explained many times that it can only be used in a crisis situation, which shows the terror. In addition to these, there are a group of murderers outside the killing area, enough to command. These cards want to shake the power of the waves, 5 to 5. Forget it, take a step and have a look. One of the disciples of the ancestor of King Xuanfeng is waiting for himself in the killing place. Tomorrow, try to find out if he can find it. Maybe the other side will have a rest from his master. There was no word all night. When Yichen wakes up, he goes to the outside. There is no big difference between the killing places and some provinces and cities in China. Shops, clothing stores, everything. It's a bit of a buzz. He was going to go to find the disciple of King Xuanfeng, but he didn't know why the shadow of Danding in the air was shining brightly. All the practitioners on the road rushed towards the north. Yichen is doubted in the heart, but still follow up. Soon, he found that everyone was on a stone tablet. On the stone tablet, there is an ancient rune. On the rune there is a word, Dan. When Yichen is confused, an old man steps lightly and comes to the top of the stone tablet in an instant. Looking down at everyone, Yichen knew the old man and discovered his existence last night. However, the other party did not see themselves, but was not afraid. With a wave of his long sleeve, the old man looked down at the crowd and said, "Today I call you all here to pass the command of Hong Danzuan." Hong Danzuan stepped into the peak of alchemy in one fell swoop yesterday. The whole world joins in the jubilation. This is the honor of the killing place, but also the honor of Kunlun Su. Everyone should know that Hong Danzuan and the waste Duan Huayan Dabi in the morning after tomorrow. This is too low for Hong Danzuan. It's just crushing. In order to increase the difficulty, Hong Danzuan issued this rune and invited all alchemists in the killing place and even Kunlun Void to challenge them. Anyone who takes this rune can challenge Hong Danzuan together in the future. The winner, Hong Danzuan, can promise any condition. The loser will become the sacrifice of Hong Danzuan's elixir, which is also regarded as the supreme glory. As soon as this word came out, everyone's face changed greatly. There is no glory. This is obviously a one-sided thing. That Huayan can't help himself, and he's not far away from death. Who dares to die? Challenge Hong Danzuan? Who dares to challenge Hong Danzuan? Yichen Mao's son Tiny Mai, just want to say what? A big hand suddenly clapped on Yichen's shoulder. In the moment, a dagger appeared in the hand, and the dagger was released. But before touching each other, they stopped. "Mr. Yi, I came down from King Xuanfeng and have been waiting for Mr. Yi here." Yichen takes back but dagger, looks around, discovers that all people have not noticed here. "The way, how can you be here?" The young man said with a simple smile, "Mr. Yi, my name is Xiao Xian. My ancestor asked me to listen to your instructions here. As for how to find Mr. Yi, I naturally have a way. I wanted to see Mr. Yi yesterday, but I can't blame Mr. Yi for some delay." Yichen nodded and said directly, "Since you have been here for a long time, have you ever seen Duan Huayan?" Chapter 744. Xiao Xian hesitated for a few seconds and said, "Tell Mr. Yi, I met your master a few days ago, but later I lost it in the west. During this period of time, I have been trying to find a way to find out, but I found that your master has never seen a killing place again. It should be hiding or in the state of cultivation. That Mr. Yi, this is not a place to talk. Come with me. Yi Chen shakes his head when he sees that Xiao Xian has no master's whereabouts. He has no intention to start at all. Since others are unreliable, you can only rely on yourself. He took out a mask from the Samsara cemetery and put it directly on his face. Xiao Xian was a little surprised. Mr. Yi, what are you doing here? Yi Chen laughed and said mysteriously, since you can't determine the whereabouts of my master, I can only rely on other methods. Then he walked towards the stone tablet. Xiao Xian is not stupid. He naturally knows what Yi Chen wants to do. He knows Hong Danzuan's alchemy more clearly than anyone else. Once Yi Chen goes to take down that rune, he will undoubtedly force himself to the desperate road. In his opinion, Yi Chen's move is to save the doctor's door, but he lost his sense. No, Mr. Yi. This is actually the plot of Hong Tao. On the one hand, he's just taking advantage of it to strengthen his reputation. On the other hand, he can get more high-quality body pills. Yi Chen did not pay attention to, light way, I just want to test their alchemy just. I almost heard a little blood gushing out. Testing the level of alchemy is not to find such a top alchemist to compete. The key is that the bet is too big. If you are careless, you will die. Mr. Yi, don't be impulsive, really not. Xiao Xian originally planned to pull Yi Chen, but he didn't expect Yi Chen's body to shake and an invisible force made a sensation. He just felt paralyzed and couldn't move. Damn it. On the stone tablet, the old man looked at no one dare to fight and nodded, which was normal. This is undoubtedly a death act, but no one with brains will take part in it. Not to mention the killing place, those who know Hong Dan's prestige. Just when the old man was ready to gather his true chi on his feet and leave the stone tablet. In the air, with 5 fingers holding, the rune fell directly on the palm of Yi Chen's mask. Everyone saw this scene, and immediately some reaction cannot come. How dare someone challenge Hong Danzuan? Even the old man's face was terrified, and his heart was full of terrible waves. Do you really want to die? Fool or madman? Brush, brush, brush. Countless eyes toward the dark shadow. Most of the people present thought that they would dare to challenge. However, they should be an old man. But I didn't expect to be a man with a mask. Although wearing masks, they can also feel each other's youth. Not even 30 years old. Are they insane? Even if you start refining alchemy from your mother's birth, you can't be qualified to compete with Hong Danzuan at this age. Madman. A complete madman. The old man took a deep look at Yi Chen, and he didn't care too much. It is not enough to be afraid of. But out of etiquette, he said, boy, do you know what it means to take this rune? It's not a joke. I'll give you a chance to put the rune back in place and count out 20 heads at the stone tablet. I'll never see it. In the eyes of the old man, it's a matter of minutes to kill the masked youth, but he doesn't care to do it. If he can use this to make his reputation better, he is still willing to. Yi Chen took a look at the rune in his hand and said faintly, since I take this rune, it is impossible to put it back. It happens that I have nothing to do in the killing place these days, so I'll just play around. This casual play a few words, let everyone on the scene breathing fast. You don't play casually. You've killed your life. Become Dan Yin, it is to bear the pain of burning the supreme flame. Ordinary people who can bear it. They thought that Huayan was beyond their capacity. The result did not expect, in front of this masked youth more ignorant. Duan Huayan comes from the medical god gate at least. He should be proficient in alchemy. But the boy's age is here. He knows how to make pills. The strength of martial arts just barely stepped into the extraordinary realm. It is estimated that he spent his whole life in cultivation. There is no time to calm down and refine pills. The old man didn't expect that the masked youth wanted to die so much. He snorted, I gave you a chance. You don't cherish it. Since you want to die, I will help you. And, since the rune is in your hand, you will be watched from now on until the day after tomorrow. Once you try to leave, you will die worse. Yi Chen casually threw the rune in the reincarnation cemetery and calmly said, I know, what are you talking about? Hiss. Hear Yichen's so casual words, all people pour a breath of cool air. The strength of the old man is infinitely close to the realm of returning to emptiness. An extraordinary state dares to speak with this attitude. It's just looking for death. Although the old man was angry in his heart, he knew that once he got the rune, Hong Danzuan could only do it. He was not qualified at all. He snorted, "Boy, don't be arrogant. There are some costs you can't afford. And I'll be here at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow. The whole killing land will be waiting for you here. If you don't show up, the consequences will be at your own risk." With that, the old man waved his sleeve and went directly to the red building. Yichen doesn't plan to stay here anymore. With his hands behind him, he walks towards the hotel. "Xiao Xian, let's go." Xiao Xian's bondage was lifted instantly. He quickly followed up, came to Yichen, pale, worried. "Mr. Yi, what are you doing?" "Dead, dead. Now we can't get out of the killing land. It's not right to take this thing. No, I have to go back to King Xuanfeng immediately. Only my ancestors can have a chance to do it. But I'm sure it's too late for my grandfather to come here. What to do, what to do?" Yichen looked at Xiao Xian and said to himself. He couldn't help but feel funny. "You don't believe me?" Xiao Xian sighed. "This is not a question of believing or not, but Mr. Yi, you have no idea how terrible Hong Danzuan is. Your eyes are still blooming, and you feel that the bright green sun is shining." Xiao Xian was stunned when he heard this sentence, and immediately said without hesitation, "Mr. Yi, there is no comparability at all. Master Lin Qingxian is the existence of medical ethics and God. What is this torrent? What's more, the alchemy is actually a branch of medical ethics. If Lin Qingxian really makes a move, let alone the torrent, there will be no one in Kunlun that can be defeated." Yi Chen is completely confident. In this way, what is he afraid of? Behind him stands Lin Qingxian, the alchemy way. What is he afraid of? Chapter 745. Xiao Xian naturally felt that Yichen burst out of a strong self-confidence. It's as if the youth in front of you can take charge of everything in the killing place. However, Hong Tao is also a saint-level alchemist, and Yichen said that Lin Qingxian did not exist at all. Is there any comparability between a famous figure in ancient times and a top Dan master in a killing place? Mr. Yi, there is one thing you may not understand. Although Ancestor Lin is a doctor, most of his techniques and alchemy have long been lost as time goes by. The people of the medical god sect and King Xuanfeng are no match for Hong Tao. Even if the ancestor King Xuanfeng comes to the killing place in person, it is difficult for him to surpass Hong Tao in alchemy. Mr. Yi, how about I try to get to King Xuanfeng as fast as possible? Maybe there will be a chance for me to use the secret method. Yichen heard this sentence, a cold smile. "Xiao Xian, if you have nothing to hide in the dark, we will see you in the morning after tomorrow." With that, Yichen went to the hotel. Xiao Xian wants to say something else, but the words are still swallowed by him. How could Mr. Yi not listen to his advice? This is a matter of life and death. When Yichen comes to the hotel gate and is about to enter, he sees a wanted notice on a notice board next to the door. The man on the wanted notice is Wen Lifeng. Fortunately, Wen Lifeng's two daughters did not appear on it. Yichen went to Wanshui Pavilion again and found that Wanshui Pavilion and the building opposite were surrounded by strong people. The eyes of several people guarding the door are cold, with killing intention all over. Not only that, but a large part of the forces in the killing areas have begun to carpet search. It seems that Wen Lifeng is right to leave ahead of time. Otherwise, it is impossible for these people to react and want to leave. The atmosphere of the whole killing place was extremely tense and grim. When Yichen returned to the hotel, Wen Shishir and Wen Tingting, when they saw Yichen, quickly bowed over, "Mr. Yi." Wen Shishir's face is red. When she thinks of the picture last night, she would like to find a place to drill in. "I just don't know if Mr. Yi thinks much." Yichen glanced at the two people and said directly, "These 2 days I need to close down. You two should stay in the room. Just now I saw your father's wanted notice outside. I'm not sure if these people find you. It's the safest place to stay at present." Wen Shishir nodded. But Wen Tingting is wrinkling eyebrows, a pair of want to talk but stop appearance. Do you have something to say? Yi Chen opened his mouth. Wen Tingting nodded, bit her lip, and whispered, Mr. Yi, I had dinner downstairs just now. I heard many people talking about a masked man. It seems that this man is going to take part in the struggle between Hong Tao and the Dr. God Gate. The masked man will not be Mr. Yi. She knew the main purpose of Yi Chen's coming to the place of killing. From some words, she simply speculated that Yi Chen came to her mind. Because Yi Chen's style is like this. Yi Chen felt that there was no need to hide it from the two people and nodded, it's me. When Tingting heard Yi Chen confirm himself, and her face turned pale, Mr. Yi, do you really want to compare alchemy with Hong Tao? I have heard my father say many times that Hong Tao's reputation is not only in the Yutsan mountain area, but also in the whole Kunlun void. He is also a great talent in this field. Mr. Yi, will this move? Yi Chen came to the bed and directly sat cross-legged. I know you question me. I don't want to say more now. In 2 days' time, I will let Hong Tao understand what is the real alchemy. With that, Yi Chen closed his eyes and went directly into the reincarnation cemetery. His only dependence is Lin Qingxian. Wen Tingting and Wen Shishir look at each other, but they still choose to believe Yi Chen. At the same time, the two people sacrifice a long sword, protecting it around Yi Chen. Since Yi Chen is closed, the only thing they can do is to do their best to protect them. A deserted house to the west of the killing land. A kind-hearted old man is guarding a dan ding. Under the cauldron, there are flames, and the strong fragrance of medicine overflows from the cauldron. The old man's clothes were all wet. His palm is dead clapping on the top of the dan ding, even if the heat is still not loose. He suffered. He can't rely on his true spirit. The elixir field was abandoned. If Yi Chen is here, he will surely find that this old man is his master Duan Huayan. At the moment, Duan Huayan is trying to refine an ancient pill. If it comes to medical skills, he can crush Hong Tao. But in alchemy, he is not strong. The only thing he can do is to go further before the match. All of a sudden, a strong vibration came from the tripod. The vibration is getting stronger and stronger. Duan Huayan's arms are shaking wildly. He still doesn't release his hand. He makes alchemy with spirit, which is the only way he can overcome Hong Tao. Poof! Suddenly Duan Huayan can't bear it anymore. A loud noise comes from the dan ding, and a burning smell overflows, but his body flies upside down. Even a mouthful of blood in the air. It's a serious injury. This is the 67th time he has failed. If you can't refine ancient pills, you can't win the battle with Hong Tao. If we can't win, how can we save the decline of the medical god gate? He needs to take advantage of it. With the pursuit of Daozong, the medical god gate was doomed to survive in Kunlun. This is the only place to kill. Once he surpasses Hong Tao, he can re-establish the door of medical god here. You can even get those apprentices here. Of course, but at least the door of medical god has been saved. He was ashamed of the countless strong men of the medical god gate, and even more ashamed of Lin Qingxian, who had established the door of medical god with a divine idea. He had no choice. Duan Huayan wiped off the blood stains on the corner of his mouth and stood up slowly. The blood was flowing in his clothes, and his old body showed unyielding. Looking at some cracked dan ding, he looked a little lonely and sighed. Is it really beyond my ability? Will the door of the god of medicine be destroyed in my hand? For some reason, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. The figure is cold and arrogant, eyes with hatred and perseverance. I don't know what happened to Yi Chen in the secular world. Did you get revenge from Yinhu Villa? It is estimated that this boy has been staying in China. The world of mortals is rolling. He has been living too tired for 5 years, and he should enjoy it. I stayed in China for a period of time in anonymity, leaving too much debt. I'm afraid this boy is even more so. And Xia Ruoxue. He should have seen him. The old woman is too stubborn. Because I left, she even erased the word Duan. To some extent, Rishu should be surnamed Duan. Alas! The old man thought of Yi Chen and some things of Huaxia, but a smile appeared on his pale face. Chapter 746. This is the best antidote to his irritability. He trembled to walk toward the Dan Ding, once again triggered the fire to continue refining. If Yi Chen comes back one day and finds that there is no medical god door, he will be very disappointed with me. Anyway, I must try my best to fight the war in the future. At the same time, in the red building in the killing ground. In the middle of the building, an old man sits cross-legged. Different from Duan Huayan, the old man has 10 red tripods hanging all over his body. His hands condense the supreme flame, instantly devouring all the Dan Ding. He is in charge of everything around him. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes and his mouth outlined a sneer, open. In the gale, countless flames turn into shapes, and all the cauldrons are opened. In the gale, countless herbs roll away. Extremely accurate. Close the tripod. Almost instantly, the rich fragrance of pills began to overflow. The old man's face was extremely relaxed. For half an hour, the old man's arm swung gently, and the 10 tripods all fell to the ground. The sound of crackling and crackling is constantly resounding. Who could have thought that 8 of the 10 tripods were all made of Dan? The old man stood up and grasped it with 5 fingers, and all the pills of Dan Ding fell into his palm. Not only the quality or the grade, but also the top grade. Although there are not 10 tripods, the success rate of 80% is enough to crush everything. Duan Huayan, the medical god's door beyond his capacity, really thinks that it is still the 1000s of years ago? The garbage dare to challenge me. Since you want to challenge me so, I will humiliate you mercilessly in the future. Let you see what is the supreme elixir of Kunlun. When Dan Dao is stable and alchemy is completely successful, I should also go to Dan League. I want to make the whole Kunlun void tremble for me. The old man laughed heartily. At the moment, he seemed to control everything. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The smile stopped. The old man sat back to his original position and said faintly, "Come in." After a while, the door opened, and an old man with white hair came in. "It's the one on the stone tablet today. Hong Danzuan." The old man said respectfully. Hong Tao nodded and said directly, "Is there anyone else willing to challenge me? Duan Huayan alone has no difficulty. It's better to have the people from Dan League fight together." Although he asked, he knew very well that most people with a little brain would not respond to the challenge. It's just to make him more famous in the land of killing. Hong Danzuan, there's one more person in the killing area. The old man took a look at Hong Tao. Hong Tao was stunned. His expression was a little surprised, but he quickly responded, "But if you rest in peace?" "No." "Is it the ghost Dan Taoist?" "Not really." At this moment, Hong Tao frowned more and more. He stood up and asked, "Besides these 2 men, who dares to challenge me in the killing place? Are there any hidden elites here?" The old man hesitated for a few seconds and explained, "Hong Danzuan is a young man. This young man is wearing a mask. If I'm not wrong, he should have entered the killing place of Yutsong Mountain soon." "Young man?" Hong Tao sneered a little. Dan Dao is not a common way of cultivation. Talent can determine many things. Dan Dao needs to exist over time. There is no time to pile up, and countless attempts. Ordinary people want to become alchemists extremely difficult. Let alone a young man. I don't know anything. I dare to say that I can make pills. Even provocative. That Huayan challenge himself, everything is still said in the past. What's the difference between a young man's challenge and a joke? Do you know what the young man's name is and what level of dansure he is? Hong Tao's voice is cold. The old man shook his head. This young man with a mask is very mysterious. He doesn't even know his name or even his face. Do you want me to send someone to get in touch with him? Or erase it? Hong Tao burst out laughing. You think too much. If there is something wrong with that boy, it is estimated that many people in the killing area will think that I did it. This kind of mole ant doesn't need to be taken care of. He still has 2 days to live. As soon as the time comes, I will personally send him on the road. I want to burn Kunlun Su alive in front of everyone else. This is the price of death. At this moment, Hong Tao is extremely crazy. At that time, he was famous for his madness and bloodthirsty in Danmeng, otherwise, they would not use the body of the cultivator to refine pills. And it's a living alchemy. Yi Chen naturally does not care about the outside situation. He has entered the Samsara cemetery in the hotel. Once again, I come to 100 tombstones. Yi Chen looked at the 100 tombstones and was filled with emotion. If there is no reincarnation cemetery, it will be very difficult for me to get here. Although he still does not understand what the reincarnation cemetery people want him to do in the future, how he can help these people turn over. But it doesn't matter anymore. Only strong people are qualified to touch deeper things. The existence that 100 great powers can't contend with. Now I guess I don't even have the qualification to meet. No longer thinking about it, Yi Chen looked at the tombstone of Lin Qingxian and said, "Master, I have something important to ask for." However, Duan Laren went to other places in Kunlun to find out the answer. Now the only way to rely on him is Lin Qingxian. I don't know when the next few tombstones will be untied. However, judging from the state, some tombstones seem to have changed, but not obvious. It should be fast. It's just a chance. Lin Qingxuan's tombstone trembled, and a figure came out directly. It was Lin Qingxian. Lin Qingxian looked at Yi Chen from a commanding position. "Disciple, do you want to learn alchemy from me?" Yi Chen was stunned and thought for a moment. Lin Qingxian, who was capable of knowing that this kind of thing was normal, nodded his head and said, "It is." Lin Qingxian stepped out one step, as if across 100 meters, and directly came to Yi Chen. "I wanted to teach you all the supreme medical doctrines, but now it seems that Dan Dao is more important to you, or in fact, it is the same." Language down, Lin Qingxian arm a wave, reincarnation cemetery has appeared dozens of Dan Ding. Yi Chen counted the number, a total of 49 Dan Ding. Lin Qingxian came to the center of the Dan Ding and explained to Yi Chen that Hong Tao is a saint-level alchemist. If you want to surpass him, you must at least step into the Holy King level on the Dan Road. But now, in just 2 days, this is like a gap for you, almost impossible. The only way is to take the sword to the side. It's too important for Dan to have a weapon. Yi Chen is a little confused and doubts, "Master, what are you talking about?" "The eternal fire," Lin Qingxian said lightly. Chapter 747. The immortal fire in you can fuse everything and never die out. It can not only be used for fighting, but also for alchemy. The most important thing is the flame. To control the flame is to control the cauldron. To control the cauldron is to control the elixir. Now, you control the 49 red tripods with immortal fire. I will prepare the medicine for you. In 2 days, you must refine the 49 red tripods at the same time. Hearing this request, Yi Chen looks pale. This is 49 Dan Ding. Control at the same time. Crazy. He is very clear about his own strength. He may be able to control too. 49, no matter the true Qi and flame, are not enough to support. "Master, are you sure you're not kidding?" Yi Chen said with a smile. "Do you think I'm joking?" Lin Qingxian said coldly. Yi Chen's smile's solidification, helpless, can only toward the 49 Dan Ding to go. When he got to the center, he opened his mouth and said, "Master, which kind of pill can you refine from these 49 tripods?" "One." Lin Qingxian sneered and said, "Disciple, you may have misunderstood something. I don't want you to refine a pill at the same time. It's not difficult. I want you to refine 49 kinds of pills with different attributes at the same time." "What?" Yi Chen exclaimed. "Is this a joke? 49 kinds of pills, refined together?" He knew his alchemy level. But if you want to do it according to the master's instructions in 2 days, it's a fart. It's impossible to finish. "Master, Yi Chen just wanted to say something. Lin Qingxian waved his arm, and the 49 tripods were suspended. From now on, condense the elixir and wrap the true qi on the tripod. It's difficult, but you have to remember that you are the owner of the Samsara cemetery. If you can't do such a small thing, how can you take charge of the world and how to pull those high-ranking beings down from the altar? Yichen doesn't talk nonsense. He thinks of the danger of the master of the doctor's gate. No matter how this battle is, he will win. Immortal fire, come on. Yichen a roar, the flame of eyebrow heart gushed out. It's just a flame. The immortal fire is suspended in front of Yichen's body. Yichen's 5 fingers clap, open. In an instant, the flames spread out. In an instant, it turns into a fire dragon and winds around the 49 Dan Ding. Dan Ding is getting red. In order to maintain the flame, Yichen has to release the true qi in his body. The true qi and the immortal fire play a dual role. Yichen in the middle of 49 Dan Ding is hit by violent air flow instantly. It's hard. Lin Qingxian nodded. He thought it would take several hours for Yichen to control the 49 tablets at the same time, but he did not expect to master it for the first time. Although he was not very proficient, it proved Yichen's talent. He also no longer hesitated, a point out, a ray of light into Yichen's eyebrows, 49 Dan Fong cohesion. You're going to do the same thing. Yichen nodded, 5 fingers a grip, around the countless medicinal materials suspended up constantly around Yichen's soul. Yichen uses the idea to control, just ready to put down the medicinal materials, the flame immediately out of control, on the spot to swallow Yichen. Poof! Yichen spits out a mouthful of blood, and the body shakes to fly, and the 49 Dan Ding is also completely broken. His whole body is covered with black lacquer, black, you can see the confusion. Lin Qingxian looks at Yichen not far away and shakes his head helplessly. That's normal. Disciple, your control of the cauldron and the flame is still a lot worse. Come again. With a wave of Lin Qingxuan's arm, 49 red tripods appeared again. Yichen swallowed the next pill, directly climbed up, regardless of the image, step by step to go. This time, when the immortal fire and the true qi collide, Yichen will sacrifice his life talisman and the blood dragon empty shadow at the same time. All of a sudden, the entire Samsara tomb landmine. The blood dragon is coiled around the 49 Dan Ding, full of blood, and wants to share some points for Yichen. But of course, Yichen's pain is also extremely frightening. His black body was full of blue veins, and his internal organs were hit by the air flow. If it was not for the support of his mind, he would have been shaken off. Drop it for me. Yichen bit his teeth, a roar, all the herbs fell down. 49 red tripods were instantly devoured by the immortal fire. A smell of medicine is coming out. But soon, Yichen found that the true qi was not enough. Without it, the balance was completely broken. Bang! Dan Ding is broken again, and Yichen is spit out a mouthful of blood, too embarrassed. Lin Qingxian looked at Yichen's embarrassed appearance and sighed, apprentice, some things can't be forced. Your true qi is very disordered now. Take a rest and continue. But Yichen did not seem to hear the general, climbed up, and again toward the 49 Dan Ding. There is no real qi in Dantian. Yichen directly took out a bottle of Juki Dan and swallowed it all. Come again. At the moment, Yichen's eyes are full of madness. Lin Qingxuan's eyes wavered. Maybe he had some opinions about Yichen becoming the tomb owner of reincarnation. But now, he is very positive. In the whole world, if anyone can shake that power, only the young man in front of him. When he really grows up, people can only look up to him. All of a sudden, a place in the Samsara cemetery vibrated. Lin Qingxuan's eyes shrank and shot at one of the tombstones. The tombstone turns red. And darken. The sky above the tombstone was like the end of the day. Lin Qingxian was surprised for the first time, and murmured, "Is it hard for this son to be so crazy now that he can lead out the demon man? The gods and demons have entered the world, plus the power of the evil things in Yichen's eyebrows, I'm afraid there will be changes." 2 days passed quickly. Yichen didn't know how many times he had been injured, and his whole body was scarred and in great distress. Even a few times the flesh and blood fried. Fortunately, there is Lin Qingxian nearby. Lin Qingxuan's medical knowledge is connected with God. Even if a person dies, as long as his soul is immortal, he can rob people from the hand of Yama. Yi Chen is on the brink of life and death again and again, and he saves again and again. Yi Chen is like a madman. Just started to operate 20 Dan Ding, and then to 30. The last 49. He endured the pain that ordinary people can't bear. Finally, 2 days later, the pills of 49 tablets were successfully refined. Although unstable, but Yi Chen in death ushered in transformation. At the moment, Yi Chen's casual clothes are all broken. Although his body is as black as carbon, his eyes are full of a trace of perseverance. It's like a decade at a glance. Master, what you asked me to do has been completed. Have I stepped into the realm of the Holy King of Dandao? Yi Chen said word by word. Lin Qingxian has many feelings in his eyes, shaking his head, far from it. Chapter 748. What do you want to do now? Yi Chen just wanted to talk, but Lin Qingxian continued, it's still one step away, the most important one. The next second, Lin Qingxian step out, has come to Yi Chen in front of, point out. A blue light suddenly poured into Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen feels bloated in the head and is very uncomfortable. He forced to wake up, but was shocked to find that countless pictures flashed through his eyes. There is only an old man and a tripod in the picture. The old man is Lin Qingxian. Lin Qingxian is refining pills. This is the alchemy experience of ancient great power. With such experience, he is equal to directly across the Dan Dao. Against the weather. One picture flashed by, and soon, Yi Chen was soaked through. After all, it took a lot of energy to understand these pictures. Lin Qingxuan's body is also a bit dim. This is not a loss to him. If you want to cross so much on the Dan Road in 2 days, it is not so simple. For a long time, Lin Qingxian let go of his hand and let out a breath. Apprentice, what I can give you now is this. If you force it again, your knowledge and brain will not be able to bear it. However, these memories are enough for you to cope with the current situation. What's more, the 49 cauldrons are just helping you to control the fire that can't be extinguished. Now your ability to control the fire is enough to control some lower-level ancient pills. It's a huge loss to be a teacher. I need to take some time off. Next, it's up to you. After that, Lin Qingxian disappeared, apparently entering the tombstone. Yi Chen is very grateful in his heart and can only remember it in his heart. It's almost time to leave. Yi Chen just ready to leave, but found a burst of pain in the brow. I do not know why, his eyes fall on a tombstone never opened. That tombstone devil gas rolling, just look at, then let Yi Chen some trance. Even a black light flickered in the center of the eyebrows, as if echoing something. Is there another great power to be born? Yi Chen shakes his head, does not think much, returns to reality directly. When Yi Chen opens his eyes, he can see that Wen Shishir and Wen Tingting are anxiously pacing back and forth. When they see Yi Chen open their eyes, the stone in their heart is completely suspended. Mr. Yi, you finally wake up. If you don't wake up, we'll go to the doctor of the killing place. Yes, Mr. Yi, I thought you were possessed. My sister and I didn't know what to do if we wanted to help. Wen's poems came in a soft voice. Yi Chen laughed and said, don't worry, I'm not so easy to have an accident. Today, you two are waiting here. When everything is over, I will come to pick you up. When the second daughter heard this, they changed their clothes and were ready to go with Yi Chen. As a result, Mr. Yi actually asked them to stay here. Mr. Yi. Two people want to say what, but Yi Chen interrupted, listen to me. Helpless, two people can only turn around sullen. Yi Chen naturally has his reasons for doing so. This time, no matter whether he can beat Hong Tao or not, things are not so easy. He had to prepare for the worst. These two sisters will only be too exposed. When Yi Chen finished, he left the hotel. Instead of going to the Red Building, he went to the periphery of the killing place. Naturally, he did not intend to escape, but to seek strength. Yi Chen stands on the high place of a remote place, closing his eyes and moving his lips, as if in the countdown. When he counted to 1, dark shadows suddenly poured out of the jungle. A huge black tiger rushed out directly, and stepped out step by step, more than 10 meters high, directly came to Yi Chen's side. And the bottom is a dark one. Shocking! Crazy black tiger. Almost 500 black tigers. Blood-filled, the sense of killing erupted. The wild beast around Yi Chen is the king of the black tiger. Where the Tiger King is, order the animals. So many ferocious beasts are the strength left by Yi Chen at the beginning. At the moment, the king of tigers sees Yi Chen and seems to be a little intimate, just like a cat, rubbing his huge head against Yi Chen. Yi Chen took a look at the Tiger King and reached out his hand and touched it. Xiaohei, I haven't seen you for a few days. Your blood evil spirit is more and more strong. I'm afraid you have eaten many practitioners. The Tiger King opened his mouth and put out his tongue, but he did not deny it. Today, I want you to come here. The crazy black tiger below is all the strength you are in charge of here. The king of tigers shook his head and called a few times. Yi Chen naturally understood. To his surprise, this guy controlled thousands of fierce beasts in the killing area. But the other part is far away. This is a surprise to Yi Chen. Good. Yi Chen takes out 30 pills from the Samsara cemetery. These pills are part of refining in these 2 days. Not only has the function to the human, but also to the monster beast, is also the marvelous effect. Can let the monster breath more terrifying, the flesh is stronger. Even across the cultivation. The Tiger King's eyes glowed when he saw these pills. I have only one request for you to take these pills. In a few hours, you can lead all the crazy evil spirits and black tigers to surround here. Can you do it? The Tiger King fiercely nods, ferocious appearance actually appears incomparably clever, as if in please Yi Chen. Good. Yi Chen no longer talks nonsense and throws the pills out directly. Tiger King big mouth, swallow all. You and I have realized that once I give a command, you will rush in with all the crazy black tigers. Then, no matter who obstructs, you will be killed. Also, if anyone discovers your existence before this, you must be killed directly. There must be no hesitation. You must hide before I command it. Yi Chen said coldly. The Tiger King is also aware of the seriousness of the matter and nods fiercely. The body is constantly overflowing with anger. All right, let's go. The king of tiger roared, jumped directly from the high place, and quickly left with all the crazy black tigers. The ground shaking made many gatekeepers in the killing area aware of the ground shaking, but they didn't think much about it. After all, fierce beasts were around, which was too common. Yi Chen is also toward the red building, his eyes have the meaning of Sinhan, no matter who is, are not qualified to move my master, if anyone dares to move, only death. He changed his face. This time, he directly used Ye's face to kill heaven. At the same time, put on that mask. Everything should be prepared with both hands. I just don't know if Yi Tian is a deterrent in the killing place. Chapter 749. At the same time, a huge square. It's overcrowded. Most of the people are here. After all, this is the most wonderful thing in half a year. Of course, the results are clear. Hong Danzuan crushed 2 wastes. But to be able to witness Hong Danzuan refining pills is also of great benefit to everyone present. Almost all the voices praised Hong Danzuan and belittled Duan Huayan and the mysterious masked youth. Of course, very few pray for them. After all, the 2 lives have entered the countdown. After a while, countless people with terrible breath came out of the red building with weapons in their hands. They stood steadily in all directions, guarding all entrances and exits, with cold eyes. The existence of these strong people makes the noisy square become incomparably quiet. After silence, an old man appeared in the middle of the square. It was the old man on the stone tablet. The old man glanced down at the crowd, condensed his voice with genuine chi, and diffused out, "Today, everything is clearer than me, the rules are the same, today's comparison is the way of Dan." The winner and loser must obey a condition. Unconditional obedience. Even life. In 2 days, only 2 people finally challenged Hong Danzuan. Of course, I also believe that the 2 men's Dan Dao will not let everyone down. Don't talk much nonsense. Please welcome Hong Danzuan. Words fall, the crowd cheers. The momentum is extremely high. As if Hong Danzuan is their faith. Of course, in most people's eyes, Hong Danzuan is the symbol of Dan Dao. How can you fail? The crowd cheered, no one came out. At the time when everyone was surprised, the figure of a royal robe fell from the sky. Hong Danzuan. Hong Danzuan is out. It's like an immortal. It's really the first person in Dan Dao. The sound of praise resounds, and Hong Tao enjoys the moment. His true chi condenses, his robes float and his breath is extremely ethereal. He fell steadily in the center of the square, glanced at the crowd from a commanding position, and said faintly, "Thanks for your support. Today I Hong Tao will let you have a look at what is the supreme elixir." The crowd is louder. And the old man didn't want to be procrastinating. He continued, "Everyone, please be quiet, please Master Duan Huayan of the medical god sect." The cheers disappeared completely. Instead, a series of disdainful voices rang out. The door of the god of medicine has long been in decline. Huayan heard that he had been beaten into waste by the master of Daozong, so he could only immerse himself in medical ethics. If it's not a waste, I'm afraid the achievements of Huayan will be limitless. There's no limit to it. It's not really a waste. There is no Dantian, but I would like to see how Huayan is refining pills. To tell you the truth, I'm a little curious about how Huayan bears the flame in the furnace, haha. In the voice of doubt, an old man came to the stage step by step. The breath of the old man is a little weak. In the face of doubt, his eyes are indifferent. Over the years, he has suffered too much. How about being said a few words? His turbid eyes looked at the waves and said, "I hope you can keep your promise." Hong Tao snorted coldly, "That's natural, but I advise you to think about how to survive in my Dan Ding." Duan Huayan sighed and didn't go on talking. He was a little lonely and free. In these 2 days, he failed in alchemy. I'm afraid it's impossible to win this time. But he represents the door of medical god, naturally will not be a deserter. Death is the glory of death. I hope there will be some miracle. Seeing that they were in place, the old man continued, "That masked boy, you also come up." Because of the stone tablet incident last time, his attitude was obviously a little poor. But a word fell, no one came up at all. 10 seconds. Still no movement. There was a lot of noise at the bottom. Most of them thought that the masked youth was deserting. Of course, this is human nature. Facing the existence of Hong Danzuan's level, he had to flee. The old man sneered and continued, "That masked boy, you also come up. If you don't come up again, I will issue a hunting order, and the consequences will be even more serious." But no one showed up. Hong Tao frowned, obviously a little unhappy. Duan Huayan, on the other side, pondered for several seconds and said to Hong Tao, "Hong Tao, this is the gratitude and resentment between you and me. Don't involve other people, just start." In recent days, he also heard that a mysterious masked youth rashly joined the challenge. He had some regrets. Because even he is not qualified to shake the waves, how can a young man be? The other party is still young and has a bright future. He doesn't want to die because of this. No matter what the other party's purpose is, he can help him if he can. The flood waves focus their anger on themselves. Hong Tao glanced at Duan Huayan and snorted coldly, "Duan Huayan, do you think you are qualified to speak? You can't protect yourself." Then, Hong Tao looked at the old man and said, "If the boy doesn't come again, send someone to cut off his hands and feet and bring him to me." "Yes." The old man nodded and finally said, "I'll say it again for the 3rd time. The masked youth should come up quickly, or the consequences will be at your own risk." There is still no movement. The old man was angry and ordered directly, "Come, surround the entrance of the killing place, find the boy, and cut him directly." Before the words were finished, a young man in casual clothes came slowly up and strolled around the court. Sorry, the alarm clock didn't ring today. I overslept. So what, has it started? It is Yi Chen who is talking with a mask on. He deliberately lowered his voice. All the people under the field heard Yi Chen's words, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. How dare you oversleep on such an important matter? Crazy. Who gave him courage? Even Hong Tao's face is bright and dark, because Yi Chen's words are full of contempt. The old man saw Yi Chen, a trace of anger burning. Boy, fortunately you dare to come in time, otherwise you have to face the supreme pain at that time. Yi Chen appear does not matter appearance, lightweight, you fucking talk so much? If you want to start directly, I have something to do later. Hearing this, Hong Tao couldn't help but say, boy, arrogance also needs arrogant capital. If you are in a hurry to be reborn, I will help you. Yi Chen looked at Hong Tao with interesting eyes and said, what are you? Are you Huang Tao? No, it seems to be Lan Tao. Zi Tao, why are you so black? Are you black waves? The person below hears Yi Chen's lie, pour a breath of cool air. This masked boy dares to say it. Hong Tao's whole face was said to be black by him. They even had a premonition that the boy would die miserably if his alchemy failed later. Dare to challenge Hong Danzuan and seek death. Chapter 750. Hong Tao clenched his fist and his eyes were full of anger. Little beast, I'll just say once that my name is Hong Tao. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will let you. Before he finished speaking, Yi Chen interrupted, I know, Red Tao. You. At the moment, Yi Chen teases Hong Tao, but his eyes become serious. There is a trace of moisture in the seriousness. The body trembled slightly. Because there is an old man with a bent body in the distance of dozens of meters. It's Duan Huayan, his master. The old man who saved him from the lower reaches of Dongqian Lake. The old man who gave him a second life. The old man who taught him how to be a miracle doctor and how to practice Dharma. In those 5 years, without Duan Huayan, there would be no Yi Chen now. The old man tried his best to guard him. Regardless of his face, the old man asked hundreds of martial arts masters to take Yi Chen in. Only for Yi Chen's revenge. Yi Chen may have hundreds of masters, but Duan Huayan is his most important master. My teacher's affection is great. The eyes are red. Clench your fists. He even remembered what happened to the master. The victory of the First World War was supposed to be known as Kunlun Su, but the damned Taoist patriarch violated the rules. That brute brutally injured the master. What's more, it destroyed the master's elixir field. Never repair it forever. What a terrible act. Master, you have spared no effort to protect me in the past 5 years. 5 years later, Yi Chen will guard you. Whether it is the front of the Hong Tao, or the ancient school of Taoism. I will destroy myself. Pull these animals down from the altar. Duan Huayan in the distance naturally feels strong emotion overflowing from Yi Chen. He had some doubts. Not to doubt Yi Chen's mood, but to doubt that this masked youth has a sense of déjà vu. This feeling is very strong. For a moment, he even felt that this young man was his apprentice, Yi Chen, who had left Kunlun for a year. However, he quickly shook his head and said to himself, how could Yi Chen be here? It seems that alchemy has disturbed the mind these days. And Hong Tao on one side suppressed his anger and stepped on it. The ground shakes, 3 Dan Dings suddenly become. Dan Dao is extremely complex. It's not just alchemy that can achieve the supreme elixir. So this time, a total of 3 games, this is my greatest kindness to you, otherwise too much crushing will become boring. The first game is to test the power of fire control. Among the 3 tripods, there is 1.5% pill. I have ordered people to seal it with magic. Once opened, if the flame can't be controlled properly, the tripod will be broken. Who can turn this half of the Dan into a pill as soon as possible is the winner. I've done my best to see if you have a chance to control it. Now choose any one of you, so that you don't say I'm tampering. Yu Luo, Duan Huayan chose one of the Dan Ding. Hong Tao looked at Yi Chen. Boy, it's your turn. Yi Chen said at will. Purple Tao, you choose first, I let you. You. Hong Tao snorted coldly and directly chose the one next to Duan Huayan. And Yi Chen is silent to the rest of the Dan Ding. The array is sealed with the Dan Ding. Once opened, it is time to continue refining. The method is good. Hong Tao sees that everyone is in position and steps again. Dan Ding, open up. The 3 arrays are broken together. Rich fragrance of medicine overflows. At the same time, Dan Ding vibrated. Duan Huayan knows that this is his chance. He doesn't hesitate anymore. He pinches his fingers and forms his technique. A flame condenses directly. The flame is not big, but it controls the Dan Ding delicately. No matter what, this game must be won. Hong Tao looked at Duan Huayan's flame and snorted, this kind of garbage flame is trying to surpass me. It's beyond our means. The next second, his 5 fingers spread out, the palm of his hand instantly appeared a blue flame. As soon as the blue flame came out, the cauldron in front of him was suspended in the air. The flame envelopes, actually some transformation shape. It looks like a red-crowned crane. It's the fire of the red top. It's said that only those who choose from the heaven can have it. It's Hong Danzuan that's not a loss. This game, it seems that really crushing, although simple, but the red top of the fire, the outcome is very obvious. The crowd exclaimed, and Hong Tao enjoyed it very much. In about 5 minutes, half of the pills can be completely formed. Suddenly, he thought of something, Duan Huayan's flame he saw, but the boy did not seem to move the flame. He controls the flame and the Dan Ding, and looks at Yi Chen at the same time. It doesn't matter if you look at it, he almost spits out a mouthful of old blood. What the boy is doing now is really about fire. But Nima is not alchemy at all. It's a flame coming out of your fingertips and then he was lighting a cigarette. Even smoking on the top of Dan Ding. Sleeping trough. The crowd also noticed Yi Chen, each expression almost petrified. It's just not right. Duan Huayan concentrates on refining pills, neglecting others. Even though his ears are noisy, he is still immersed in the Dan Ding in front of him. But Hong Tao can't help it. He even found that the masked youth did not come to make alchemy, but to make trouble. Boy, you'd better find out what occasion this is. Once you lose, the consequences will be disastrous. I advise you to be serious. Yi Chen shook the ash and glanced at the Hong Tao. Black Tao is right, I always respect the old man and let you have a cigarette time. The whole body of Hong Tao Chi trembles, almost the Dan Ding is broken. He's a saint-level Dan master. He even wants you to have a boy who doesn't grow up. What a joke. He reacts instantly, maybe this boy is Duan Huai's arrangement, in order to disturb his mind, let him fail. He didn't think much about it. He was serious about alchemy. Quickly let Dan Cheng. Although do not care about Yi Chen, but still from time to time swept a few eyes, pay attention to a few minutes. After a while, Yi Chen's cigarette finally ended. He can feel the master's Dan Ding will be finished in a few minutes, and Hong Tao is obviously faster. Only 1 minute left. The latter has a controlling smile on his lips. Hong Tao looked at Yi Chen again and said with a sneer, "Boy, how are you doing? Do you still want to continue refining pills?" Yi Chen did not speak and closed his eyes. After a few seconds, the eyes open and the cold light flickers. At the same time, 5 fingers open, eyebrow heart of flame shot out. Immortal fire, come out. Boom, a bright flame burns directly. Instantly turned into a sea of fire, devouring the whole Dan Ding. The appearance of the immortal fire makes the temperature of the whole world seem to rise a little bit. Something even more bizarre has happened. Hong Tao's danding fire in his hand seems to have met something terrible and left the Danteing directly. Spread in all directions. It's like running away. Bang! Hong Tao had no idea that things would develop like this. The originally suspended Dan Ding did not have flame control and fell directly. Ha! The clear and crisp voice, resounding in the entire square above.